Do 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 do. Wow, it's loud. Holy crap. Sorry that we're starting late from your perspective. We're actually on time. It's just that I'm on Joe Sleep savings time, so the rest of the world hasn't caught up yet. So I'm actually right on time, but yeah, everyone has to just adjust their clocks. Early. In fact, yeah. It's Saturday's stream today. Yeah, that's what's going on. Forgive me, what is the name of the game? The VN? 428 Shibuya Scramble? Yeah, I wrote it right, okay. Is there even a colon? There is a colon, okay. How can this shitty ass distorted music sound so good to me? Is it an age thing, or do most people think that the like old era gaming music has a lot of charm to it? Shitty, yeah, it's all distorted and shit. Like it's compared to like the music that we have, and even how we accessed before, we had to put music and sounds on horribly small storage devices. Like things sounded clear and everything like that. 15 is a very unique sound to it. Yeah, I guess so. Unless some people don't fuck with chiptune, but the fuzzy edges is very charming to me. I like it too. In most contexts. Sometimes I don't like it, but in most contexts I think it's fine. It's not distorted, it's a 100% pure square wave. I mean, it just sounds distorted to me. I don't know music, so I'll take your word for it. Twitch dashboard is shaming me for being a loner. They're like, bummer, you've had 0 collaborations this week. Like, wow. Don't stream for a couple days and Twitch is emailing being like, hey, you didn't exist for a couple days according to us. What are you doing with your life? I got on my way to listen to old video game music at high fidelity. Peak, I'm afraid. Peak, it's peak. Twin Snakes is still happening, right? No, it's just not mentioned in the stream title. Yeah, that's just Metal Gear Solid 1 to me. We're gonna do Twin Snakes. I don't know. I still haven't decided what we're gonna do. We'll see how we feel about doing both routes of Metal Gear Solid 1 before we go to Twin Snakes. We'll see. It might be good to have the full experience. It wouldn't be that long. It'll be a comprehensive playthrough of the games. I also don't know if we're gonna do original, like actual straight up original Metal Gear Solid 3 or sustenance. Are we doing Metal Gear Survive? Also haven't decided yet. I would like to revisit Metal Gear Survive. I played it for about an hour, and I thought it was interesting. It was kind of awkward to play, but I didn't think it was horrible. I would prefer original Metal Gear Solid 3. I would prefer original Metal Gear Solid 3 just to remind myself of why I didn't like the camera, and also to explain to some people why I didn't like that game, because the camera was so ass in it. But maybe for enjoying that game, it would be better to go Sustenance. Oh. What's sustenance? I don't know what the word is. It's one of those made-up word games. Okay, so when we last left our hero, we had hand glided over the broken bridge where Gustava died. I believe Grey Fox shot her with Metal Gear. We're infiltrating the place, the Outer Haven replacement kind of thing in Zanzibar land. They've stolen all the world's nukes. We can continue. Continue. Hey, so I watched any movies lately? Nope, I haven't watched any movies lately. You can switch camera types in Metal Gear Solid 3 sustenance stuff. Okay. When did Sustenance come out? It was a couple years ago, years after the original, right? Can't carry anymore. Have you watched Madagascar 2 yet? I have not, no. This looks awesome. Yeah, it's pretty good. This game came out in 1990. It's very impressive. It's very much like Metal Gear Solid. Do your kids look Scooby-Doo? I don't think they've ever seen Scooby-Doo. Yeah, okay. What way do we want to go? It seems like you could have gone to the right before you got the key card from going to killing the boss to the left at the end of stream. So you should probably go to the right first, explore that, then go to the left. RT game gave you a shot. Oh, we rated RT. How did the RT game raid go last night? And also, what did the game look like? Let them trade. Did it look interesting? Thank you, Dr. Derek, for the new sub as well. While the stream is down. Thank you, Dr. Derek. Thank you, Creamy and the Hardwood, for the resub. Also while the stream is down. Thank you, Valkine, for the resub with a message Tom's 32 minutes ago trying to summon me to get the stream. Thank you very much. I was awake at that point, but you know, doing some pre-stream stuff. He said you only play anime games? Are Metal Gear Solid anime games? They kind of are, aren't they? Thank you, Pepsi Addict, for the bits. Joe, can you try and remember to call George during the boss fights for the boss lore? Very important to do this during the final boss. That's Campbell, Holly, and George too, thanks. Okay, I will try. Thank you, Super Deluxe, for the resub with the message gaming. Thank you, Fatal Cutie, for the resub. Can't wait to see Raiden, my favorite character. And we're going to talk a lot about Raiden when we get to Raiden. Oh, man. There's kind of a yikes moment with Raiden that I wonder how is it gonna land in 2025. Thank you to Sharpo Needle for the resub too. Are you gonna play Peace Walker? I don't want to, but if chat really wants me to and it's easy enough to access it on Steam or whatever, then I'll probably do it. Just to be comprehensive, but we'll see. Don't think I've ever caught a stream, but your YouTube content has me in tears. The critiques and analysis make you laugh that much? Or does it make you cry because it's all about games that you liked? I'm sorry. It's everything. Maybe is this a lost chatter that thinks that my name is Avarici Retinas? Yeah, man, you're a funny guy. Giving Mario Odyssey 6 out of 10, fucking hilarious. Are you gonna do Ground Zero so? Because you definitely have to do Peace Walker if you are. Ground Zero is the 2 hour long kind of tech demo intro before you play Metal Gear Solid 5, right? We'll do that one for sure. Yeah. Are you gonna play Ghost Babel? It's technology really advanced for the Game Boy game. I don't know if I have access to that. If I have easy access to that and it wouldn't take too long, I would do it. But I don't think that that's gonna be a thing. I legitimately rewatch your critiques once in a while because your sense of humor. There's a decent amount of humor in the main channel videos. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes I get some funny jokes in. The Breaking Games content, the Star Wars stuff, the Hello Neighbor shite. I've watched a lot of them. They're so funny. I can't breathe. Yeah, this is a Retinas enjoy, I think. The Star Wars stuff, the Breaking Gate, yeah. Retinas does some really good highlights of some of the runs that we've done. The Shadow of the Erd Tree video has banger jokes. That's probably the video that has the highest density of jokes to content. I don't know why, but I have a rule with jokes. When it comes to jokes in the scripts, I break this rule sometimes, but the rule when it comes to jokes for main channel scripts is that the joke cannot interrupt the flow of the main point, or if it does, it has to also has to serve secondly as a really good example and to deepen the point that I'm trying to make. It has to provide some emphasis. If it doesn't do that, if it interrupts the flow and it doesn't provide emphasis, it's just like a Family Guy kind of segue that I'm just trying to be funny for a bit. I will almost always cut it. If I do keep it in, it's because I was being really indulgent. I couldn't help myself. So there we go. Yeah. The joke should also be funny though. Nah, the joke being funny is it's not important. Nah, jokes don't have to be funny. I went to the zoo the other day. It was horrible. They only had one dog. No, I fucked up the joke. They only had one animal. It was a dog. It was a Shih Tzu. It's fucking a terrible ass joke. It's all about the delivery. Exactly. I don't get that joke. IMO. Because you're going to a zoo and it's a bad zoo, and the reason why it's a bad zoo is because they only have one animal, and then the punchline is because it's a dog, you can say that the dog is a Shih Tzu, and Shih Tzu sounds like you're saying that the zoo is shit. It is a shit zoo, but the dog is also a Shih Tzu, so it's a shit. Yeah. Oh, -2, yeah. That's why the chatter made an absolute banger joke. I can't remember which chatter it was the other week. Said that I played a new kind of doll the other day. It was about guess the animal. It was every animal was just the same dog. It was terrible. It was a poodle. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, so Peace Walker is possible. Thank you to Sonic Boom 65 for the resub. Any thoughts on playing Hades 2 once it's out of early access? No idea if you played the first. I did play the first. I even streamed it. I beat Hades a couple times. I would be interested in playing Hades 2 to see what it's like, but it's not on the cards just yet. But maybe for a stream or two at some point, we will do Hades 2. We'll do Hades 2. We're never gonna play the game. Have you beaten Grohl yet, Mayo? Has Grohl been defeated in your Silksong timeline? My boy beat Grohl yesterday. I think he told me it took him 17 tries. He was not happy with that experience, even having finished it. Yeah, he does not like it. Did he find the bench? I showed him where the bench was. He hadn't found it, and he was trying. He was already 3 attempts in before I showed him where the bench was. Thank you, Felipe R. Machado, for the resub. Kept you waiting, huh? Thank you. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Thank you. I eat random berries for the resub, and this is how my story ends. I ate some berries from a bush and got poisoned. I guess I'd never know what that score Joe got on that Friday Scrandle. Sometimes I get the urge to replay the David Cage games. I don't know why. To make different choices. Thank you, Super Scoop, for the resub. I'm still finding it very funny that the most enduring vocal tick from Umineko is of the rat going to the Metal Gear concert in London at the end of October. So I really appreciate the stream series to get a refresher on the games. Oh, what's that going to be like? Like a live concert, Metal Gear, like an orchestra plays all the music from it, or is there any like actors come on and reenact some of the scenes from the game or anything like that, or no? You were right when you said Grohl Death Spiral could be the worst part of the game. If it happens to you, happened to me, worst part of the game indeed. Yep. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. What I don't like about it is that in the Souls games, in Soulsian games that have Estus healing, there is an incentive to get better at the run back in order to have enough resources to fight the boss properly. Silksong doesn't have that kind of system, although if you use tools on the way back, I guess it could be that way. So to me, it's just a time waste. I don't know. I'm not really a fan of it. Soulsian, yeah, that's how pretentious critics like me say Souls-like. We say Soulsian instead. The run back in Silksong is really just too much for some bosses. Yeah, I agree. I think that a run back can work, and even if it's just a straight line, you do nothing on the way back. I think that a run back can work, and I think that it can. Like I said, I was speaking to this when we did Silksong. That sometimes it can be like a contemplative kind of like amp up or like a reflection period that's enforced, so you're not getting frustrated by just relentlessly beating yourself against the boss over and over and over again, even if it's just like a 10-second break. I feel like it can work, but almost none of them in Silksong work. I don't think it works. Thank you, Sabletooth, for the resub. Colonel, I'm trying to levitate over the pit trap like the Zanzibar land guards, but I'm dummy thick, and the weight of my ass cheeks keeps dropping me into terminal velocity. What do I do? Thank you. What is this dummy thick snake meme? Thank you, Sabletooth. Thank you, Cinnaminitastic? I'm not sure. One of those? Thank you for the resub. Thanks for all the streams. Good content to react to as I finished my PhD. Made unwinding a lot easier. Damn, congratulations on finishing or getting close to finishing your PhD. Not sure which it is there. I think it is finished from what I'm reading there. Congratulations. Joe, that meme is like 10 years old. Is it? I don't know the dummy thick snake meme. He doesn't know about dummy thick. I know about dummy thick. I don't know about the dummy thick snake meme though. Did it originate with snake dummy thick? Anyway, congratulations, Cinnamonitastic. Cinnamonitastic, that's gotta be, it flows off the tongue. Cinnamonitastic. Thank you very much. And congratulations again. Thank you, Ketchup, for the resub. And that's the last on my list, so we get to play the game. Thank you, Joe, for bringing back and explaining my favorite joke for anyone who might not understand his genius, because I watched a streamer recently, and he only had one joke. Couldn't be me. Thank you, Ketchup. Okay, they got David Hayter to say it. Okay, I get it. They got David Hayter to say it. Okay, all right. Sorry. David Hayter seems like a cool guy. Did you know that David Hayter was a scriptwriter on the original X-Men movie? And they gave it to Josh Whedon to look over it before it was released. And Josh Whedon rewrote almost the entire script because he didn't like David Hayter's work. And then they, the scriptwriting gods, whatever, the filmmakers were like, no, it's okay. We're just going to stick with David Hayter's original. Thank you very much for your input. They stuck with David. He co-wrote The Watchmen as well. I quite like the Watchmen movie. It's not as good as the graphic novel, but I quite liked it. What was that noise? How far in are we? We're at least halfway. Have you seen the Watchmen HBO show? No, but I've heard it was pretty good. If I think about the bad Metal Gear 2 on NES, there's a part where you go on a train and you get a call with the evil guy says, "Snake, there's definitely no trap on the train, bye." I mean, that just sounds like Metal Gear to me, especially considering what happened in Metal Gear 1. Can we get through here or will it kill us? No, you can't get through here. Okay, so we have to go around, and I'm guessing that button over there turns it off. I've heard only bad things about the Josh Whedon guy. I don't know about him personally. I've also heard bad things about him personally. But in terms of his work and his writing, there has been some of his stuff that I've enjoyed, especially when I was younger. But he is, in my pet theory, directly responsible for all the air quotes Marvel shit that we have to put up with now. That is all his fault. Just in the same way that It's No Masterpiece is all my fault. Sorry, didn't know what I was doing. People hated Oppenheimer too. Yeah, I heard it was kind of like weirdly filmed, like it was filmed like a music video. I haven't seen it. Quips have always existed, but he's streaming the formula that ticks most boxes. Quips most boxes. Yeah, that's nice. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to understand just how popular Josh Whedon's stuff was for like early nerd culture, and how influential it was with a lot of writers that grew up in that time. This would be the writer generation that's just a little bit above mine, a little older than mine. I was never really into Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Angel, whatever the fuck else he made. I really like Firefly. That was the only thing of his that I liked. But Whedon used to have a lot of writers in the amateur writing crowd, because I used to speak to all these people, and a lot of them, like even successful writers that would work for like video game companies and would have their own books and everything, and they would look at Whedon's writing and they would be like, is it Whedon or Whedon? I can't remember. I don't even know how the fuck to say his name. And they would look at him and they'd be like, how does he do his character writing so well? His character writing and his dialogue is really, really good. And to some extent it is. They're true. Like the way that the characters talk to each other and the flow of the conversations, like he has that down better than most. But his problem to me is that almost all of his characters sound the same. Like if you read out some Buffy the Vampire Slayer lines in a vacuum without the character tags, you wouldn't really know who was talking. It's not the case in Firefly. I think Firefly does better. I think the characters are a lot more distinct in Firefly, but there are some times in Firefly where the writers will like sock puppet the character and make them talk like the writer wants them to talk. But that happens in most things. But yeah, I think that it's hard to understand just how egg, Sakimea, picked up egg. An egg taken from the biolab doesn't look edible, its use is unknown. Egg. Yeah, I think it's hard to understand if you didn't grow up in that era just how influential he was.
I mean, Joss Whedon has a housemate who's solid gold at this point. I think he take a big criticism. Didn't he get like accused of like some misconduct? And I'm trying to be careful with my words because I can't remember for sure. Didn't he get accused of some misconduct and he's like just done? Like I thought that his career was over. When it comes to criticism of his work, like fucking go ham. Like that goes with anyone. Like go for it, yeah. Why are you giving me 2 eggs? This one's hatched. What? It's a snake? It's kind of neat. What happens when the other one hatches? Professor Helper. Okay, so it just ate all my rations. Is it gonna leave now? Is it gonna start eating me? The snake is a snake eater? There's also the actor's personality coming through, changing how the character sounds. Nathan Fillion does a lot of work in making Mal. Yeah, that's also true. But I think that if someone like read the lines out in Firefly with just deadpan, I feel like you would be able to guess more accurately. Not all the time, but you'd have a better chance of guessing the character who's going to say it compared to any of the lines in fucking Buffy the Vampire Slayer, except for maybe I can't remember her name. The one from How I Met Your Mother. Maybe Willow's lines stand out because she was a bit more stuffy than the other ones. I was unimpressed with Firefly. I haven't watched it again in a while, but I really liked it when I was 17 or whatever. Okay, do I let the snakes out here? Allison Hannigan, that's it, thank you. Did you like Serenity? I like Serenity, but I watched Serenity first. That was the first thing of Firefly that I watched. I watched the movie first. Owl? Does Animal Guy say anything about Snake and Eggs? Oh yeah, we have an Animal Guy, don't we? This is Solid Snake, come in. Did you get a health upgrade or something? You get health upgrading when you beat bosses, I think. Unless we got another one right now. This part type of boa, it's nocturnal, has a gentle disposition, but it's a snake, and the snakes love to eat. It'll eat just about anything. I bet it loves to eat your rations. Better get rid of it quick. Use the A button to let it go. When the snake reaches the egg's shell, let it go. Over and out. This on snake, come in. That's a Zanzibar wood owl. As I'm sure you know, owls are nocturnal hunters. There are about 120 species found throughout the world. Thought there might be more of them. The Zanzibar wood owl is about 20 centimeters long and is found primarily in Central Asia. It lays white eggs every 2 to 7 days. Incubation is carried out exclusively by the female. With genetic modifications, the eggs can hatch in a few days. Because that owl is nocturnal and because it hoots right after sunset, people in Zanzibar land use it to tell the time. In fact, they rely on the owl so much that if one of them hoots during the day, people will think it's nighttime. Over and out. Oh. How do we get the hoot? Huh? It's nighttime. It's nighttime. It's nighttime. The owl is hooting. The narwhal bacons at midnight, motherfuckers. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Turn the fucking fence off. It does look like our life got even bigger than it was at the start stream. It's just in my head. Fucking hell. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Thomas 2886CZ for the new sub. Welcome, Thomas. Damn, I'm gonna be late. Oh no, it's nighttime because I hear the owl. Haha, you fool. Man, he's having quite a day. You mean night. There's lots of rats in the jail. They steal all kinds of things and take them back to their nests. Grown-ups put out sulfuric acid to try and get rid of them. Really? That's extreme. Stand up, stand up. No. Okay, good. Okay, so nothing to do around here. Is there something up here? Okay, so guards definitely do respawn, even when you're in the same area as them. Okay, just not on the same screen, I'm guessing. Okay, you can't see me from there. Even if you turn your head. Yeah, you can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. Whoa! Holy! Okay, this looks like it's going to the back of that hut. So what's in the other hut over here that we haven't gone through yet up there? Or is that the only way to get there? Okay, we can get up here. Okay. Oh, it was level 4. That's cool. The one-eyed man is like our daddy. He doesn't like grown-ups. Yeah, so you say. I want chocolate. Mister, do you have a B1 ration? B1 rations have chocolate in them. I do. I want chocolate. Mister, do you have B1 ration? B1 rations have chocolate in them. I'm trying to give it to you, kid. You won't take it. Okay, why does that matter? Who likes chocolate? Okay, well, they actually have distinct head movements on their guard heads. Yeah, they do, yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, chocolate right now. What kind of chocolate do you have right now? I could go for some chocolate. Can you feed dog chocolate? Chocolate is poisonous to dogs in high enough quantities, but anything is poisonous in high enough quantities. I think that it's not like an emergency if a dog eats a little bit of chocolate. I think if it's dark chocolate, then depending on how much they eat, you might be in trouble. But like if your dog like eats like a crumb of chocolate, it's like okay, like they might have an upset tummy, but it's okay. Sorry. It's me, your #1 fan, Snake. Watch yourself. I know at some vets, if they need to put a dog down, they will give it chocolate first so they can enjoy the treat for one time only. Is that true, or is that a morbid joke? The dogs enjoy chocolate that much? It's me, your #1 fan, Snake. Watch yourself. You got company. Night Fright, the last surviving member of the Whispers. You know, the legendary guerrilla unit. DK Night Fright. He's wearing a state-of-the-art camouflage suit that makes him practically invisible. Not only that, he'll attack you with a gun that's completely silent. No one has ever seen his face. You know what you have to do, right? Lucky me, I've got a fan club. Use your ears, Snake. Over and out. Okay, so this is the only place to go. Okay, can't we just use infrared to see him? Nope. Okay. Maybe he likes chocolate. Where is he? All right. He's playing on the back difficulty. Make some lore calls. All right. This is Solid Snake. Come in. Holy shit. Night Fright. Snake, did you just say Night Fright? You have no idea how much trouble you're in. He's the last surviving member of the Whispers, a legendary guerrilla unit. In a jungle fight, he even puts the Green Berets to shame. He's got the latest in camo technology. You can't see him at all. In fact, nobody's ever seen him. And that includes me. That's why they call him the Phantom Assassin. Snake, I think your luck might have just run out. Over and out. Me trapped in the lair after I have the bounty on Showdown. Solid Snake. I lived. Oh, there's different places that you can hear the different sounds if you want to do that. That's neat. I thought that was his gun firing was those sounds. No, no, no. What? You melted in sulfuric acid? That's not how sulfuric acid. We have to fight the boss again? There were puddles like that in the game earlier that didn't kill us. Or what do I do? A quick B1 rations? What? So the rats will come and eat the chocolate? Kodak. Alright, we'll do Kodak. Alright. I changed my frequency. I'm setting a new frequency by tap code. You have to decipher it. What? Well, not talking about Campbell again. This is solid state. Come in. Not even I can tell you anything about the prison. Sorry. See ya. This is solid state. Come in. How to deal with sulfuric acid? Let's see. You can neutralize it if you had something with caustic soda in it. I got it. You got any chocolate on you? That'll do the trick. Sulfuric acid reacts with the sugar in the chocolate to produce carbon and a rubbery substance. C12H22011, table sugar. See if you can find some chocolate. Over and out. That's actually true, apparently. Okay, but there's no way there's enough chocolate in a ration to counteract the puddle of acid that we instantly melted into on contact. Holy shit. Did they respawn? I don't know, I'm afraid of that too. I'm gonna have to go get 3 rations. That's so silly. Thank you, Jungle Rabba, for the resub with Eason. Ekin, one of those. Thank you very much, Jungle Rabba. 96 months of Jungle Rabba. Thank you so much. And thank you, the Knower 999 for the resub too. Hey Joe, I have a bunch of VODs to catch up on, so I'm just checking in to ask you something. Lately, you've been streaming a lot of story-focused games, VNs with mystery elements, currently Pentiment. So I was wondering, what is your opinion on plot twists and subvert expectations within mystery genre? Do you enjoy mysteries where the author basically plays it straight the whole time, or do you like unexpected surprises? I like it when the author is fair and can still pull off like a twist or a surprise that gets me. It's very hard to do, and even when you are fair, some people are still going to suss it out, so it can be a little frustrating. Dennis Lehane has a story about someone who, I think he was on an airplane, or maybe I'm getting him mixed up with Chuck Palahniuk's story. There's a story that Dennis Lehane says about some guy who came up to him and said, you know, I read Shutter Island, and you know, I figured it out before the end. I figured it out. And Dennis Lehane was like, well, yeah, that's because I played it completely fair. Like, you should have been able to figure it out. So there's some animosity between like creator and audience there, where it's like Dennis Lehane thought that it was a little unfair of the reader to think that they had done something really smart and successful or impressive when he played it fair. He didn't rely on like cheap tricks and stuff like that in order to sell a plot twist. Shutter Island's pretty good, by the way. It's a good movie. It's a good book too.
Apparently Campbell is 142.4 now that if he's done with 146.6. All right, 142.4. Would you say Umineko's main twist is fair? Absolutely fucking not. This is Solid Snake, come in. Remember that you won't always be able to procure supplies and plan accordingly. Over and out. All right, thank you, Campbell. Very cool. Umineko is really interesting because it becomes metafiction in many different ways as it progresses. Like it's layers and layers upon meta and meta. And one of the, without getting into spoilers, or I'll try and be vague, one of the cool tricks that Umineko uses his meta narrative for is realizing or planning for it. I don't think it was planning. I think he realized that a lot of the twists and the answers that he had set up are complete and utter bullshit. So he had to create a character as a straw man for the reader that would be angry about those twists and the unfairness, and Flanderize them to the point that you hate that character so much that when it's revealed, it feels like a twist. The rug is being pulled over them instead of you. And now you are no longer aligned with that kind of audience and reader, and instead you are hating them. And it's fairly successful, actually. At least it was for me. But it was extremely frustrating to go through, which is why I didn't like episode 5 very much at all. All right, we have 3 rations with chocolate on them. Okay. I don't know if it's really fantastic or a good part of the VN. I'm willing to let a bunch of stuff slide if there's like some really good parts in the rest of the experience. I don't know. But it is an interesting use of a villain. Like using a villain as a get out of jail free card for writing yourself into a corner is just like not just as a reader but as a writer too, was a really like interesting kind of use of that. Is like, wait, what? That's what you're doing? Okay, that's cool. But I don't know if a lot of people who are just readers and not writers, I don't know if they would appreciate it as much. Maybe they appreciate it more. I don't know. So in other words, Sumari, you're really looking forward to the new Silent Hill game that Ryukishi wrote, right? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the many Umineko references that I can Leonardo DiCaprio point at when we're streaming it in a couple weeks. He's gonna turn. Oh, he didn't. Thank you, Kiwi Miyawahara. Somewhere close. For the resub, chat, play La Mulana 2 and Josem Day. La Mulana agenda post every sub. I would like to stream that with chat helping me. I think that would be an interesting experience, but I think it would take too long and it might get boring for some people. But I would really like to get into La Mulana and see what they're all about. Oh, it doesn't come back. Okay, cool. What? Huh? But I looked everywhere. What's this thing on the map in the top left corner of this place? Is there like a crawl space that's just for rats that we can go into?
Did you try the pendant key? I did, yeah. It was after 2 rounds of that I tried. Let's go, Campbell. No. When replenishing your fluids, you shouldn't drink any more than 100 cc's at a time. When it absorbs fluids, your body drains an amount of energy equal to the temperature difference between... Okay, so this is, again, I don't know why I'm so potentially fixated on this. It is true that if you drink like really cold water, then your body will use some amount of calories to change the temperature to equal to your body. But it is like a negligible amount. It's just such a small amount. Like it doesn't do anything really. This is Solid Snake, come in. This is Solid Snake, come in. Okay, I don't know what to do. We need another card. It seems like there's something in the top left there. Let's see if we can blow up a wall. No. Use a mouse in order to attract the rats. No. Usually the boss drops something. Card 9 is found in the field where Evil Jungle was? Oh. Did we just miss it? It's just in the grass and you have to go through all the grass to find it? Okay. Didn't we get key card 8 from him? It only spawned after you killed this guy, apparently. What the fuck? They misplaced it in the drop table? Maybe they did, yeah. There's a codec call about it? Who do I have to call for it? Naomi? Okay. Anyone else share my horny experience of playing Metal Gear Solid 4 for the first time and being like, holy shit, Naomi looks like that? I had no idea. No? She looks worse? What do you mean? I thought she looked pretty good in Metal Gear Solid 4. She isn't British anymore? I like her more in 1. You can't even see her in 1! That's the whole point! Oh, there's more chocolate here. She's on the code. Yeah, blurry like you're looking through a virtual boy in green. Joe hates blurry green women. It's true, I do, yeah, yeah. I dislike out of focus goblins. I do not like goblins when my glasses are off, yeah. Yeah. I prefer 2D women, so the codec portraits are perfect for me. Okay, so we can see the key card, right? No? Okay, what's the codec called to get the clue to come here? I want to hear it. Naomi has 3D model and Metal Gear Solid 1 VR missions where you need to take pictures of her. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I didn't do the VR missions. Did the VR missions come with the version we have from Steam? Whoops. Okay, there is no codec call about finding this fucking thing. Alright, so here we go. We're gonna start here and we're gonna work our way down. Alright, here we go. Dun 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 dun. Picked up a grenade. I don't really mind something important spawning in the grass here, but it's spawning after you kill a completely different boss is fucked up. I think they call you about the cards to your system, like after enough time has passed or something, or what? I memory hold mostly the objectification of women in Metal Gear Solid games. That's been fun to revisit. I think I've memory hold a lot of it too. I remember the horny pictures you can take in Metal Gear Solid 2, but the rest of it I don't remember any at all. So I guess we'll be having fun doing that together. Wouldn't be shopping. I didn't think that was a like lol woman shop joke. I thought it was just like she's not here right now. I thought it was just a joke on that. Was that a sexist joke? Maybe it was. Okay, are you sure it's here, chat? I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore. Oh, it was in the last place that we looked. Okay, cool. Where's the combo card key that, like the blue card or whatever? I don't think the joke was that she was shopping, so no. Yeah, I think the joke was that she wasn't there. I don't think the joke was that she was shopping, but maybe I'm just being a dumb man. I'm not sure. Do you remember the Beauty and the Beast unit in Metal Gear Solid 4? Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay. So the series does have a lot of objectification of women. I forgot about that. Okay. So, I memory hold that, yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, my God. Oh no, I forgot that happens. Fucking 4 times. Oh. Oh no.
in my defense, I only played Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 4 once each of the way through, and I barely remember the bosses in Metal Gear Solid 3 too either. You know, I remember the bosses in Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 a lot because I replayed them quite a fair amount of times, but I only played those games once. Like the only boss that I remember in Metal Gear Solid 3 is the flamethrower guy and Ocelot. And the only boss I remember in Metal Gear Solid 4 is, spoiler, can't believe you've forgotten about how dare you Aminaris. I have no idea what you're talking about, so I've definitely forgotten that, yeah. I think there's some tweet about them that's like, in Metal Gear Solid 4, you fight sexy ladies who rub their boobs on you after they die, and you get a codec call that says that was Rubber Penguin. She had to eat cement when she was 11. Fuck. Maybe this is what my memory of that is now that you've unlocked it. There are 3 or 4 bosses in Metal Gear Solid 4 that are sexy women in latex costumes that have like armor over them, and as you fight them, like you blow the armor off, or after you've beaten them, you have to like the armor like they look like mechs, but then it turns out that they're like women in latex BDSM costumes afterwards, and then you have to like, do you like CQC them afterwards? And then after you beat them, they go to like some weird virtual reality realm, and you get to do a sexy photo shoot with them as they die doing sexy poses as their life forces are gone away from them. You should be able to get a card 9 from Jungle Evil. Don't you mean card 8? He only had card 8. No, he was in charge of cards 8 and 9. He must have dropped it somewhere. Check the area he was in. The card should be there. Keep up the good work. Thanks. 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 Ah, Snake, you're too late. He's already passed away. His heart couldn't take it anymore. Okay, there's a closet in here. We're going to be using it. Wait, what's that bruise on his neck? Not to worry, Snake. Marv may be dead, but the plans for Oilix are safe. Marv was a very careful man. He left behind a copy of the plans in case of emergency. He had a reputation as a video game enthusiast. He even used to have them shipped to him from the West every month. A few days ago, he hid some microfilm in the circuit board of one of his game cartridges. It was an MSX cartridge made by a Japanese company called Konami. MSX? That's the world's best-selling brand of computer, isn't it? Then he hid the cartridge inside that locker. Where's the key? I don't know. I couldn't get it out of him. I mean, he never told me. Snake, you're in danger! Holly, what's wrong? What's that part where someone gets stabbed right in front of fucking Leon in Resident Evil 4? Snake, it's Madnar. I thought there was something strange about him, so I had an agency check him out. After he was rescued from outer heaven, apparently things didn't go well for him. His radical theories were rejected in the West. He was dismissed as a madman and shut out from the scientific community, and as time went on, he was forgotten. Madnar wasn't exactly happy with the scientific community either. He must have been searching for some way to get back at them. That's when Zanzibar Land talked him into becoming a double agent.
He'd use his status as a scientist to feed technological secrets from the east and the west to Zanzibar land. Are we just staring at Madnar as we're having this conversation? And Dr. Marv's disappearance? Right, the timing is too perfect. Madnar must have given them every detail of Marv's itinerary in the US. Madnar was after Oilix all along. That's why he wanted to go to America with Marv. I'm afraid you've got me, Snake. I gave up everything to be a part of your world, even the country I was born and raised in, but your world had nothing but contempt and abuse for me. I just wanted to finish Metal Gear. It is the culmination of all my life's work in robotology. But your politicians were only interested in nonsense like SDI, NetW, and brain bombs. I passed on the scientific secrets of the East and the West to Zanzibar land, and in return, they aided me in my efforts to improve Metal Gear. Madnar, did you kill Dr. Marv? Yes, he would not share the secret of Oilix with me, and it was I who caused Gustava's death on the bridge by contacting Fox from the sewer. The bathroom break. Snake, I know Marv. No, Gustava gave you the key to the locker. Give it to me. I can't breathe. Hold on, let me eat a ration. Let's put a mine down. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Oh no, rats. What? No. I have keycard 9, right? Okay. Miss Cheese. Oh, do I just use the ration with cheese in it? Shit. Okay, if I reload this right now, I should come back with the cheese. Load. They actually rejected his research because he tried to submit his paper to the non-existent Journal of Robotology when it's the Journal of Robotics. This is alternate world, Walter. You know that. This is like Ace Combat Land. You aren't scared about horror games, or you easily discuss the disturbed while playing horror games? Depends. Gore doesn't really get me, although it might be becoming a little bit more effective as I get older. Stuff about vomiting blood gets me. I've said that on stream before. Not really. I'm not really that easily disturbed, I think. Alright, so let's go. We have to skip through this. We just did it. Man, Holly Calling right now is just wild. I can't breathe. Oh no. All right, let's use the missiles this time because it's funny. No. How are you eating a ration when you're being choked out? I think the mine strat's better. Alright, let's call the animal guy. What? Does it not work in here? Oh, it was Holly? My bad. Are you sure? I clicked on Castler. Oh, that's also the wrong person. Okay, that's why. Okay. Well, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. Whatever. There are 1,183 different species of mice in the world. Hamsters are rodents belonging to the mouse family. They grow to be about 25 to 28 centimeters long and are found across northern Eurasia and in Iraq. That variety was probably bred to be a house pet. House mice are very cautious creatures. They won't come out of their nest with humans around. Their favorite food is cheese. That's it, cheese. You can use cheese as bait. Do you have any on you? Too bad you're not here. I just ordered a pizza myself. Over and out. Okay, so it's good that we reloaded for the cheese. What do we do then? Do we just use the cheese and we just like... And now they... I don't want to do the fight again? What do I do? Do I just like... Do they follow the cheese? I don't understand how this works. Okay, they're coming out, and now I just lure them in here and then I go through? Oh shit! You shoot them? But they're low to the ground. Why can't I just shoot them when I'm inside the fucking crawly space then? You need cheese to expose the weak point? Okay, alright. Man, I love this scene. It's my favorite scene. Thank you, Justin C1118 for the resub. Wink X68. 68 winks. Thank you, Justin. Which Metal Gear Solid game are we looking forward to the most, chat? Man, I can't believe I forgot all about the Metal Gear Solid 4 fucking softcore porn parts. Shit. What the? Who was that for? Alright, got some yummy cheese. Here we go. Yummy cheese. Yummy cheese. Do I have to do the phone call before they'll come out with the cheese? Will you be redoing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance? Probably not, but it's possible. Yummy cheese. Okay, I kind of like that they're using the rations in this way of like what's in the food. It's interesting. In kind of like a shit way, but it's cute. What if I just like put a bunch of mines down? Will the mines kill them? Picked up cartridge. The game cartridge left behind by Dr. Marv. The Oilix microfilm is hidden inside. Okay, so what kind of horse piss is gonna happen when I come out of here right now? I knew that Dr. Marv. Snake. Snake. He'll never let you get away. He'll use it. He'll use Metal Gear. Here, let me tell you how to destroy it. I have one last gift from my daughter Ellen, who you're gonna marry. I'll tell you how to destroy it. Why? How to destroy the new Metal Gear. Try as I might, I cannot reconcile East and West in my heart of hearts. But Ellen is different, Snake. You must do this for Ellen, the daughter I left behind. How do I destroy Metal Gear? The armor is thinnest on the legs. Still, use grenades on the legs. It is the only way. The final delusion of a senile old man. There's no way to destroy this Metal Gear, Snake. Shit, I skipped it. Fox, come and find out. Snake, go through the front door. Nah, I need to get some grenades first. Hold on. Fuck. Do you want the photo shoots in Death Stranding 2 to be also be in tight suits, but his staff said no, not this time? I don't know. Maybe he's gotten less horny as he's gotten older? Why can't I open this door? Metal Gear Solid 5 says you're wrong. Is Metal Gear Solid 5 as horny as Metal Gear Solid 4? He forgot quiet. I haven't played the game, my weeb. Joe, it's hornier? There can't be anything hornier than the Beauty and the Beast sexy photo shoots. There's no way. Oh yeah, we have to do the key card. Snake, I'm not the same as I used to be, and neither is Metal Gear. Who's gonna win? The state-of-the-art walking battle tank that costs billions of dollars to develop and is gonna change the world, or one guy with a couple of grenades? I'll show you what fear really is. Prepare to taste defeat. Sorry, I gotta taste my coffee first. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Fuck off with the flashing lights. We didn't start the fire. Destroy Metal Gear D. The cartridge is mine, Snake. Burn in hell. Why are we on fire? Why is everything on fire? What do you mean? Wait, even in the menu it's fucking going? Quick, the bucket! What do I do? Call, okay. Snake, your items are on fire. Throw away all your weapons and equipment quickly. Use the A button. If you need to know anything about mercenaries or enemy weapons, ask our mercenary expert, George Castler. He knows everything. He used to work for us as a military advisor. You can trust him. His frequency is 1493. We'll pick up the tab for the info. Just don't ask him about whale cuisine. Over and out. No, the cigarettes. What else is on? Nothing else is on fire. Stop, drop, and roll. What do I do? Oh, my weapons are all gone too. I have to get rid of these? Oh. Where am I? The perfect ring for our final battle. It's been a while, Snake. Here we are, back in the minefield. What say we go at it hand to hand? A chicken fight? The two greatest rivals in Foxhound. I've been waiting for this moment a long time. Fox, I'll beat some sense back into you. Snake, it's time for you to learn why they call me Fox. Oh, we didn't have to throw the radio away. Gray Fox, real name Frank Yeager, former member of Foxhound. He was the last man to hold the title of Fox in the Big Boss era, decorated 5 times. Yeah, I know all about how good he is, better than anyone else. I fought with him. He's a cold-blooded hunter. He never lets his prey escape. Everybody in the unit respected him, looked up to him. When did you fight with him? That may be, Snake, but do you know about his past? It might help you out. 10 years ago, we in the mercenary trade knew him as Hunter. That's what Jaeger means in German. Back then, he was involved with some woman from the Eastern Bloc. Oh, no! He tried to get her to come over the fence, but it all fell through. Apparently, the West wasn't interested in taking her. That's when Frank started to hate the... He killed fucking Ice Princess? He killed his ex-girlfriend? What was that woman's name? She was an Olympic skater. Name was Gustava Hefner. Real fine woman. Movie star type. Gustava Hefner? Snake, if you manage to beat Fox, I'll tell everyone that Solid Snake is the greatest mercenary in the whole world and is also super cool and also bang Gray Fox's girlfriend before you beat him up. Over and out. What? Fucking... My god, he's good. Snake, looks like it's finally time for me to give it the title of Fox. Fox, why? I'm not like you, Snake. My situation is more complicated. Big Boss might have been just another CO to you, but he saved my life twice. This was way before I joined the unit. The first time I was a half-white living in Vietnam. It was after the war, and half-whites were being sent into forced labor camps. He saved me from that living hell, just like he saved all the children here. The second time was in Mozambique. I was being tortured as a Renamo soldier, and he saved me again. They cut off my ears and my nose. And this is your idea of paying him back? I saved you once. I have to save you a couple times more before you're on my side. No, you got it wrong. I hate war, just like all the kids here, but I need it. War is all we know. We can't make it in the normal world. We need the battlefield to survive. Big Boss gives us a place to fight. Conflict is in our blood. We can't deny it. I was born on the battlefield, and I'll die on the battlefield. All I can do is fight, Snake. All I can do is fight. Making people happy, making a woman happy is something I could never do. You mean... Guess I was always fated to die in action. Rest easy, Fox. I swear I won't turn out like you. Won't turn out like me. I'll have to remember that. Fight hard, Snake. Don't let your fans down. My fans? It was you, wasn't it? You were the voice on the radio. Why? Call it payback for being so selfish. See you on the other side, Snake. You won't be alone, Frank. Gustava is waiting for you. How do you know that name? Gustava. Thank you, Snake. Your #1 fan. Defeat Gray Fox. Picked up cartridge. Over here, Snake. Over here, Snake. Big Boss, you're alive? Snake, hold on, they have the same voice. Snake, welcome to Zanzibar land. I knew you'd come back to me. I came to get rid of the nightmares I've been having for the past 3 years. The nightmares, they never go away, Snake. Once you've been on the battlefield, tasted the exhilaration, the tension, it all becomes part of you. Once you've awakened the warrior within, it never sleeps again. You crave even bigger tensions, ever bigger thrills. What a thrill. As a mercenary, I think you would have realized that by now. You care nothing for power or money or even sex. The only thing that satisfies your cravings is war. All I've done is give you a place for it. I've given you a reason to live. I never would have made you for such a hypocrite, Big Boss. You saw those children, didn't you? Everyone is a victim of a war somewhere of the world, and they'll make fine soldiers in the next war. Start a war, fan its flames, create victims, then save them, train them, and feed them back into the battlefield. It's a perfectly logical system. In this world of ours, conflict never ends, and neither does our purpose. Our raison d'être. Our raison d'être. So there's plenty of job opportunities, is that what you're trying to say? On the battlefield, you and I are valuable commodities, but back home, we're nothing but dead weight. If we're lucky, we might get the attention of some 2-bit journalists from a cheap tabloid. How dare you talk about Holly that way? You and I are doomed to remain here until we die like dogs on the battlefield. Diamond dogs. I've only got one fight left, to free myself from your grip, to rid myself of these nightmares. Big Boss, I will defeat you! It doesn't matter who wins here. Our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield, and the winner will remain. No one ever dies in this fucking game series, and the survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier. It doesn't have to be that way. I'm not like you. I love life. Very well, Snake. Very well. I'll release you from your suffering. As your former commander, I'll do you one last favor and put you out of your misery. I don't need any more favors from you. Really? And just how do you expect to beat me in your condition? With no weapon? Never give up. Never fight until the end. Always believe you'll succeed, even when the odds are against you. Those are your words. Even I make mistakes from time to time. Snake, this will be our final battle. Let's end this once and for all. Hold on, let me call my friend first. Big Boss. There's not a mercenary in the world who hasn't heard of him. He's like a god, a living legend. I already know all of that. I need new information. Okay, but this is only a rumor, understand? 3 years ago, when Outer Heaven fell, Big Boss was seriously wounded. He almost died. Yeah, I know, I was there. I did it. He lost both hands, both feet, his right eye, and his right ear, but somehow he What? Then, an Eastern Bloc despot took an interest in him, probably couldn't resist getting his hands on a soldier of Big Boss's caliber. They decided to use Big Boss as a guinea pig in Madnar's Snatcher project. I don't know the details, but apparently it involved turning him into a cyborg. Now he's half man and half machine. Hard to believe, I know. But if it's true, Snake, you're way out of your league. None of your techniques is going to so much as put a scratch on him. Snake, give it up. There's no way you can win this time. Over and out. Campbell, what do you think I should do? Snake, Big Boss is no longer your CO. He's just another madman. Got that? Put aside your personal feelings and kill him. Again, stay focused. You can't afford to lose this battle. There's nothing more we can do for you. The whole world is counting on you, Snake. Good luck. Over and out. Holly, what do you think? This isn't a good time to talk. Call me later, okay? You're having a bad time? You're the one who's too busy right now. Master Miller. Snake, that guy is a monster. You can't beat him with just your fists. Use your head. Isn't there something you can use as a weapon? Wait, that card! Dr. Madnar. This is Solid Snake, come in. Oh yeah, he's dead. Whoops. Jacobson. Marv. Oh wait, also dead. Gray Fox. Wait, why is he immune to the acid? All right, we got a chocolate ration. We can take some of the acid away. No, I didn't have the chocolate equip. What a shocking turn of events. Man, I feel like we could have pushed through and finished this game yesterday. Maybe the game has a but at the end. Oh, he just left. Card 1. Stealth. No. Is that a lighter? The final boss is fumbling with these fucking key cards. Okay, card 3. Whoa, that was close. Picked up lighter. Okay, so I can move faster now? No, shove for fuck's sake! Oh my fucking god.
Thank you, Paramonata, for the bits. The other day in a game I was playing, someone said to someone else that they were useless, and the other person replied, useless, ? And everything went gray. I have no proof that this was a reference to your Persona 5 streams, but I have no doubts either. Wait, what? What game was that? I do, in every video, whenever I say the word useless, I make the screen go grayscale. Usually for just a couple of frames. I wonder if some people have noticed it or not. Wait, do they change every time? Is it random? Won't say because it was a Goonerish game, but it's filled with references? Really? Alright. DM me what the game is, please. I would like to know. Was it Metal Gear Solid 4? No. Okay. It's fucking acid, man. Kojima doesn't make goon material? Are you sure? Okay, card 5. Spray. A lacquer spray made from dimethyl ether and LP gas. It says, do not use near open flames, metallic gray in color. I'm sorry, are we making a makeshift flamethrower with like a spray of cologne and fucking and a lighter? An ordinary dollar store lighter, its use is unknown. We're just gonna MacGyver this shit? Ooh. Fucking turn. Why are you locked in? Okay, I died. Oh my god. How are you so bad? Sorry. This is kind of irritating. Why is the flamethrower blue? Because it's that hot. Blue flame burns hotter. Okay, and we don't go here, we go over here, right? This is the sixth one? It's not. It's the one? It's the one. Okay. Alright, now we go here. Now imagine if this boss had a run back. I don't have to imagine. I recently played the hit smash indie hit fucking Hollow Knight Silk Song. One of the worst games ever made. It had so little content that they had to elongate it by adding a bunch of artificial difficulty fucking runbacks that are anti-fun and also anti-woke and also woke at the same time. It's fucking crazy.
No, 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 no. Fuck off with that. Did we try this store? Okay, so we just have to get the next key from up top, and then we can go down to here. Okay, so this is the key that's under the table, right? No, okay. Alright, it was this door, and he fucking just blocked us from it. Okay. Card 3. Okay, let's go to the right just in case the card 3 opens the store over here. It does not. Okay, card 4. If Kojima made Silks... Whoa! If Kojima made Silk Song, there would be a nude Hornet section. Tell me you haven't played Silk Song without telling me you haven't played Silk Song. Fuck off, Big Boss! Alright, you are locked in for quite a while on this. Oh, okay. God, he's good. No! Wow, okay, this is actually what you're meant to do. Okay. Snake! It's not over yet. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Snake, snake. It's over. Defeat Big Boss in Metal Gear 2. Alright.
Freeze! It's okay, it's me, Snake. I was just fucking with you. Holly? Did I scare you? Phew. That was a close one. So, what's going on? What are you doing here? How you doing? You said it yourself. Stay alive. We'll meet again sometime. Is this the same music you used for Gustava? So I did. That uniform is too tight in the chest. Fucking hell. I feel much better now. Here, I stole this gun from the enemy. You can have it. Yeah, I could see how it'd be hard for a woman to use. Thanks. What? What are you talking about? So it's all over now, right, Snake? No, I still have one more job to do. You can't be serious. I'm dead serious, Holly. Snake, no, you can't. Heh 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 heh. You want me to call you a cab? Oh my god, that wasn't funny, Snake. Colonel, I'm gonna eat all the nukes. This is Snake. Come in, Charlie. Hey, Charlie. This is Charlie. Go ahead, Snake. I've got the cartridge. I'm ready to return to base. Making my way to the rendezvous point now. Roger that. I'll meet you there. Any passengers? Just one. Blonde with a cute face. Sounds like a dream. Over and out. Holly, we gotta run as fast as we can to the rendezvous point. Think you can keep up? Is that a proposition, Snake? No? I'll take that as a yes. What? Down. No, up. Nah, further up. Further up. What the hell's taking you so long? We're gonna be here till Christmas. This is Charlie. I'm 10 kilometers from the rendezvous point. Charlie's becoming Kermit. Shit. Hold tight a little bit longer. Over and out. Hurry. No! Why would there be a pitch? You're fucking kidding. You're kidding. Do I have infinite ammo here?
Zero grew so much since this game. 7 years later, he realized women can shoot guns. Snake still had to teach her how to shoot, okay? So he didn't grow that much, all right? My God. What the hell is taking you so long? We're going to be here till Christmas. Thank you, Talisman G1 for the resub. Thank you very much. 91 months. Thank you, Talisman G1. Thank you, Acer Sasha for the resub too. 47 months. Thank you very much. What do I do? Do I have to trigger the trap? What if we call Holly? Oh, this is why they said we didn't have time to finish it yesterday. Okay. Time for a break? It might be time for a break, yeah. If God Home equivalent DLC takes 1 to 2 years, will you replay Silksong beforehand? I already am replaying Silksong, but like after these replays, I probably will wait until all the DLC is out and then have a good time going back. Snake, damn it, I'm out of ammo. Oh, Snake. It's the chopper. We're saved. Charlie, you're late. Haha, Snake, you son of a bitch. Sorry, man. I didn't want to disturb you two lovebirds. This is fucking awful. I think we'll be home in time for Christmas. We'll be home in time for dinner, Snake. Let's go then. I'm looking forward to Christmas dinner with something about rations. Original staff. Game programming. Hideo Kojima. Hideo Kojima. Hideo Kojima. Scenario. Hideo Kojima. Graphic design. Hideo Kojima. Hideo Kojima. Hideo Kojima. Hideo Kojima. Mechanical design. Hideo Kojima. Damn, more people than made Expedition 33. Presented by Konami. Do you ever find it weird how people perpetuate the 33 people including a dog thing, implying the dog is more important than the PlayStation and stuff? I thought the dog was the playtester. I mean, we have an example of like a game that did not have enough playtesting and it still turned out like functional, but it didn't have balance passage and stuff with Silksong. Silksong definitely needed more playtesters of different varying skill levels. I'm really surprised that Team Cherry has doubled down in an article they released, they did recently. And I'm also especially surprised that Reddit is starting to become a contrarian about it and be like, the game is not, I just finished my deep dive of the game and this is the first time I've checked Reddit in 2.5 weeks and I'm really surprised. The thing, this game wasn't that hard at all. There's nothing bad about it. And it's just, we're turning into like elitism in the fucking game now. It's definitely too, yeah, it absolutely is definitely too hard. Yeah. This is coming from someone that didn't find it too hard, and it was almost a perfect level of difficulty for me. Like I struggled with some parts, but most of the game was a pretty smooth time for me, and it was about that difficulty that I would wanted. If anything, a couple of the bosses could have been more difficult for me, and I still think it was way too hard for like general gen pop. But then maybe it's because I have like 3 kids and I'm seeing them play it. So I think that it's definitely too hard in terms of like it needs difficulty options or whatever. Good work, Snake. Have you thought about coming back to the unit? The nightmares have stopped. I'm a free man now. I see. That's too bad, by the way. About that cartridge, is it really the one Dr. Marv hid his plans in? Why don't we open it and find out? No need for that. The cartridge I brought back is Dr. Marv's. No question about it. Just put it in the MSX. Alright, here goes. Huh? Nothing's happening. What on earth? Of course, Snake was right. There's no doubt about it. This is Dr. Marv's cartridge. What are you talking about? I don't see anything. Here, look closer. Dr. Marv left a signature on it right here. It says Kyo Marv. I see it now. It's written backwards. Fuck you. This is going Dr. Marv's last performance. He really loved games, didn't he? From the bottom of his heart. Dr. Marv was entangled in a pointless political game and it cost him his life. But the game he left behind will save us all. Right, Snake? Snake? Where'd he go? Colonel, Snake's gone! Snake? Where's he off to now? Snake! Snake! He promised to take me out to dinner. How low can you get? Roy Campbell. Is Snake canonically a virgin? Holly White. George Kassler. Drago Petrovich Madnar. Johan Jacobson. Master Miller. Keo Marv. Frank Yeager, Gray Fox. I don't think he knows what sex is. He knows the masculine things to say, but he says them without grasping the meaning. Yeah, I think so too. That's a vibe I get as well. Gustava Hefner. Big Boss. Helicopter. Metal Gear. D. Based on the Hind D. And you, the player. Solid Snake. Is Snake a himbo? He's kind of a himbo, yeah. Have you watched Escape from New York? A long time ago I saw part of it. It was on TV at some point. Not enough to talk about it. Codename Zebra, special item not used, ration used 25, original play time 5 hours and 23 minutes. Okay. Zebra. Someone during that conversation, when we were talking about Silk Song, said something about like what? I'm not being elitist. I'm just surprised, and I couldn't answer it because the game was on auto scroll. Like, are you going on Reddit and being like very performative and like blasting your opinion in all the threads, saying like, no, you're actually wrong. I'm really surprised by it, because there's two different things. Like going on Reddit and saying it in a public forum in that way and trying to fish for updates and shit like that. And defense forcing the game is what I'm talking about. Like, it's like clearly the game has some issues when it comes to difficulty, accessibility for people that don't play a lot of difficult games. So I would say that like that's where the comments are coming from. Like, if you are just finished the game and you're like checking what people think and you're surprised that they had a much harder time than you, then okay, yeah, you're allowed to be surprised. Like if you mesh well with the game or whatever, or like you had a pretty smooth time. But like going on and purposely like putting your hat into the ring of conversation on online forums and like going against it, and like Reddit is doing right now, is really frustrating, because the game clearly has some issues when it comes to that. Otherwise there wouldn't be a shit ton of people saying what they're saying. Like, you absolutely have every right and to say like, hey, I didn't find this game that hard, and I'm surprised other people did, because maybe like you have a hard time with games sometimes, or like with me, like I didn't find the game that difficult, but it's definitely a big step up from Hollow Knight, and I'm not going to go and invalidate a lot of people's experiences in these discussions right now and be like, no, actually you're wrong, and it is the perfect difficulty, and you just have to play the game difficult. Like no, like the game has some difficulty problems, especially with Team Cherry saying that they designed the game knowing that it might be the first Hollow Knight game that some people play. Are you enjoying the Silk Song replay? You're not that far into say. I'm enjoying it, yeah. I like the game. It's a really, really good game. Silk Song is not too hard for me, but I found it grating. Eliza P and Nine Souls are more difficult, but they felt a lot pleasant to play. How do you feel about them comparing games with the difficulty? Yeah, it's definitely, that's definitely true. Silk Song has a problem with like relishing in getting you with gotcha damage and stuff, even during some fights. And it just feels bad because it does 2 masks of damage and very early on, or if you don't find mask shards, you're going to be dying in 3 hits. Like, Leo is currently fighting the Cogwork Dancers. He beat them actually last night, but he's currently fighting the Cogwork Dancers, and I was watching him do attempts, and like he is just doing perfectly. He's dodging everything, and then all of a sudden he will like mistime one of their downward slashes, get hit in AoE when they land, and like by the time he has control back of his character, he now has lost tempo. He messes up a jump, and then he gets clipped by the next attack the Cogwork Dancers is doing. Then he panics, goes for a heal, and as he heals, the Cogwork Dancers just hit him. And so from one mistake, because he spiraled from that, he's dead. And like watching him, I'm like, God damn, it's so frustrating to watch someone like clearly grasp the fight and do a really good job with it. And because of one mistake and they got out of tempo with the fight, because you have to like, you have to feel that fight out, especially he's dead and he feels very, very frustrated, and I can see the frustration. I'm like, yeah, that sucks. Now obviously it is a skill issue. That fight is not particularly difficult, but for someone who might not be that confident with the movement and the attacks and is not really keen on that kind of play style and learning the fight, it can be frustrating. And I feel for him and other gamers like that. It has some issues in that area. I think you can die real fucking fast from one mistake. Um, yeah, I don't know. Do you think reducing every contact damage to one would fix it? I think that there should be a mode as a band-aid fix. You'd have to do more things to it, but I think as a mode, there should be a mode that makes it so all contact damage is one mask, or maybe even all damage except for maybe some of the very, very end bosses is all one damage, just like Hollow Knight 1 was. It's really rare that an enemy will do 2 masks worth of damage to you in Hollow Knight 1. That might make the healing a bit more powerful, but the healing is actually, I think, I have to go back and time it. I think Hornet pressing the heal button has a higher commitment than one heal in Hollow Knight. I think you could hold the button and get one heal off faster than the Hornet gets the full heal off. So in terms of difficulty picking your moment to heal, you still have to really good like fight awareness in order to get that heal off. So in a way, you might say that healing is easier in Silksong because it's just one press, you get the heal off, you can do it in the air, and you get 3 masks. But in another way, it's actually harder because you need to definitely know that the moment that you're picking is worth the heal duration. Whereas in Hollow Knight 1, you could get a quick heal off now and then instead of having to commit to the full 2 or 3. I'm pretty sure holding down the button for 2 or 3 heals is definitely going to be longer than Hornet's singular heal, but also getting hit while you're doing the heal is extremely punishing. With Team Cherry saying they designed it to be someone's first Hollow Knight, what article are you referring to, by the way? Because the one I read that had something similar was quoting Team Cherry back from 2021. Not a recent comment double down, so it reads like a change of direction to me. I can't remember where it was brought up. They didn't double down on it recently. I haven't seen them repeat that at any point recently, so maybe they changed their minds. I don't know. But the commitment that I saw in an article recently was them saying that they think the difficulty is fine because you have lots of options. You can just skip the boss, or you can find a way to come back later, or go get some power, or like just basically like use your tools, rethink your strategy, go get some mask upgrades, go get an nail upgrade. And they're right, you should do that. That is the options that you have. That's how you can use the options you have to change your difficulty select. It's just it doesn't go far enough, I think, for a lot of players. I think that a lot of the options that they have in the game are for people who are already intermediate, that are capable of beating the game with a helping hand. And I think there's a huge group of gamers that don't play a lot of hard games, or just played Hollow Knight and struggled with it and barely beat Hollow Knight 1. They're gonna have a really rough time with Silksong. There is no way someone who struggled to finish Hollow Knight 1, and I mean really, really struggled, unless they lock in and become a much better gamer, there's no way they're being the last boss in Silksong. It's just not possible. Silksong's last boss is on a whole other level than anything in Hollow Knight. They said if the game is too hard for you, you should go to another area, which seems insane to me considering the game has less rewards early on for exploration in Hollow Knight. Yeah, I feel like it does gate a lot of the power into later into the game. You can't really get much in the way of like extra health, extra power, extra nail damage until you're a decent way into it and you've already proven yourself. But the game's not that hard early on. I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure. My 6-year-old is in Greymoor. She's fighting Morwing. 8-year-old just beat Cogwork Dancers and struggled a bit. 10-year-old just beat Grohl and is probably going to the last third of the game currently. I don't know. What do you think of Metal Gear 2? It was good. I really enjoyed it. It's a lot of the dialogue was cringe, and not in the funny kind of cringe. Like I love the crazy, stupid fucking enemy boss backstory bullshit, but like a bunch of this, how Snake talks to like a character who is a woman. When a woman is on the screen, the whole thing torpedoes, and it was terrible. I don't know if it's meant to be funny. I don't think it's meant to be funny. It just sucks, man. It just sucks. I know a decent amount of media was like that back then, but I don't think it was quite this bad. What's it like being a woman having to go through this shit? It must be so fucking irritating. Sucks, man. But in terms of gameplay and tone, it was quite impressive. Gameplay, especially, even presentation was pretty good for the time. I think that it was a really interesting experience. I'm glad I went through it. I have a lot of context that was missing now for the previous games, although they're pretty much in line with what I thought in terms of story. There was more wackiness than I expected, and that was a surprise. But in terms of like what happened, it was very like very loose, very like just very direct. There's not much story sequence. It didn't interrupt the flow of it very much. I am also surprised that there was that scene in the sewer hallway where he was talking to Gustava, and there was this like pure Kojima blast of story tidbit that is just out of nowhere cringe. Like even with context, you're like, what the fuck are we doing? That sometimes loops back around to being kind of endearing and funny. It didn't this time, but it was just funny instead of endearing and funny. But I don't know. It was interesting, but definitely the gameplay. I'm surprised how much this was. It was like a prototype for Metal Gear Solid. So it's definitely Metal Gear was a prototype for Metal Gear 2, and then Metal Gear 2 was a prototype for Metal Gear Solid, and then Metal Gear Solid really nailed what he wanted to do and fully realized the vision or whatever. But yeah, I'm interested to see how Metal Gear Solid is going to land now. I'm also very interested to see people who haven't played these games before are going to think of Metal Gear Solid having seen the context of Metal Gear 1 and 2. I'm curious what was it like back in 1997 to play Metal Gear Solid for someone who had already played Metal Gear 2, where they're like, wow, this is a lot like Metal Gear 2. Was it cool, or did it feel like it was retreading the same ground a bit? Do you think Kojima knows it's cringe? Not back then. Maybe he knows it's cringe now. I don't know. My opinion so far, seeing what was shown, Metal Gear doesn't feel like that well written, but just very Kojima-like. So people like the Kojima of it more than the quality of writing. Yeah, it's a retroactive enjoyability, right? Because we know how Kojima is, and we see his fingerprints all over this. But like, if Kojima never made another game after this, I don't think people would be enjoying the story or anything or the characters in this game like in a positive way. It would just be let's laugh at it instead of laugh with it. But now that we know more about Kojima, we're laughing with it sometimes, but laughing at it most of the time. The gameplay still would hold up though. If Kojima never made another game after this, I think this would be like a cult classic. Like, look at this stealth thing that was back in the day. This is cool. Like, look how many ideas this had even back in 1990. It's like I think that would hold up still. But yeah. Do you have plan for the rest of the stream? Downloading Ghost Babel for fun. How would I get Ghost Babel? Is it on Steam? Or would I have to work at Blizzard to get it? It's online? I'm not doing that then. No. No, thank you. Thank you, Randy Lyon, or Randillion, for the new sub. Thank you, Rich. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Croc Sleuth, for the resub too. Metal Gear. And thank you, Pfeiffer, for the resub also. Thank you very much. I don't know, maybe Silksong's going to go the way of Elden Ring. When Elden Ring came out, there was a lot of dissent about it. There was a lot of discussions about how it was too hard, and the end of the third of the game especially was grueling in a very unfun, frustrating way. And when my video came out, it was actually really well received, and most people agreed with it. And since then, through people learning from a lot of people that pulled that game apart and elitism, it's not all elitism, but it is some elitism, some get good scrub, whatever the fuck. Opinions have changed on that to like, no, it was all just skill issues all the way down. That's not true. And a lot of the people that had those frustrations just probably just have not played Elden Ring again, and they haven't had to go through that gauntlet, and we saw it kind of resurge a little bit with Shadow of the Erdtree. Shadow of the Erdtree was better. I'm curious if the same thing is going to happen with Silksong now, where it's just going to be defense forced back into being like, no, it's okay, and there are no like legitimate problems or gripes, and it's just all on the player's side. That's not to say that people who enjoy Elden Ring's combat at the end are wrong to do so, or that really mesh with it and learn how to pull it apart and enjoy that playstyle, just like with Silksong. But that isn't just because there are people that really could meet the difficulty head on and pull apart how those systems worked and have a really good time with it. Just because they exist doesn't invalidate the people that didn't want to do that, and that their frustration wasn't well founded or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Like the fact that they found a valid way of playing it and that they've really enjoyed it, that's not invalid, but that also doesn't mean that the people who didn't like that gameplay are wrong too, right? Like more than one thing could be true at the same time. So I'm worried that that's going to happen with Silksong. This time I'm on the opposite side of that. When I played Elden Ring, like I didn't struggle too hard, but there were a lot of frustrations that I had with Elden Ring when it came to attacking from neutral and all this other shit, and how the bosses felt like that they weren't that tuned that well. Like I really hated what's his name? Marikith? Is Marikith his name? I really hated Marikith, but I still killed Marikith in like 3 or 4 tries the first time I fought him. Malekith. Like the fight that I struggled the most with on Elden Ring was Millennia. I died to Millennia for like a couple hours, I think. Like I still got it done in a decent amount of time, so it's not like it wasn't like ball crushingly difficult where I was like I'm like struggling so hard then getting salty, but I still felt like it wasn't a good kind of difficulty. So I was definitely on the side of people that thought that there should be some changes and it wasn't tuned all that well. But it still wasn't that hard. Whereas Silksong to me wasn't that hard, anywhere close to as difficult as some of the stuff was at the end of Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree. There's like 2 bosses that took me over about an hour to kill. So I think it was a really good difficulty, and it was really well put together for me in almost every single way. There are some mistakes and some mistakes. Sorry, there are some flaws I think that could be done better for Silksong, but it was really well done for me specifically. But I still do think that there could be changes and stuff that could happen for other people that are playing it. Does that make sense? Sorry, I'm feeling I'm being a bit too wordy right now. I feel like I'm on the other side of it this time, but I still think that there could be changes. You could play Unmetal maybe. It plays and looks like Metal Gear 1 and 2, and it's on Steam. Let's look at Unmetal. What felt like being a freak for difficulty? That's why Todd invented difficulty modes, and you can be a freak for difficulty. Yeah, you can do that. Unmetal. Oh wow, that is like Metal Gear. Holy shit. That's just Snake and Campbell, man. Slingshot. That's neat. When did it come out? 2021. Jesse Fox? J Fox? I feel like there's a pun there somewhere that I'm not getting, like a reference pun. Gray Fox. J Fox Gray Fox. That's where it is. Okay. It's a lot of items that you can get. It's also I really dislike that every attack even could turn out to be a pseudo grab attack that not only deals 2 acid damage but also rips you out of the flow. Yeah, that's something that we didn't talk about a lot on stream, but it is an issue, isn't it? Yeah, even if you get caught by the very last frame of some of those attacks, the boss or the enemy will suddenly snap into continuing the animation as if you got caught right at the beginning of it. I don't like that. But chat disagreed with me on some of that stuff. I really didn't like that. If I was there was an enemy in Bilewater that does this huge AoE spray in front of it, and if you get caught right on the edge of that, you still take full damage as if you got caught in the middle. And I feel like there should be some sort of thing like, okay, like it only does 1 mask if you get caught at the edge of it. Like it doesn't feel right that a little crumb of this attack got you,
and yet it does full damage, like you felt the full brunt of it. Yeah, I wasn't really a fan of that. Same with like if you get hit by the edge of a grab, like a grab attack that snaps you in, maybe you should just get take 1 damage or get knocked away. But like I hate grab attacks; they never feel good to me. Anything that's like that moves your character deeper into it, it just feels awful. Dark Souls are horrible for that too, where if you get caught by the edge of the grab, or like your foot is in the grab box and you get teleported in, it's just terrible. I was thinking about how you brought up how ridiculous it was that the community of pro gamers said that the ice pot method to knock Millennia out of waterfowl was something that was intended to, that was an intended method to deal with it. I can't imagine Miyazaki seeing his desk thinking, yes, of course, players will naturally figure this out with no guide. Yes, yes, of course. I don't think there. I don't want to get into the Elden Ring discourse too much. I don't think there was an intended way to deal with waterfowl until it was patched months later, in a way that a lot of people might not even know that it was patched. They made it easier to run or dodge away from now. Like maybe 6 or 7 months after the game came out or something like that. Don't quote me on the timeline. You have to, maybe it was longer or shorter than that. I'm not sure. But yeah, it was changed. They made it easier or possible to do it. I don't know. I think it's a really bad sign. That's why I push back against it in both the Elden Ring videos. I think it's a really bad sign that FromSoft feels like they've reached the level of difficulty expectation that they're starting to experiment with putting some moves into the game where they're like, let's just see how the players handle that, and we don't really know how to handle it. And it definitely feels like that's the case with Waterfowl. I'm not sure if it's the case with the last boss of Shroud of the Erdtree with an attack that he had that was undodgeable. Or very close to undodgeable. Even the speedrunners agreed that it was close to undodgeable, or it wasn't really something you can consistently react to. And that also got patched later on too. But that feels like it might be an oversight or a glitch. But like I can't imagine like it shouldn't have come up in playtesting. I don't know. Miyazaki has confirmed he runs Spirits of Magic, so maybe he just melted her and didn't have to deal with the move and expects others to do that. There's more playtesters than Miyazaki. They should have figured that out. A couple of guys that do a triple slash in Silk Song will add a fourth if you get hit by the last one, so you take 2 masks, and that's just bullshit. Just make the slash do 2 masks and call it a day. I also dislike it when you get hit by an attack, you get locked into another attack after that. Just let the first attack do more damage. Yeah, that's a pet peeve of mine too. I think I've said that in a video at some point, yeah. Can we play FTL? I don't know what we're doing. We might just stop. Like I've been streaming a lot lately, so it might be good just have a short stream when we're done with this. I'm not sure. I don't know what to do. We could fire up Sifu. I have it installed. We could see what that's like. There's extra material in the main menu with I believe a screenplay for the game. So we want to look at that? I don't know if we want to look at that or not. You won't be able to be today. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I will be, but we might be able to check it out. We have to do Scrandal. Is Friday Scrandal? Yeah. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What? Oh my god. Sorry, 1 second. When I clicked back onto it, it just automatically went into Solid Snake 2 or Metal Gear 2. Do 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 do. Master Book. Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake.
Digital book. Table of contents. The world of Metal Gear 1 and 2. First stories of a legend. 1990 saw a pair of crisis threaten the world. Okay. How do I move? What? Big Boss Identity. Destroy Metal Gear. Oh shit, there was a big spoiler in the bottom right there. What the fuck? Holy. Okay, we're not reading this. That was a huge spoiler. I mean, it says spoilers ahead. I thought it would be spoilers for just Metal Gear 1 and 2. I didn't think it was going to be spoilers for all of it. What was the spoiler warning? It does say the entire Metal Gear series. You're right. If I select the game, can I look at the manual? Online manual. View tap code info. Tap code is a communication method that was used at a prison in North Vietnam. The prisoners referred to it as the Hanoi Hilton. It is said that it was also used during the Korean War. The communication method involves tap ping, using some form of sound to encode messages. The sender would tap out a signal against the wall or floor or pipe based on the chart to the right. The receiver then decoded the tap signal using the same chart. Thus, prisoners were able to exchange information without speaking to each other. First, tap out the row. 1 tap for the first row, 2 taps for the second row. When the row has been tapped out, pause briefly, then similarly tap out to the column. Ah, okay. All right. So if I went like tap tap, then it's row 2. So it'd be F G H I J, and then I would do 1 of 5 taps in order to get to where we are for the column. So if I wanted to do J, I would do 1 2, and then I would do 1 2 3 4 5, and I would get to J. Those NES games are under bonus content? Where's the bonus content? I don't see it. Is it? Oh, it's in your Steam library. Okay, I don't think we should look at that then. Is Revenge of Snake on there? Bonus content is Steam if you got the whole Master Collection. I don't think I did. Maybe I did. Do you think we're getting a lace game from Team Cherry 2032? I fucking hope not. Where would the bonus content be? If I type Metal Gear into my library, I have Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, Metal Gear Solid Master Collection version, Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, and Metal Gear Survive. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection bonus content Volume 1. Maybe I don't have it. Okay. You probably answered this already, but you planning on playing Hades 2? It's okay to ask the same questions that other people might ask. I have no plans, but I might do it on stream for a couple streams later on. Maybe like a while after it comes out, just to see what it's about. Like, I enjoyed Hades 1, but it wasn't my favorite. Is Peace Walker on Steam? Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. Okay. Title lineup: Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid, including VR missions, special missions, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear NES FC version, Snake's Revenge. Okay, so I have what if I add this to cart? Is it going to like remove some of the ones that I already have, or is it going to charge me for the whole thing? Hades 2 has a pretty good chance to be nominated for Game of the Year too. Do you think so? Maybe. It should, you confirm? It's not showing that that I'm gonna have some of it removed. It's still charging me the full price. It says, if purchasing for yourself, you will not receive an extra copy of Metal Gear Solid Master Collection version, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. I'm gonna have to get these anyway, so maybe if I get the other two separately, it'll somehow think that I'm getting it all, or I don't know. Metal Gear Solid Legacy, Metal Gear Survive. You play Metal Gear Solid 3 or Metal Gear Solid Delta, or only one? Or sorry, both of them? We'll probably look at both of them. Sorry to be like all over the place. I haven't really decided what we're doing just yet. Bonus content is only part of the collection package as far as I know. Okay, we don't need to do it then. I don't think we need to do Snake's Revenge. It's not even canon, right? Is Metal Gear Solid 5 locked in? It's really long. Yep, we're going to be doing Metal Gear Solid 5. That's the only one I haven't played in the mainline series. I've never played that. I already have it too. How are we playing Peace Walker? On a PlayStation? Okay, so I know we went through this before. Let me go use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll do our dolls, and then we'll talk about what we're gonna do. And maybe we'll find something else to stream for the rest of the day stream or whatever. But yeah, enjoy your black stream while I'm gone. Oh, thank you, Ulix 2015 for the new sub. Stream a new sub during this bowl. Thank you, Ulix. Ulix? One of those. Fellow Eula enjoyer, thank you very much. Anyway, be back in about 5 minutes or so. Man, I kind of wish I'd started a bit earlier yesterday and gone a bit later. Added a bit on both sides of the stream yesterday. Never finished Metal Gear 2 one stream yesterday. We definitely could have done it. I thought that there was a lot more of the game left. Alabaster Dawn demo is up, by the way. I'm not going to play that. I'll wait for the game to be out. Hope the demo's good though. Okay, time for the dolls. You planning to read Crossroads of Ravens? It should be having English release soon. I don't know what that is, sorry. What's Crossroads of Ravens? You should look outside. I've already looked outside. I've been outside today. I took Gatsby for a walk. New Witcher. Oh, is that what it's called? Oh, okay. I'm not reading that for a while. All right. Outlast. Something like that. Outlast. No. What the hell is this? Oh, I played this game. I don't know what this game is called, but I played this game. Heart of Darkness. Yeah, this was on the PlayStation 1, wasn't it? I played this game, or I played a demo of it. This game was cool. I'm surprised it's on here. All right, this looks like a Street Fighter or a Tekken or something. Street Fighter 6. Nope. Tekken? Nope. Oh, okay, I know what this is. Who's that? Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise. Man, I'm so bad at the dolls lately. All right, time to embarrass myself with Bandle. Can we hear it? Okay, 2003, 500 million views, Easy on Par 2. 2003, I was 17? 17. What music was coming out when I was 17? Oh, fucking hell. Near end of high school. Oh, shit. Okay. This sounds really familiar. The Killers weren't a thing in 2003? Sure they were. Killers were around 2003, weren't they? Mr. Brightside? This is not Mr. Brightside. If it is, it's a part of Mr. Brightside that makes it hard to realize it's Mr. Brightside. This is Mr. Brightside. What? I don't hear Mr. Brightside at all in this. I hear like an Our Lady Peace song or something like that. What part of Mr. Brightside is so distinct that isn't in this part of the song then that I'm not picking up? Am I immediately going to hear it with the guitar 2 and 3?
I definitely hear it more, but if I had chat down, I'm not sure if I would have gotten it here, to be honest. What about strings? Okay, now I get it 100%. Okay. I like the part at the end of the song when it goes dun dun dun, and he moves his hand with the motion of the very last part of it. It's cool. Isn't there like a, what is it called when, does this have a term? What is it called when a rhyme is set up for a word, but maybe they can't say that word because of like censorship or whatever? Maybe it's a lewd word, so instead they substitute it with a different word instead. Isn't there like a case of that in this song as well? What is there a term for that? She's touching his chest. Yeah, like that part. Yeah. Radio. I don't think it's a radio edit. I think maybe they just don't want to be. They just want to allude to it instead of actually saying it. Maybe it's on their side. Like it's like they're they don't want to be too blunt. Euphemism? Is it just a euphemism? I'm not sure. Maybe. Leading rhyme is how I've said it. Leading rhyme is a good term. I like that one. I really like the Killers. This is not my favorite song of theirs. But yeah, I quite like the Killers. We ever play Thank Goodness You're Here? I don't think I know that one. Has that been brought up before? It sounds familiar. Maybe. What's your fave by the Killer song? All these things that I've done. I love that song. All right, Jodel. Okay, this is straight up the dumbest thing in the game so far. The fact that it's programmed to even heal over after it happens, just straight up the dumbest thing in the game so far. I honestly can't believe it. Okay, this could be anything. What the fuck is this? Programmed to even heal over after it happens. God of War. It's God of War when Kratos gets stabbed through the stomach with the part of the rock. God of War 2018. Nope. Okay, it was after that. Re-village when the hand comes off? No, that was awesome. I wouldn't call that dumb. Would I call that dumb? Nope. Detroit when Kara digs out the chip? What? Detroit. You were right. Okay. What's this? I don't remember this at all.
Oh, we're actually doing it. Okay, this is straight up the dumbest thing in the game so far. The fact that it even like is programmed to heal over after it happens, just straight up the dumbest thing in the game so far. I honestly can't believe it. Oh, now we can do it. Oh no!
Oh no! Remember when we saw the fingers of the corpse the night before and we couldn't look? SteamDle, alright. It's not me, I promise. Among Us. Yay. All right, Scrandle. So today is a Friday Scran. So I hope you all voted accordingly in your whatchamacallit, in your prediction. Here we go. Pizza and beer for 150 versus the mini pizza on the right. Okay, both of these pizzas are edible, but one is more edible than the other one, and I think the right one is more edible. The pepperoni or whatever the fuck this is, the ham, looks a bit more appetizing on the left to me, but that cheese looks like it's liquid and it's gonna move around a little bit. So I would give it to the right a little bit, but I'm not like happy about either of these pizzas. Um, I'm gonna go with left because it comes with a beer. What? Margarita pizza versus slice of Domino's pizza. People have a hate on for Domino's that is not really all that deserved, I think. Left looks kind of gross to me, but it might taste good. I don't know. I would like right just looks like a standard bog standard fucking run of the mill like 5 out of 10 pizza slice like whatever the fuck. I feel like it's expensive though, whereas left is I'm going right. Okay. People agree that left is not that great. Okay. Pizza, this is very low versus oh man. That's from Italy? What are they doing? Is this the first pizza they ever made and they found it? I think left. Like maybe like I don't like left is gonna be like what like 29 and right is gonna be like 22. I feel like maybe it's left. Like I right what the fuck is going on here? I'm going left. Okay, fuck. 53? Garlic fries and cheese pizza with fucking hell for 13.50 versus pepperoni pizza 6.70. I don't like right. I do not like right. Left is really expensive though, but like you're getting a shit ton of fries with it too. I don't like okay, whatever. I don't understand how you fucking hell. Right is gross disease, but left has kiwi on it. I don't give a shit. Okay, fine. All right. Neither of these are edible. I'm going left. Okay. These are too high. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening right now. The people have like their fucking pizza standards are so low, I guess. Pizza slice versus pizza and beer. What drink is this? I don't know this drink. Left is decent here. Like if they were both free, I would eat the slice on the left. The slice on the left actually looks fairly tasty, but for 15 quid with a Coors Light can fuck off. Right looks like if it was put in front of me, I would try it. Like maybe it's okay. I don't know what that drink is. What drink is that? Is that a beer? Oh, it says on there beer. Okay, so it's better pizza slice with worse beer versus better beer because there's no beer that's worse than fucking Coors Light with slightly worse pizza slice. Going right. Fucking hell. Okay, so the one on the right is you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. What the fuck is going on with the right? Left is not great value for money, but it looks pretty tasty and edible. Not my favorite kind of pizza. I don't know how the pizza cutter got like it got caught with all the pepperoni when it was cut. What the fuck happened here? How did this one get out unscathed, but the rest of it got ripped up in the fucking torrent current and got like dragged around on it? What the fuck are we talking about? Okay, right right looks like it should have a toy inside. Like I feel it's left, right? It's got to be left. It's got to be left. It's that is quite low actually. What? Because of the price? Oh, fucking hell. Okay, we have surface of a gas giant on the right versus maybe edible pizza. Like I don't know. Like this ruins it. This looks like mold to me that's beginning to spread. It's not an olive. Easy right? What do you mean easy right? This is so gross. I feel like everything's a trap today. It wasn't. Okay. All right. Okay. Can we get a 7 out of 10 scran on Friday? I'll take it. Shit. Sicilian pizza slice, 10 pound 20 for a corner of this pizza versus pizza slice 2 quid. It is. It's 5 times the price, but it's not 5 times the pizza. How dare they present themselves as being like a gourmet pizza place, calling themselves the Slice House with the name on it? Respect the craft. Are you serious? This looks like ass. Welcome to the Slice House, where you buy and slice at a time instead of a pizza. That's our gimmick. You know what? Fuck your slice. I'm going right. Just for, yeah. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. 7 out of 10. I'll take a 7 out of 10. So this was a bloodbath. This was so hard fought. Holy shit. Is there a way to see how everyone else did today? Like they should have a leaderboard. I would like to see. Fucking hell. This was really difficult. Left doesn't look that bad. Scrandle is crazy. It was, but it's 10 pounds. If I was eating one of those two, I would eat the one on the left. If they were both put in front of me, I'm like, okay, I'll try the one on the left or try the one on the right. Like, yeah, it wasn't like. Sorry, when I said dog shit, the price was a part of it, man. It was a thick slice. You get a whole pizza for that price. I have pizza in the fridge, actually. I'm gonna eat some pizza after this. Oh. Do. Thank you, JDoll113 for the new sub 2 while we're doing the dolls. Thank you very much, JDoll. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Are we playing anything else? I don't know. What do we want to do? Hop on Minecraft. Unk, believe it or not, I do not have it installed, so I cannot hop on Minecraft. Play UFO 50 for old school vibes. Does UFO 50 have a Metal Gear like? Knowing Kojima might turn into to be canon at some point in the future. Peace Walker? I don't have it, sorry. Could do a Hollow Knight critique rewatch. Oh yeah, we were supposed to do that for Silk Song, weren't we? Yeah, we could do that. I don't know if I want to. We could do that. How do I sound in the Hollow Knight video? Can I stand to hear myself talk in that one?
There are many ways that you...
Man, I hate how I sound when I'm not on ×2 speed. It's one of your more recent videos, 7 years old. Thanks.
There are many ways that you can judge a game. That should be obvious because there are many ways that you can judge anything.
Yeah, just shut the fuck up and get your own dick out of your mouth, fucking bozo. What the fuck are you talking about? All right, is it too loud? Is it too quiet? Or is it okay? Like, what are we doing? Can we go to 1.5? We are at 1.5. That was 1.5. I know. I know. It's too fast.
But there are two big ones that I want to speak about.
Mm-hmm.
The first is looking at something as a product that's available for purchase.
So I'm talking over right now.
The
Can you hear us
second
both
is
or no?
looking at it as art, or if you find that term too contentious, appraising it in regards to how successful it was and what it set out to do, whether that's intentional or your interpretation.
Okay, so despite the presentation being pretentious as fuck here, this is an important distinction that a lot of people don't make a lot of time, and some people don't understand that you can just remove the price completely and you can still judge something. It's also tied into the idea that we were talking about during Silk Song, where we were speaking about how like value for money, and some people were saying like, well, should Baldur's Gate 3 like cost like over $100 because it's such a long game, or should Balatro cost like $1,000 because you can play forever? Like, no, like the amount of time that you spend with something or the amount of content that you can sink into it doesn't necessitate the price most of the time. Production values have to be a part of that as well. Like I don't think the amount, like, I think, didn't I say that in, was it the Darkest Dungeon video? I already brought it up. I brought up like the idea that should Solitaire be one of the most expensive games of all time or something like that, because you can play Solitaire forever. Like the amount of time you spend with something very rarely contributes to how much it should cost, I think, when it comes to games. I think, maybe, not sure. Anyway, some people want 1.25 speed.
In my mind, this is the difference between a review and a critique. A review sets out to decide if something is worth your money and time. A critique, on the other hand, cares very little about those things. Instead, it's about weighing the strengths and weaknesses of something, divorced from any monetary value.
Who the fuck is David Cassie?
These are not hard, firm, or other erotic descriptions I put in front of the rules for either reviews or critiques. My videos especially bleed from one to the other, although I think I'm more on the critique side of things, and only like to mention value here and there. Enough of that though, why am I bringing this up for Hollow Knight? This game is exceptional in many ways. The biggest one, however, is its ratio of price to quality content. What I mean by that is Hollow Knight is such an outrageous bargain at its...
So quality there is doing a lot of heavy lifting when you're comparing something to Solitaire, right?
$15 launch price, that it's pretty much flawless. It's immune to criticism.
Yep.
If you like Metroidvanias or just have an interest in 2D platformers, then you can't really go wrong here.
True.
I can't explain this more clearly than saying I would have happily paid $60 for the amount of enjoyment I got out of this game. At $45, I would have still thought it had great value.
And this came out before all of the... As if I'm interrupting it, right? Like, this is the whole point, is watching along, right? And this is before any of the DLC came out. There was not a single DLC for Hollow Knight when I did this video. I'm pretty sure there wasn't...
the Lifeblood one, I don't even think the Lifeblood one was out when this video came out. I'm pretty sure there was definitely no Hive Knight, definitely no reworked Nosk, definitely no Trader Lord rework. So it's even better value for money now that all the DLC came out. Yeah.
Hollow Knight launched permanently on sale, and maybe this is irrelevant to a lot of you watching, but that's a big part of what a product review is.
Yep, true.
If, say, 2 office chairs are of equal quality in every way, but one is $100 cheaper, then it's easy to see which is the better product.
And also, the one that's the way that they found out how to cut all the costs might put the other company out of business.
Although you might be suspicious about where they're finding places to cut costs. That's how I feel about Team Cherry. Not including the composer, only 3 people made this game, and it is a mass...
Okay, so that's not true. Sorry, that's not true.
It's a game full of lots of enemies, upgrades, bosses, and a world that keeps expanding outward with new levels long after you're sure you've seen everything. It's that kind of experience, the Energizer Bunny gamified, because it just keeps going.
Nice
and
line.
If this is the type of genre that you like, you'll want it to keep going. Even when you are finally done with it, you'll want it to keep going.
Past Joe's defense, who is a different person from me for reasons of accountability, in Past Joe's defense, were the people they had working on the game, were they in the credits? Or was it just the 3? Because I kind of remember looking at the credits to confirm that. I can't remember.
Hope Team Cherry didn't shoot themselves in the foot with their launch price.
And
that's my spoiler-free, bare-bones review / introduction of Hollow Knight. And
what do we think of this kind of review style? Where I feel like that this is the most standard thing or the consistent thing among the videos. That aren't like super duper long, although some of the super duper one longs have it too. I try to have like a mostly spoiler free kind of like mini review at the beginning until I get into like, okay, now spoilers happening, now I'm doing the critique. I think it's a pretty good system, right? Or do some people think that it's a waste of time? Like I like to have that at the beginning as a little teaser, and like without getting into the real meat of it. Most people seem to like it. Okay, good. All right, it's not a waste of time then. All right.
Glowing recommendation to play it before watching this video. I can find a lot to criticize in this game despite everything that I just said, but that's only when judging it as art. As a product, Hollow Knight is a 10 out of 10.
Okay, so pretty good intro, has a kind of a punch at the end. My delivery is not that great, and I wish the music had kicked in a little bit earlier instead of it being now. I think the music bleeds into the next scene, doesn't it? When I'm fighting Soul Master? Nope, it's Hornet. Okay.
So why did I just go through the trouble of explaining all that and making that big distinction?
Because you love hearing yourself talk.
Warning, but mostly because I want to make it abundantly clear that all of the criticism that follows may appear petty unless you separate it from the price. Much of what I speak about will be advocating more content, more work and development time from a game that has outstanding value for money already.
Okay, and let me tell you, everyone that watched this video that's a big Hollow Knight fan definitely heard me say this and definitely kept in mind whenever they've criticized this video. They've kept that disclaimer in mind the whole time. I've never received any amount of pushback about product price and value. Never, ever, at no point, ever. Man, I'm so careful about spoiler warnings, and yeah, I still get some people like on my tits about it sometimes. Like even to be like, oh, you spoiled the witness. You didn't put the spoiler warning properly in the witness. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? There was fucking 2 spoiler warnings in that video. What the
That may not seem right to some of you, but that's how this works. Hollow Knight is more than just a product.
Yep.
Its biggest problem is pacing, which isn't something that's brought up much when speaking about video games. It's hard to quantify what pacing even is when the player is often in control of most of it and therefore dictating it. It's made further complicated when you account for taste. Movies and television shows that have a slow-burning plot are a favorite for some and are tedious for others.
Wait. Did someone bring up Drive? Boys, I have no idea what girls go through. What's my favorite movie? That's easy. It's gotta be Drive, starring Ryan Gosling. Seriously, you've never seen the movie Drive with Ryan Gosling? It's one of the best films ever made. Oh, nothing on Netflix looks good. Well, as a matter of fact, I just happen to have a copy of Ryan Gosling's hit 2011 film with Drive here on Blu-ray. Let me just pop it in the player and let's watch.
Books can show this even more if the author has a voice that benefits from a lot of observations and gradual, rich exposition rather than one explosive plot point after another.
So these are just some of my favorite books and books that I like and I think are good examples.
Some people can also appreciate many different forms of pacing and don't want the same one in every single movie that they watch or book that they read.
It's Train to Busan, isn't it?
Video games can also be viewed this way. The pacing of its story, sometimes even how that story is being told. If gameplay is constantly being wrestled away to show many long cinematics, then it can be viewed as poor pacing. At this level, it doesn't even matter what the story is about, just that the pacing of the gameplay is being interrupted. Just like some people who prefer the story in some games to the gameplay may view the opposite as poor pacing. I've heard that said about The Last of Us in particular. Some people really like that story, but they don't like the gameplay, and they wish that they could just have the story without having to go through all of that.
Oh, now you can. Yeah, there are a lot of people that don't like the gameplay in Last of Us. I think The Last of Us gameplay is actually pretty good. Have you seen Nero's Hollow Knight review? He was way more harsh on it way more harsh on it. And even though I disagree with him, I think it's an interesting viewpoint he mentions to you. I haven't seen Nero's Hollow Knight review. No, he's harsh on it. Really? I don't want to do React Andy to other people's content, but I'd be interested to watch and see what he found to dislike.
An overly long tutorial is another good example because it can feel like a really slow start. Neverwinter
He's about to say it. This is Neverwinter Nights 2, which has a just glacial fucking opening. Oh my god. Just fucking terrible opening.
Nights 2 immediately comes to mind with its long festival scene that introduces so much and is pretty much necessary, but it still drags. But what about the pacing of gameplay throughout an entire game, its mechanics, complexity, and challenge? In Hollow Knight, you are a Hollow Knight, a vessel. Since it's a Metroidvania, it has...
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if the lore people have dug into that and disagree with that. That was my perception just having played it, but that might not be accurate. I'm not sure.
Many upgrades and abilities that you find throughout the game that unlock access to new areas, which in turn have more upgrades and abilities that unlock access to new areas. It's a snowball rolling down a hill, or an anthill would be more appropriate for this game. This
nice
also
one.
means that at the beginning, your options and abilities are strictly limited. This is something that many people love about the genre, the difference between where you start and where you end. My issue is twofold, that your ghost-type bug Pokemon could have started with at least one more ability, and that the game can't capitalize on the potential of the full moveset you'll have by the end of the game.
Oh yeah, we have to do the category. How did Nagas do it? He just did explanation game and then changed it. Can we just do that? If I type explanation game Hollow Knight, can I just change it? Cool. Okay.
Except for one fight at least. At the start of the game, you can move left, right, and jump. You can hold the jump button for higher jumps, which can allow for some precise control when doing a series of differently spaced jumps without stopping.
Yep.
Similar responsiveness can be found in midair control, and the acceleration you have when you move from a resting position, or rather the lack of it. You go to top speed instantly once you start moving from a full stop. Without playing the game, this can be difficult to understand because it's something that really has to be felt. I'd like to draw comparisons to some of the older 2D Nintendo games, and I'll have to risk the video getting copyright claim to do so.
Yay.
Although there's at least one alternative I can think of right now. Shovel Knight has a tiny delay from resting to moving, same for when you change direction. His midair control is just as responsive as Hollow Knight's though, at least from what I can tell from playing it a little. On the opposite end, you have Samus in Super Metroid, who has the air control of a pregnant cow who miraculously discovers she can fly for a few seconds, and then just as quickly loses this ability at the peak of the jump. She also has a sharp...
I hate the jump in Super Metroid. I hate it so much.
Focus on vertical movement rather than horizontal, which feels like trying to throw an empty plastic bag across a room when you're trying to make any horizontal jump in the game.
Oh, that is a good description of that, actually. Good job, past me. Yeah, it does really feel like throwing an empty plastic bag across the room. It's such a fucking awful jump for horizontal movement.
This level of responsiveness in Hollow Knight's controls does not automatically make it a better game. In fact, I'd say most of the great 2D platformers that I've played have at least a small amount of acceleration delay when moving, and nowhere near this level of midair control. However, it does suit Hollow Knight specifically because it has a much more involved combat system than most 2D platformers, especially when it comes to bosses. Enemy attacks come at you relentlessly and with very quick telegraphs, so you need to have a movement system that is just as quick and non-committal with its jump arcs. This is more true later on in the game when combat becomes more aerial in nature. In terms of offense, your options start out just as light as your movement. Your weapon is a nail, which I will from here on out refer to as a sword because that's functionally what it is. You can slash in 4 directions depending on where your character is facing. Left.
Why don't you want to react to other people's videos? Can you say it's lazy and drama-inducing so people can quote that every time you react to one of your videos? Yeah, sure, yeah, you can do that, yeah. People can react to my videos, I'm okay with it, though. I mean, like, when they do, like, a react thing and they just, like, relentlessly shit on it over and over and over and over again, and then it's monetized, that can feel kind of bad, but, like, I would be a hypocrite if I said that if I, like, stood in the way of that, because, like, sometimes I will do a stream of a game and relentlessly shit on it, so, yeah, it doesn't feel that great, like, but that's probably because, like, I'm not, like, a big, like, multi-millionaire company or whatever, you know what I mean, like that, like, so, maybe that's where it's coming from. I think some people have done that to The Witness, so it's a little irritating.
Right or up when you're on the ground, and the same for when you're in the air, plus a downward slash. I think there are two things that
Good
are
cuts
important
there.
to note here. Unlike Zelda 2 and Shovel Knight, Hollow Knight's downward strike isn't automatic if you press down on the D-pad or
Yeah.
analog stick, depending
You
on
have
what
to
you're
time it.
using. This means it's something that you have to time in order to hit your enemies. It also means it's something you can mess up and land into them, taking damage instead. This may make it seem like Hollow Knight makes more demands on you when it comes to landing attacks, but the other difference here is that every slash in this game has a wide arc to it. Whereas in Zelda 2 and Shovel Knight, you have a slower stab that can be trickier to land. This is very clear in Zelda 2, which has many enemies with shields that can shift to block your precise stab attacks.
I like this game. I think this game is pretty good. I like this kind of dueling system where you have to like duck and go back up and block the attacks and shit like that. I actually quite like this game.
Which is something you can also do and creates a simple dueling system in that game.
Yep.
Shielded enemies in Hollow Knight, on the other hand, block your whole arc no matter what. You have to wait for a total opening or get above or behind them instead, or use magic. You also start the game with the ability to heal. You have a resource called Soul, which can be used to replenish your life by getting to a safe position and holding down the B button. To me, this shows that Hollow Knight was already willing to break the soft Metroidvania convention of starting you with as basic a character as possible. I wish they had gone one step further than this and included the dash from the start too.
Did this motherfucker have 24,000 Geo in that last clip? How did you get so much Geo, past Joe? What?
I don't know this for certain, but I'm fairly confident that if you've played Mega Man X and then played it again sometime later, that you do Chill Penguin stage first.
Yep.
How chill could he be if he's trying to take over the world, though? Never mind. The Penguin is an
So the delivery on that was terrible. But that actually wasn't improv right there. That was not a joke written into the script.
easy boss, but his stage also has the dash power-up capsule sitting out in the direct path you'll travel. I don't think it's possible to beat the level without using it and acquiring this upgrade. The dash is a core mechanic in Mega Man X, so much so that returning to the game with a new run feels off.
Yep.
Something is missing, like you left the house with only one shoe on. I'm never
What?
comfortable playing this game until I have that dash again to zip
That's
around
a bad
levels,
line.
and it would seem that Capcom agreed because they made it baseline in X2 and I believe every other X game after that.
Yeah.
Hollow Knight has a dash ability that functions near identically to Mega Man X's. For most players, it will be the second major upgrade they find, and the movement system feels neutered to me until that moment. I'd argue the ability to wall jump is also essential to the experience, but that might be too extreme of a suggestion. Much of the world opens up after you get that one after all. But having said that, Super Metroid...
So something that's missing from Hollow Knight compared to Silk Song's movement is that I don't know, can you dash when you hold down the dash button and you jump, Hornet can go much further. Can you dash into that movement boost, or does it have to be you have to hold it down? I think you have to hold it down, right? And you can't do that in Hollow Knight. There's no momentum gained from the dash. Like, you still have the same jump arc no matter what, even if you dash into a jump or you jump out of a dash. You can dash into a long jump. Can you really? Are you sure? I thought you had to hold the button down in order to get the higher dash. Like, you have to dash into the sprint. So you dash and then you hold it down and then you jump, right? Whereas in Mega Man X, you can dash and you can jump out of the dash and you go much further. I've done it on short platforms all the time. Have you? Okay, maybe you can do it then. Was it just hard to do? Both work, but sprinting into jumping, you gain way more distance. Okay, so there's two different things going on. I'm thinking of some of the jumps you have to do for the run back to the last judge. And don't you have to like dash, turn around, and then keep the sprint in order to make some of those jumps for some of the shortcuts, whereas the dash won't do it? I think so. I think you have to sprint. I have to go back and check that, actually. Okay.
Metroid has the wall jump available from the start, although many might not realize it since it's tricky to learn how to do it your first time through. So let's hammer this point down by fast forwarding to the end of the game. You can still attack in 4 directions and you have the same movement and jump as before, but now there are 3 different charged melee attacks, 3 spells that spend soul, a dash that functions on the ground and in the air, an even more powerful super dash type ability that rockets you left or right until you cancel it or hit something, a wall jump, a double jump, and finally an upgrade to your dash which gives it some shadowy invincibility frames on a short cooldown.
I'm surprised Silk Song doesn't have that. I really miss the Shade Cloak. I really miss the Shade Cloak. Man.
This is without mentioning a large assortment of charms that can further tweak some of your abilities, the speed and size of your sword slash being the most impactful for my runs. The double jump acts as an uplifting force that you can control just like a regular jump. You can hold down the button to go a little higher or let it go early to not jump so high. This is different than the jump in Ori and the Blind Forest, which is like a spring with a set distance no matter how long you hold the button down.
Yep.
Curiously, this is a change from the first jump you can do in that game, which does have some height you can control with the button press. This makes the double jump in Ori feel more bouncy, which suits that game in my opinion, compared to the more precise control you have in Hollow Knight.
Okay, these are some pretty good observations, Pastro. Yeah, you're calling on a lot of different games to like make the point. So it's fun, it's engaging, it's cool. Good job.
In fact, all of Hollow Knight's abilities follow the idea of quick responses and a great amount of player control.
Yep.
Spells activate and deal damage near instantly. Heals can be cancelled if you realize you're going to get hit before it can finish. The only exception is the dash, which has a set distance and cannot be cancelled once triggered. You can't even jump out of it halfway through, which makes me wonder why it's different to the rest of your moves. The set distance on the dash can make platforming challenges a bit more straightforward, especially...
Can you turn around in the middle of the dash in Silksong? I feel like I did... Can you? Do you have any amount of control after you hit the dash in Silksong? Or is it just that she can turn more sharply after the dash is done? Can you, like, attack cancel out of it? I can't remember. I feel like there were times with the dash playing Silksong that I had more times to, like, more times that I paused in midair and turned around when an attack was coming at me, but maybe it was just, like, coming out of the dash. No, source game open? Okay, so you can't do that. Okay, so it's about the same commitment or something like that sort of thing. It was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, but like a lot of it is just like something I'm feeling out and I can't just have that like, okay, let me go in and test sort of thing. Yeah. If you stop sprinting, then press the other direction, you press sprint, you'll turn around instantly. Okay. You can dash the other way out of the sprint too, can't you? I think. Yeah.
Those that require you to dash off a wall or some other platform. Maybe that's why it was chosen to function the way it did and that carried over to combat. Or they found that holding the dash trigger down to control the distance was too unwieldy during testing, although Mega Man X allows you to...
Maybe it's because Silksong kind of has quick dash built in, right? You can dash a lot faster. Again, something to go in and check. I think that you can chain dashes together faster than you can in Hollow Knight. I wonder if it's even faster than with quick dash on, or Dash Master. Sorry. You can also do the downward dash in Silksong without having a Dash Master on. A lot of that stuff is just built into the kit, yeah.
Cancel its dash and it feels fine. That game doesn't have the same sort of platforming gauntlets, though. As the game progresses and the areas you can explore and fight your way through gradually expand, so does the complexity of the enemies and the bosses. Mostly. It's more true of the bosses than the smaller enemy types. Dashing and double jumping become effective tools in avoiding damage, and whether you choose to favor magic or sword arts or a mixture of both, you have more offensive options at your disposal to deal with each situation, instead of just hacking away with basic swipes. My preferred way of...
Why is he talking about the spells and the options when he's not using them? Like, why is he bringing up something he's not using himself? He clearly thinks that they're valid options, so why is he not using it himself? I don't understand. He's just using the sword, but he brought it up only in passing, so that means he must not think that it's valid.
Playing was to take advantage of the brilliant decision Team Cherry made with downward strikes while in the air. Hitting an enemy like this resets your double jump and air dash, meaning that you can juggle yourself in far more creative ways than simply timing the same strike on one enemy on the ground. I found this combat system, particularly in the Coliseum of Fools challenges, to be deeply satisfying. You have a lot of movement options to get around, something akin to a combo system when trying to keep yourself in the air for as long.
Oh, it's in this one. I thought it was in the DLC video. I don't know why I don't take damage here. This Primal Aspid hits, the first one just hit me, and then this one hits me too, and I don't know why I don't take damage.
Possible. And
yeah, this hits me. Did I like hit the projectile away or something? I don't know why this doesn't.
Invincibility dash that
why
requires
that
a
doesn't
bit of
hit
timing
me?
to use between cooldowns. Once again, though, there are two main issues here. Up first is that it takes far too long to go from this to this. On your first playthrough, from the initial projectile upgrade all the way to the...
So, such an obviously fucking cherry-picked example of doing a really good shade cloak dash down, like, okay, alright, you think you're good at the game? Alright, fuck off.
double jump, you are likely looking at around 20 hours. This can be cut dramatically down if you know where you're going and all of the hidden routes between levels, but hey, that's any game really. The first run is what matters the most for these kinds of balance and pacing problems. I also wouldn't be surprised if some people finish the game without finding the Shade Cloak upgrade, which grants immunity during dashes. This isn't required to see the end credits. It is required for the real ending and to fight the real last boss, which is, incidentally, the only boss that requires you to have all the movement upgrades in order to beat it without taking damage. This means there is a long stretch of game time.
Meanwhile, Silksong gates like a whole... Sorry, there's going to be some spoilers for Silksong. Silksong gates like a whole ass act, like, behind you having them all. So that's interesting. You don't really have much exploration to do after that, though. And the double jump doesn't seem all really that necessary, and you don't have the shade cloak either. Also, I really respect the decision that the core moveset not have a normal ass pogo, made fighting way more interesting than boing boing. But yeah, I really like the diagonal pogo in Silksong as well. It feels really good and flashy to pull off. I quite like it. I think it could be a smidge more generous with the hit detection at the startup frames of it. Like sometimes I felt like I stopped my jump, Hornet would pause, get ready to do the downward thing, and then I would take damage in the first frame when the boss moved or the enemy moved up into me or something like that. I feel like it could just be like a frame or two faster. But apart from that, yeah, I enjoyed it very much. I'm glad that it was different because I feel like in Hollow Knight you could just spend a lot of time in the air.
Wherein the player has very few options during combat compared to the potential you have at the end. Things don't stay quite as simple as they are right at the beginning, but they don't get really interesting until you're close to finished. The reason that the Radiance boss can have much more demanding abilities is because, of course, you can't get to that boss without having all those abilities to unlock the way.
Yep.
And that's the key to understanding the other problem. Because the dash, super dash, and wall climb are the only 3 abilities you truly need to see almost every part of the game, bosses and enemies couldn't be designed around the player having all of them. You can still take advantage of them and fight most enemies in new ways if you do have all of these options, but there's clearly a limit on what they can do. The White Palace challenge is another example of this, but for platforming instead of combat. You can't unlock access to this place without having all the big movement upgrades. So these challenges can be safely built around all of those options, making them by far the most complicated and intensely designed platforming in the game by a gigantic margin.
So this is really simple shit that I'm talking about right now, but it's crazy to me how many games don't realize it, or game designers don't realize it. Like there's so much content in a lot of games, especially games that give you a lot of freedom, that they can't build anything from a lot of their movement tools or a lot of their combat options. Like Breath of the Wild immediately comes to mind. Like they can't do anything with these systems because you can't guarantee that players have them, and they have ways to mitigate that though. Like especially with the shrine system that those games have, where there's like sectioned off content that is divorced from the real world. You could have it like, you could have your own separate progression that's in those areas. When you go into them, no matter where you go, you get teleported to the next one, so they could build off of it. They could have more areas that are unlocked by having items and powers that you need to prove that you have to get through, kind of like what Link Between Worlds does, but even that doesn't have a lot of crossover between all the items. I think that Silksong has an interesting thing with the axe breaking it up. So not axe weapon, you know what I'm talking about, axe, AACTS, having it breaking it up so you know for sure that the players have all of them. However, I feel like there isn't enough content that utilizes it all in Act 3, maybe. Or just not enough exploration in Act 3. But that doesn't mean I want the game to have more content, although more content's usually good. Maybe you could have got there faster, or there could have been more stuff left to do that you currently do in Act 1 and 2, and you could have left it for Act 3. Like, Okay.
The only thing that comes close to this are the short jumping sections in the Queen's Gardens, because, once again, you need many of these upgrades to access that area. There are a number of solutions to this problem. The simplest but most time-consuming one would be more areas in the game that are gated like the White Palace. More endgame.
So Silksong definitely does that with the harpoon ability. There are mountain sands, part of deep docks, part of coral chambers. Four, at least 4. Is there only one area? There's 2 areas that are gated off from the double jump, and one of them doesn't even need the double jump after you use to access it. Like, I don't think you need the double jump to get around in the zoo area or the ducks, right? But you do need it in the upper part of Bilewater. You don't need it for Deep Docks 2. I thought you needed the harpoon to unlock the door to get into Deep Docks 2. But you don't need it once you're down there, do you? So Silksong definitely does more with having movement abilities unlocking an area later on in the game, whereas Hollow Knight does it with like double jump and wall climb, and that's pretty much it. There is some with shade cloak, but they're usually really small areas. Okay.
areas that can incorporate all of your upgrades. I'm hopeful that this will actually happen in the future with more DLC and a paid expansion. The other possibility, which will never happen but it's interesting to think about, would be starting Hollow Knight with the dash and wall jump abilities as a baseline. The first upgrade you find would be the double jump, and that would hopefully be a good enough foundation for a different set of upgrades to add more options.
So to show how insane I am, I did consider at the time to lose all of my geo for that last clip to make it look like I started the game with those abilities, like it really was the start, or to cut two together of the beginning and then, but like, yeah, whatever.
Optional complexity to combat and platforming.
Thought it wasn't worth it.
With early areas being able to incorporate the fundamentals much sooner. At the very least, combat could become more interesting a third or so into the game instead of close to the end, and every boss could be built with dash and double jump in mind. This would still have a lot of optional complexity at the end, but more room to design more interesting encounters much earlier. This is more of a problem.
Yeah, they kind of did that with Silksong. I feel like you get almost all the movement upgrades. You do actually. You get all the movement upgrades and the combat upgrades that are built into the base kit fairly early on, and then there's a lot of bosses and content that you use them all. And when you do get the final movement upgrade, I don't think it's really used that much for combat ever, right? Yeah. Okay, so Silksong definitely did that.
In Hollow Knight, then Ori, and Super Metroid, because combat in those games isn't a focus.
Yep.
Super Metroid has a clunky combat system and knows it. That's why it gives you so many energy tanks for more health, so you can tank your way through every encounter.
Yep. Nice pun there with tank. Yeah, the Super Metroid's combat system's fucking trash.
Ori doesn't even let you aim your attacks. You spam them instead while avoiding enemies because the game is more about platforming and movement, which is clearly seen in the bash ability, the gravity gimmick, and how the bosses in Ori are movement-based escape sequences instead of combat.
Yep.
Hollow Knight has the combat right there at the top. Next,
Ori 2 was not out when this video came out, so I can only reference Ori 1, and so that was accurate. Ori 2 is much more combat focused than Ori 1.
To exploration, an equal partner. It gets good, but it takes too long to get there.
True.
While we're speaking about Super Metroid and upgrades, I want to point out how much better I think Hollow Knight handles new abilities and unlocking areas. Super Metroid has something like locked doors blocking your way, and a specific upgrade is required to open it or to hook onto it, and then required to open the next one like it. Not all, but many of these upgrades don't do much outside of that functionality. They only have one real purpose. Some of Hollow Knight's upgrades also function in this way, but I felt that the majority that are used to unlock areas also expand platforming and combat. So as you're opening up the possible routes around the game's world, you're also gaining new tools to fight with and making it easier to get through earlier areas when you return to them.
Yeah, Hollow Knight's
This makes
goated for
backtracking more
sure.
interesting and convenient since you'll be exploring many areas more than once to find the previously inaccessible paths. Ori and the Blind Forest functions in a similar way, but I was surprised when I returned to the game again for this video that there's a lot less backtracking in order to complete the main questline than I remembered. It's a lot more linear compared to the freedom that Hollow Knight can provide after you get the first few major upgrades. That's not a bad thing, but it's atypical for a Metroidvania from what I understand. Let's talk about that now because we can finally be positive for a while. I played Hollow Knight 4 times. That may sound excessive, but just like with Prey...
Fucking hell. Alright, so... that's the Steel Soul mode run there. 2 hours and 20 minutes. I think the top one is the first playthrough. What's the fourth one? Why do I only have 5 masks in Coliseum of Fools? Is that the one where I didn't upgrade my nail? I don't think I did that for... Did I do that for the Hollow Knight video? Or did I do it for... Or did I do it for the DLC video? I can't remember. What the fuck is the fourth one? Was that... Did I do no masks, no nail upgrade? Or was that no masks, but I upgraded the nail? What's the second one? Is that full masks on the second one? Is that the one I did the flower quest for? Because if that's the case, that's the only one I ever did the flower quest for, was the second one.
I felt that there were enough decisions that the game warranted the multiple runs. Decisions in gameplay, though, not in the story. Plus, one of my playthroughs doesn't really count since it was a Steel Soul, permadeath, Fox-only, Final Destination speedrun that I did just to see if I could do it. It does help illustrate how efficiently you can get around the world once you're familiar with it, though. I think I did it in less than 3 hours, which is kind of slow.
Why do I have more masks there than it did on the save file? The Steel Soul mode only had 5 masks, but I have 7 masks there.
Decisions that I wanted to see and replay primarily come from how you
Is there a charm that gives you more masks? Fragile heart. Oh yeah, the fragile thing. Yeah, okay. It must have been that.
For the world. I believe this can start off right at the beginning if you're willing to farm up enough geo, the currency that Hollow Knight uses, to buy the lantern to light the dark tunnel to Crystal Peak really early. You'll be grinding out currency for a while, and I don't think you can do much when you get to Crystal Peak without some of the other movement upgrades, but you can do it, I think. The same goes for the order in which you go through the world once you have the dash and wall jump. I believe the intended point for the world opening up to most players is after they get the dive ability from the City of Tears. I think this because there's a boss you can fight shortly after acquiring the wall jump called the Mantis Lords. If this boss kills you, an NPC will appear during your corpse run and suggest that you head to the City of Tears to upgrade your sword nail, suggesting that the Mantis Lords are out of your reach at the moment, and you should go do something else and come back later.
Does Silksong do that at any point? I can't. If it did, I didn't see it. You can recruit NPCs to help in a fight for some encounters. Yeah, you can do that for Moorwing, High Halls, stuff like that. But I'm talking specifically: is there any point in Silksong where an NPC will show up on your run back and be like, "Hey, maybe you're not ready to do this. Maybe go do something else instead." You know, I don't think that happens, does it? Okay.
If you go to...
Nobody knows. Thank you, Pepsi Addict, for this, by the way. You can do VR missions so we can see Naomi. Maybe we'll do those on the Metal Gear Solid run next week. We're doing this right now, sorry.
City of Tears and clear the boss there, then there are a lot of potential paths open to you all over the world. I'd guess that this is the point that most players diverge into the next area they visit being very different from others, from Crystal Peak to the Waterways, then to Ancient Basin, the Kingdom's Edge, or thinking of going back to the start and finding the Howling Cliffs. And
it took so long to match all this footage up with what I'm talking about. Although maybe it takes longer for me and it feels more of a hassle because it's fucking maybe ADHD brain. I'm not sure, but it adds a lot to the video, I think.
So on. There are a lot of possibilities, and most importantly, there isn't one that's clearly telegraphed as the next one like the game has functioned so far. You start off in the Crossroads, go to Green Path, then go to the Fungal Wastes, and then to the City of Tears. I think that's the progression path that most people are going to follow.
How do I do that? Like, I know how I would do it now. How do I make it light up like that? Was I using mask layers back then? I didn't think I knew how to do that back then. How did I do that?
However, I'm a stubborn asshole, so I gave that friendly NPC beetle the finger and kept fighting the Mantis Lords with my unupgraded nail. After I killed them, I went to the left of their boss arena into a different area and a different progression path. A place called the Deep Nest. Now, not only was my sword nail still at its base level, I also hadn't purchased the lantern upgrade yet, which means that dark levels in the world were barely visible. I kept pushing down here because I was in love with the oppressive atmosphere of the place. Look at the introduction, this horde of dead bugs that the Mantis warriors have fought back and kept from invading their village. It just screamed to me, this place is infested and you are not welcome here. Even the spiked pits are replaced by writhing masses of killer centipedes. Enemies continually emerge from burrows in the ground to ambush you. The sound design is phenomenal too. The grinding, chirping, and rumbling drowns out.
So, in my opinion, there are two areas in Silksong that, at least two at the top of my head, that come close or match this or even surpass it. And I really like them, and that is the Underworks and Bilewater. I feel like Underworks and Bilewater have a lot of like atmosphere, theme, even storytelling going on. And the level design is working in tandem with that, and it makes it really, really cool and really interesting to explore. Bilewater is fucking frustrating, don't get me wrong. Bilewater is really frustrating, but I think Deep Nest is frustrating too. I think the frustration is the point. So I think those are really, really good off the top of my head.
Everything else, and I don't think there's any music here either. Somehow I made it to a very long drop at the end of a dark maze of jumps and enemies. I landed in an oasis in the heart of the infestation. There was a bench, which is the game's checkpoint system, and I used it without thinking what I had just done, because now I was stuck in the Deep Nest with my raggedy nail and no lantern, with no way out because I couldn't climb back up the long fall that got me there. And so began one of the best gaming experiences I've had all year.
Yep.
It took me a while to get out of the Deep Nest. Some areas were too dark without the lantern that I had to leave them. Others were too confusing with...
So I still think this is superior to what happens in the Slab and Silksong, because that's more of a scripted sequence, whereas this is something I did for myself. And also, it feels like when I was here, there was like this feeling, there was this idea in the back of my head when this happened to me that, did I just soft lock myself? Can I even get out of here? Whereas in Silksong, it's obvious, of course you can get out of here, the scripted sequence, just follow the linear progression. Whereas here it was kind of like, I don't know where to go. I don't have a map. I don't know where I am. I have to piece it together in my head. Like, I don't even know if I even can get out of here right now. Is it going to be really difficult to even get out? So like that was a much more memorable experience. Probably the most memorable thing that happened in terms of exploration in both of the games to me, actually. I quite liked it.
But I do think that the level design and world design in some areas is better in Silksong, but this experience I had right now was really, really cool.
Without a map. Hollow Knight makes you earn a lot of things that other games just give you, so the map system and even the pins to mark key things on it have to be purchased. Same for unlocking the bestiary for information on all of the enemies you've killed. Everything is measured in some way.
I started playing Hollow Knight for the first time not so long ago. This is literally my experience. It was insane. Yeah, it's a really cool experience, right? So like how would you? I think the slab is kind of like an attempt of making that happen for a lot of players, but because it's scripted and enforced, it's almost like you're by getting caught. You're kind of like there's even though you might not want to get caught, there's almost a level of like you're consenting to something to happen, so you know that it must be possible to get out. Whereas here, it really does feel like you're exploring, and it's like there's this when I sat on that bench, there was this feeling of like, oh shit, did I just really fuck up here? Like oh no, like it really felt like a dynamic or emergent storytelling. Whereas the thing that happens in Silksong is a lot more like authored, right? And getting caught is unintentional. When getting caught is unintentional, it's a really cool experience. At least it was to me. I was taken out of my normal game flow, taken across the map to a place I haven't been to. I think it's a good sequence. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like it doesn't feel like exploring in the same way that this did, right? Breath of the Wild did something similar when I climbed a mountain. I think I spoke about it in that video. When I climbed the mountain that I didn't have enough of the winter clothes to do, and I really wanted to push through in that area, and I felt like I had gotten myself into a really bad situation through exploring, and I needed to fight my way out of it and make some really quick decisions, and I really enjoyed it for that.
Collect enemy encounters, kills, spirit for your dream nail, upgrades, geo, fill in the map of each area, find relics, increase your health and soul capacity. To draw a map of an area, you first have to find the cartographer in the area itself. He's usually one.
Excuse me, Joseph Anderson. You could also get pen and paper out and draw the map yourself in your fucking game-accompanied journal that you're keeping track of the show on Reddit later, don't you think? You don't need corner
the first parts of the level, but sometimes he can be tricky to find or surprisingly deep into the zone. This became a little ritual. When I found a new area, I'd go hunting for the map beetle guy and be really happy when I heard his humming from far off. There are discarded pages you can follow like breadcrumbs too. It also meant that I didn't overly rely on the map either because I'd learn a bit about each area before I found Cornifer. And then I'd enjoy the completionist urge of drawing in the map.
Yep.
In the Deep Nest, however, Cornifer is scared and
I didn't feel that urge as much in Silksong. Does Hollow Knight have better exploration than Silksong? I felt like I enjoyed filling the map out and piecing together how the areas flow together more in Hollow Knight. And I also don't think there was ever a part in Hollow Knight that made me feel like I had like solved the long-standing mystery through exploration is when I found the Blue Lake. Realizing that that bile water has been corrupted by that fucking aqueduct thing on the top right of the map. That was a cool moment of realizing that's the city just fucked these people over. That's neat. But I feel like that wasn't as good as the Blue Lake thing and having a lot of connections back. I feel like there was fewer of those. I don't know. I did enjoy the Silksong exploration, but I feel like a lot of it was just linear paths going back to clear exit and entry points. I didn't feel like filling in the map as much as I did. I didn't enjoy filling the map out as much as I did in Hollow Knight for sure. Huh. Okay.
Hiding near the entrance. He's not humming, there are no pages to find, so I missed him. I was also stuck in this area with no map. Not only did I have to figure out how all of these parts of the Deep Nest fit together in my head, I also had no reference for knowing how close I was to finding a link back to another part of the world. Now that I'm familiar with the area, I know that I came close a couple times to getting out, but on my first run, I was stumbling around in the dark for at least an hour before I found an abandoned tram station. Here I fought my way through some tough enemies to find a tram pass, which would grant me access to a tram that was still functional near the bench that had become my new home. You may think this is where the story ends, but Hollow Knight is more special than that. I went to this tram expecting it to take me back to the first proper area in the game, because I remembered a sealed tram car there in a station that I knew I'd come back to eventually.
Yeah, so obviously if you know the game, you know that it has to connect to the exit station on the other side, but I hadn't found that yet, so I thought this was like a second fast travel system like the elevators in Silksong. So I thought the trams were going to connect in that way. I didn't think they were going to like physically have a sister station that is in the direction that it goes.
So when I rode this tram and it took me to another new area, I had to stop for a minute while my perception of the game's world grew even larger. So I rode the tram again to the next station, expecting that this time it would be the starting area, and it was yet again another new level. This tram line wasn't even connected to the one near the beginning of the game. These places seemed more like endgame areas to me than the Deep Nest. That was the slithering evil that I already knew, so that's where I went back to, eventually climbing my way out of a deep pit and to a familiar area. I ended up going to a few other places before reaching the City of Tears because of this, and so my progression path through the game was very different than what I went through on my other playthroughs.
Meanwhile, the experience I had like that in Silksong was when I used the key to get to Blasted Steps through Shellwood into Greymore before I went to Far Fields. Now that I've done another playthrough and I've gotten to Coral Chambers, I realized that that was very different than going through their Far Fields. Like there's a bunch of doors that I opened that are shortcuts on if you go the other way. Like I went through a lot of those areas backwards. It was very different. So all those levers I was finding and opening doors on my first playthrough, that was those were meant to be like achievements when going through the other way. Yeah.
I consider myself very fortunate to have stumbled my way into this route because it made the game feel, quite frankly, magical. That there were still several new areas to discover after this pushed the game's world from impressive to ridiculously so. My guess is that most people will have a similar experience after clearing the City of Tears, and it's helped by how every area after the first introductory zones has multiple entrances. Even something as remote as the levels that sandwich the map, the Howling Cliffs and the Kingdom's Edge, have more than one way to discover them.
Okay, so maybe that's why. Because Hollow Knight's not, Silksong's not like that because they're gating the entrance with some of the unlocks you get. There's more areas that only have one way in. They have another way out after you fought through it, but they only have one way in. So maybe that's something to hone in on. I think it's worth it so you can have the game build challenges around those unlocks that you use to open the door. Silksong seems to be more like Super Metroid then for using things to unlock the keys to unlock the only door into an area, but it still is like Hollow Knight in that a lot of those unlocks are used in combat and for platform challenges in a really cool way. Yeah. Okay.
You can tell by my strange journey through Deep Nest, some of these entrances can be more difficult to find than others, but they still exist. What's further impressive is that these entrances can have their meaning altered depending on how you approach the area. For the Deep Nest examples, I had to climb out of this pit wondering where the hell I was going and what was waiting for me at the top, before finally emerging to what felt like a safe place. For another player that comes from a different progression path, this pit is something they fall into without warning and serves as their introduction to this awful place that just swallowed them up. They get to fall all the way down this thing that I had to climb up and wondering where the hell they are all of a sudden. If they have the lantern already and travel to the path that leads to the
This is cool. I love shit that can have multiple meanings and multiple perspectives, even though it's the same stuff. I love this shit. I love it in all media. Love it in books. Love it in movies. Seeing a different scene from a different perspective, but gaming is where it's probably done best because you can tell your own story and you have your own journey through it. Yeah, really like that.
Mantis Lords before killing them, then they would see a sealed tunnel with a bunch of corpses and be left wondering what kind of battle took place here so long ago, who is responsible for killing them, and what's hiding behind that door. The Howling Cliffs are another good example, since you can get here by either returning to the starting zone with the wall jump ability and climbing your way to the place that your character leapt from in the opening, or you can arrive here via the Stag Station after discovering enough of the other stations in the world. You won't know where you are yet and have a different click moment when you get the map or fall down to realize that you're right back at the start of the game. These moments can work in multiple ways, and I think that's something unique to the medium. It strengthens the experience for players no matter how they may explore the world, instead of forcing them to go through only one introductory path between each level, which players are more likely to miss if they're hidden.
So Silksong does that for more areas, not all of them, for more areas. Okay, so it's definitely a big difference between Hollow Knight and Silksong. Maybe that's where some of the exploration woes are coming from, but that's not to say Silksong's exploration is always worse or even bad. It's still really good, but that's different. So that made me feel like this because I got captured during Act 1 when I didn't have much of the map covered, so seeing myself in a higher area with no idea how I got there was an experience. Yeah, there's something like that in Elden Ring too, with one of the teleport chests that immediately moves the map, makes the map much bigger. Breath of the Wild, if you put like a marker with your telescope really far in the distance, you check on the map, can have that experience too. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. Thank you to Liquin for the resub. I see Joe is watching the best Kojima production. Thanks. And thank you Squeezins554 for some bits. I think the biggest disappointment for me in terms of exploration was the coral place only being a tower instead of a giant area. In the old trailers, it seems it was used to an actual area you could explore, which made me even sadder. Also, you're going to watch Grim God Home videos too? Yeah, we're going to watch the DLC one after this too, I think, and that'll be the end of the stream. Yeah, I think that I didn't watch the trailer, so I didn't have the disappointment, but I was hoping for more
in that sequence, because I really liked how that place looked. It was cool.
Or that they're being guided too firmly to feel like they're actually exploring if they're not hidden. The unraveling of the bottom part of the map was one of the best moments of exploration that I had in the game. You go from City of Tears and descend into its sewers. Then you find a long lost ruin that's below that, below the sewers. Then there's still more below that.
Yeah, so when Silksong was in development, I remember them saying at some point that they wanted an inversion of Hollow Knight and Silksong, that where in Hollow Knight you kept going down, they wanted Silksong to always be about going up. Someone in the chat saying ascend, they wanted that. I don't think they pulled this off. I do think that definitely if you look on the map, you see that you keep going up, but the unexpected ways that you keep going down and being rewarded for it in Hollow Knight was not matched in a similar way of going up in Silksong. In fact, I would say that going down in Hollow Knight results in one of the coolest narrative moments and also a really cool upgrade, whereas going up in Silksong, the highest place you can get, it is, there's nothing there. It's really disappointing. And also that's where one of the bosses before that too, right? So I think that it's also harder to break into that area too. So I definitely think that conceptually, like, you do keep going up, you keep ascending rather than descending in Silksong. So like in terms of like movement, definitely they pulled it off. But in terms of exploration and rewarding exploration, I feel like it was better going down in Hollow Knight.
A giant abyss that feels more open and vacant than the cliffs on the edge of the map. And although it's a smaller area, there's even more below this if you come back here with the item required to unlock the true ending. The game keeps descending lower and lower long after you expected it to be done, just like another one of my favorite games that will remain nameless.
Dark Souls.
Unfortunately, the design of these levels on their own isn't nearly as compelling, although they definitely do shine when it comes to atmosphere and presentation. With only one exception, the Green Path and the Queen's Gardens, they're all visually very different from each other. In terms of structure and gameplay though, look, no part of this game is bad. The worst I can say about the levels is that some of them feel unfinished, even if they still got a high level of polish after content was cut or wasn't developed enough. We'll get to that in just a second, but right now I want to point out how samey all of the levels are if you strip away their visuals. Initially, I thought that some levels were more narrow and claustrophobic, but during my many playthroughs, I realized that pretty much every area has a mix of wider, more open sections, followed by narrow.
I liked reaching the top. I liked reaching the top too. I just think that it wasn't as good as reaching the bottom in Hollow Knight.
Paths and more maze-like routes. The game uses that basic structure and scrambles it in a different way for every level.
Scrandles?
This results in a soft linearity as you fight through each area. You can definitely feel lost, but once you understand each level, you can see that there is a mostly direct path from where you enter the area to the goal. Usually a boss or an upgrade that you're heading toward.
Yeah, Silksong is more overt about this, I think. I think that Hollow Knight disguises the linear path with a lot more optional offshoots that loop back into each other way better than Silksong does. I'm feeling that maybe the first areas do it best, but and Greymoor does too, but Greymoor is an area that feels like it's missing some content, to be honest, which is weird considering where it's placed in the world. I feel like there's definitely a lot more places or levels built around a linear path through it. And then once you're done, there's like maybe a couple side rooms here and there, but they're kind of like sectioned off that have a dead end just to get a flea or something. I feel like Hollow Knight made its levels feel more like exploratory mazes with a linear path that you can find and go to the end than Silksong did, maybe. I think so.
And a bunch of optional offshoots that have challenges and other items to find. These will be upgrades to your spells, health, soul, mini-bosses, captured grubs, or more involved challenges for pale ore to upgrade your sword. The game also uses relics as a way to reward some of the more obscure secrets. These aren't required to finish the game or achieve 100% completion, so they're the perfect fit for secrets that many will miss. I know that I must have missed quite a few of them because I found new ones on every playthrough. They're generally good to find because they're worth so much geo when you cash them in and you don't lose them when you die, although there are some problems with that as well that we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
Once you realize
450 for a normal seal? What? Man, they're so stingy in Silksong with those artifact hand-ins. There could have been way more of those. I know that the rosary beads are effectively the same thing, but there could have been way more of those relics. The game has Silksong. Okay, this is one of the biggest problems with exploration in Silksong, I think, is that it doesn't reward you in things that you can take back home, and you're building up a payout. There are what three ways that Hollow Knight builds up a payout. The essences that you find, which is both exploration and rematching the bosses, and you have a payout waiting for you. The grubs with the payout, you can go back and get the grub payout with like it's throwing money in the air. Oh my god, the dopamine! Yay, he's giving me money! Yeah, I want to collect it all. Let me grab some money in the air before it hits the ground. It's showering you in money, and also like going back to
to the relic dude and handing in those relics for like a decent amount of geo at the same time. Whereas I feel like the only one that Silksong does is that is the relic turn in, and even that is just like a pittance compared to what you get in Hollow Knight, and also there aren't that many of them either. I feel like they could have done that way more. But Silksong also adds the breakable air quotes geo with the rosary beads, so you can do that, I guess. Maybe it's because I didn't use shards. I didn't feel that excited when I got shards. I don't know. Tool enjoyers in chat, were you excited when you found a shard fragment you could break, or was it boring for you too? No? Everyone is always full on shards. Okay, so most people that were tool enjoyers, even they didn't like the shard upgrades. Okay, so are we comfortable calling that kind of a failure then? Like that's I guess it's good for emergencies. I don't know. It didn't really feel like a good kind of reward for exploration. Yeah. Okay. All right.
The fundamental structure that the game follows, it can feel a bit formulaic. Probably not on your first playthrough, but definitely after that, or toward the end of your first one. What really made me realize this was playing Ori and the Blind Forest again. I don't know why it took going to a whole other game to notice this. But
yeah, just look at the screen. Look how it's sloped in, and it makes the environments feel a lot more lived in and alive, and a lot more like not real places, but just more artistically represented, maybe, or something like that. I don't know what the right term would be here, but like it just like, man, it's so much nicer to look at with like the different angles and everything. And then you go back to Hollow Knight and it's just fucking like just boxy, sharp right angles everywhere. I'm really surprised that Silksong didn't do more with that. There's only that slopes in the mountain area, yeah.
But Hollow Knight doesn't have any sloped surfaces. There are no inclines or declines that you walk.
Like look at that. Look how good this looks with this kind of Path of Pain era tunnel with like bouncing through here with the vines. Like it just looks so good. Hollow Knight looks great too. Don't get me wrong, but like look how good this looks. Ori is also kind of 3D, so it's automatically better.
Walk on anywhere in the game. There are some sloped ceilings and
yeah, this is a good example because it has the same kind of vines that are kind of giving the illusion of some slopes and rough edges here, but it's all really boxy at the same time. Like yeah, yeah.
Walls to prevent you from climbing, but everything else is a series of rectangles and squares. It's boxy and grid-like in structure, which contributes massively to how familiar everything feels despite the visual differences in each area.
Silksong has the same problem. Yep, I feel like it didn't bother me that much. But I think that there's a better version of these games that incorporates slopes and different angles that aren't 90 degrees. I think it could happen.
I guess it's also something that helped Team Cherry put the areas together faster than they would have otherwise. To put it into perspective, even Super Metroid has slopes from way back in 1994. So does Mario 3 on the NES. You can slide on them to kill enemies. Where the different levels do distinguish themselves is with some sort of overbearing enemy type or an environmental hazard, and I don't mean the ratio of safe space to spikes, pits, thorns, or whatever else passes as a damage zone. Almost every level has something that makes them stand out, although not all of them are as developed as others. The Forgotten Crossroads begins this trend with the giant gome worms that require timing to jump or bounce over. This area also benefits from changing later when it's corrupted, which is something I wish had happened to some of the other levels as well. I thought it was an unexpected twist and it was really interesting.
Does Silksong do this with like it's does each area have its own kind of hazard sort of thing? I feel like no. I feel like it repeats some of its ideas more. Some do? Huh. I would have to look at it again. Okay. Not that it has to. I kind of like Celeste's approach where stuff from earlier kind of gets mixed and matched later on with the main theme of the area. Silksong doesn't do it to that level for sure. Okay.
Crystal Peak has the conveyor belts that you can both run and climb on, which suits the theme of the area nicely since these crystals were part of an industrial excavation effort. The Fog Canyon has the big jellyfish that demand either tight navigation to avoid them or quick reflexes to not get blasted by.
Also does 2 masks of damage. This is the first thing in the game that does 2 masks of damage. I think it is, isn't it?
Their homing corpses after striking.
It's wild to think how scary these were when I first played Hollow Knight 1. And it's like, oh shit, the 2 masks of damage with the jellyfish. And that's just like, Silksong is like that all over the fucking place, man.
The Fungal Wastes has some sort of bouncy mush.
Big guy in crosscodes does 2 masks. Does he really? When he hits you with his big club, he does 2 masks. Does he? I don't remember that. Does he not do it on
He doesn't do that on contact damage though, right? Only when he hits you?
Room and a separate village for the Mantis enemies, where you learn to use the wall jump ability. This is likely also the first type of enemies that will give players some trouble if they don't have a lot of experience with the genre. We've already spent a lot of time talking about.
Oh, there was a match cut there with getting knocked away. You blink and you miss it. What about False Knight? Does False Knight, if he hits you with his club, is it 1 mask or 2? It's 1, right? It's only 1? It's only 1 damage False Knight? Okay.
The deep nest, but it's worth repeating how much the area commits to its dense atmosphere. Enemies appear to attack you from many directions, reinforcing that feeling that you're out of your depth. Plus, there are a few sections with massive Garpedes, more advanced versions of the armored worms from the Crossroads. City of Tears has a focus on climbing in elevators and teleporting enemies at the end. The Hive has destructible platforms and rampaging bees that smash them. The Queen's Gardens has platforms that collapse a moment after you step on them, so you need to jump quickly from place to place. Greenpath and Ancient Basin are a bit harder to fit into this trend. Greenpath does have a theme of ambushing.
Okay, so this part of the video is just kind of recapping what goes on in each area as an example of how they're distinct. It's also showcasing and serving as a reminder of what area did. I think it's okay. I've maybe going on a touch too long, but I think it's okay.
With, literal ambushes. Kind of funny to realize that. There are the fly traps that appear as well, but overall this area strikes me as the more standard one in the game. Probably to provide room to use the dash after acquiring it without too much getting in the way. It is one of the first areas after all.
Yeah.
Ancient Basin, on the other hand, only has the Maw Lurks to set it apart, which are neat enemies, but they only show up at the end, which is where I can begin to point out some areas that don't feel as fleshed out as others.
Yeah, and Ancient Basin feels like a lot of levels in Silksong. They're just bigger in Silksong. Like the linear path that you go around to loop back in to get the upgrade, it just goes on for a bit longer in Silksong. Okay.
I think that having some standard, more mundane levels is a good idea. Not every place needs to be built around some core mechanic, but I'd be more comfortable saying that if there was more variety in how the levels were laid out, so there was more contrast. The Kingdom's Edge and the Howling Cliffs are both areas I like a lot, but more for their atmosphere and the tease of what might be waiting on the outskirts of Hollow Knight's world, rather than the gameplay they provide.
Ancient Basin is the place you go through, not where you spend time. Oh, that's an interesting way of saying it. I might steal that. Yeah, that's I think that's a really succinct way of putting the difference between the zones. Yeah, okay. Cool. And I think there are too many places in Silksong where you just go through instead of spending time there. I think early on in the game, there are more zones that you spend time at. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the sewers below City of Tears is the level I consistently forget exists at all until I arrive there and remember I need a key to get inside. The level design does succeed in one particular way that made me very happy: shortcuts. Parts of Hollow Knight's levels will remain blacked out until you find a way to get to them, or break your way through a hidden piece of the floor or the wall. This is cleverly taught to you in the starting area by placing a breakable wall next to a cluster of Geo that you want to attack, because you want the money. It's really early on in the game. You'll break the wall by doing so and learn how this works, and you have another chance shortly after this to notice another breakable wall to reinforce what you learned. There's more than one instance of this happening throughout the game too, so if you miss this lesson, or simply just forget, then the game has some natural reminders for you. I think it works really well. My favorite result of these dark areas on the screen is that you don't know.
Looking at those, I think that the breakable walls in Silksong are more obviously broken. Like some of those, the first one had kind of some breakage in the rocks, but the other ones didn't. I think there are some breakable walls in Hollow Knight that are straight up like you can't tell unless you hit it. Whereas Silksong, I think in most cases, maybe there's some in the corners of rooms. Look at the upward slope here, right? So they have slopes in the ceiling, but anything you can walk on or fall into, there's not really going to be much in the way of slopes. Okay, yeah. So Silksong is more obvious with its secret walls in most cases, I think.
Something is there until you come back around after exploring, so there will be many walls that you can only break from one side, usually marked with wooden supports that you destroy, to unveil either a shortcut or an alternative route back to the main path without.
I feel like this was done much less in Silksong. I feel like Hollow Knight had way more break a wall, loop back around, have a breakable wall with a wooden support on the other side to go back in. I feel like Silksong did this sometimes, but I feel like Hollow Knight did it way more. I don't know if that's right though. Maybe if I added them up, maybe I'd be surprised that Silksong had more than I'm remembering. But I feel like Silksong had way more break a wall, go inside, and then just walk back out, motherfucker. Instead of having a loop back around and you're opening a side area. But maybe my memory's faulty. I don't know.
So much backtracking. Many levels will incorporate these types of surprise shortcuts to shorten the path between the checkpoint bench and the boss, with my favorite of all being this wall you can smash open in an elevator ride in the Soul Sanctum and City of Tears.
A lot of people miss that
This
one.
type of shortcut is used really well throughout the game, perhaps it's even used a little too much, but I really enjoyed this experience of connecting parts of levels together on a small scale, while I was doing the same thing on a larger scale with upgrades that unlocked connections between the broader named levels.
Yeah, I think Silksong doesn't do this as much either, but I'd have to go back and check. I feel like there's a lot more opening shortcuts and routes that aren't even sometimes useful for terms of like boss rushes or boss runs. I mean, just to have an easier way to get around, like just breaking things just for the sheer sake of it, or unlocking a different path to a previous area, and now you're in a different area and you explore a little bit before unlocking more paths. I feel like Hollow Knight does that more too. I feel like Silksong's levels are, like, exist in isolation from other levels more often than Hollow Knight Zones did. But again, I'm not sure, but that's just how I feel reviewing this video right now.
But where the game falls short is in places like Ancient Basin, the Abyss, the Hive, and to some extent, the Queen's Gardens and the Deep Nest.
Oh, cool. Use the Crystal Dash there, Pastro. Nice.
There are two sides to this issue. The first is a return to that pacing problem that we mentioned way earlier. The other, while similar, is more about a lack of development in an area's unique slice of gameplay. Nothing shows this better than the Abyss. This is probably the final area that most people will find in the game. It's either that, Queen's Gardens, or Howling Cliffs. It starts off great with this massive fall through a chamber and a mysterious surface to greet your landing at the bottom. To the left, there's only one room, which has an upgrade to one of your spells. To the right is a straightforward path that introduces the most creative twist on the damage pit, these tar-like claws and hooks that reach up to kill you.
They really look like the ones that are at the end of Silksong, huh? Damn.
Other enemy in this part of the level are your Hollow Void Brethren. There's a part I really like down here when you activate a lighthouse to calm a lake of the Shadow Claws in order to pass them. Then, in the very next room, you get an upgrade, and you're done. There's nothing else here. Ancient Basin has the same issue. Like I already said, the big twist of gameplay here are the monstrous artillery bugs. Once you're past them, you have a boss to fight in order to get an upgrade. Then there's a short optional offshoot that allows you to use your new ability for some hidden stuff. These two areas feel designed solely to give you a short trial and an upgrade, instead of being full areas that are worth exploring. Now in the case of Ancient Basin, I think this is fine. Shorter, more direct areas can be enjoyable and serve as more of a focus part.
Oh, I'm writing a script in my head. No, stop it. Shut the fuck up.
And
No.
act as a contrast to other parts. This area also benefits from the entrance to the White Palace being here, which makes it feel more substantial, even though it should count as its own level in my opinion. The Abyss has something similar with an incredible story moment that happens later in the game, but I think the area is a letdown because of how much potential there is in the interaction between the lighthouse and the Shadow Claw water. Just like some of the best parts of Ori and the Blind Forest, a series of challenges could have been made out of this system of light and dark. Smashing walls and floors to let light pass through to calm the water, or some sort of object you can carry that does the same.
Yeah, I'm surprised Silksong didn't do something like this with its Abyss area. I think this is a cool idea. They kind of did it a little bit in Sansa Karak, not with light and dark, but with also like activating a thing that you then have time to react to before it runs out. So it's sort of like that, but okay.
An enemy that you have to hit in order to create the light, which then starts a short timer for you to do some jumps and dashes. Or a boss that you fight while also micromanaging a light source in the arena, something along those lines. I don't mean to come across like I want these specific things I'm saying. I know I'm not a game designer, just an
Oh, I do. I am a game designer now. I do want that. Yeah,
exploration of the
that.
system.
Yeah. Everything I say is more valid now. Yeah.
Having brought up bosses, it's a lack of them in some areas that feels like an exclamation point is missing at the end of a great sentence. A building of tension and exploration, story, and gameplay complexity that ends with nothing instead of a climax. I'd call this poor pacing. Excluding the two added by free DLC, there are 20...
I don't know if I would still call that poor pacing. I think that poor pacing when it comes to getting the upgrades and going through the things is definitely the poor gameplay pacing. I don't think you should start the game with the wall climb, and I don't necessarily think you should start the game with the dash. I think you just get the dash sooner. I think you get the dash sooner in Silksong and Hollow Knight if you know where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, I think it can take way longer to get the dash in Silksong. But if you know where you're going, I think you can get it faster than Hollow Knight 1. I don't think like there being a boss or like an exclamation mark missing at the end of a sentence. I don't think I would call that poor pacing anymore. But I get what he's saying.
5 bosses in Hollow Knight. But similar to the residents of George Orwell's farm, all of these fights are bosses, but some are more bosses than others.
True.
Firstly, you fight some of these more than once. There are harder versions of the Broken Vessel, the False Knight,
the repositioning problem right there with jumping into me,
the Crystal Guardian, the Soul Master, and a handful of others. Some, like the mother bug in the crossroads, feel closer to a mini-boss than full boss, but even here you have some judgment calls to make. The Fluke Marm looks a hell of a lot more like a boss, but it doesn't do much of anything really. Meanwhile, this fight against the Soul Warrior, which is a normal enemy in the Colosseum, feels like it's just one added move short of full boss status, a fancy introduction title, and his own series on Netflix. I'm not going to go through every fight and fire off whether they're really bosses or not. Laying down the groundwork for a solid discussion on that could fill a whole video all on its own. What I will say is that some of these fights are definitely more on the lore and atmosphere side of things. Umu, Nosk, and the Traitor Lord especially. That last one isn't even a boss if you complete an NPC's questline, and if you don't do that, it's simply a supersized Mantis fighter with the same moveset and just more health.
And the amount of comments are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because they don't know when this video came out. Okay.
Please don't misunderstand me here. Some of the bosses in Hollow Knight are incredible. I had the chance to dig in and learn a lot about many of them during my 4th playthrough with no weapon or health upgrades.
Oh shit,
Even the
man.
Ghost set of
Why'd
bosses,
you do
which have
that?
their own theme of being spectral targets that move around while
I think that Silk Song could have had these again. I understand that Hollow Knight had these as like a backer reward or whatever, or just like optional content or side content that was really easy for them to make, that just had a pinata that did moves. I kind of like the pinata that just does moves. I feel like they're easy to develop. You could just throw them in and experiment with some. Sometimes they're hits, sometimes they're misses, like whatever. I kind of like these fights. These fights were fun. Like, I don't know why I'm becoming more Canadian as I say this, but like I feel like they could have done more of this. Fucking figure it out.
Implementing a separate set of weapons and attacks are a lot of fun, and they feel like they were just bonus content that was thrown into the game.
Yeah.
There are patterns to learn and openings to recognize to deal a lot of damage. All of them are enjoyable because of this rhythm and flow, except for No Eyes and Marmu.
This one's not enjoyable in the Colosseum in Godhome, but it's enjoyable here.
No Eyes has the issue of spawning projectiles off screen, which if you're forced to use a dash to get to him or climb platforms, may end up colliding with you through no fault of your own as the screen shifts as you move. Now this is avoidable if you play very slowly and carefully, but I say that's a flaw on the fight since then it becomes boring.
I disagree with this now. I think that you can actually, if your reaction time is fast enough, I think you can turn around. I think this is okay. I'm not sure. I think it's okay. This game does have this problem sometimes, but I don't agree with this about No Eyes. I think you can just get through No Eyes pretty quickly.
Because you have to wait for him to teleport to a safer position.
Yeah, I think you can find the safer position. I think you can make this happen yourself. I don't think you need to wait as much as Past Joe thought here.
Fortunately, a trend I noticed with some of the teleporting enemies as well, even though I like them a lot, or those that can spawn.
Oh wow, the telefrag there. Holy shit.
The floor. Because dash has a set distance and cannot be cancelled after use, enemies can sometimes appear on top of you with no chance to avoid it. Marmu has a completely different problem. She's boring. She curls into a ball and flings herself at you.
There was a voice change session recording change there. Did you notice?
You over and over and over again. You hit her away like you're playing a game of tennis against a wall and then continue to do so until the fight is over. This fight would be fine if it was one of the earlier ones you can find. With some more creative teleporting safely away from where the player can dash, I can see it being much better too. But this fight is the simplest of all of the ghost bosses, and yet it's in one of the final areas. This is in the...
Oh yeah, it's in Queen Gardens. Yeah, Marmu's fine. It's just like there should have been a better ghost boss there. Yeah, Queen's Gardens was really disappointing for like a capstone of its content, yeah.
Queen's Gardens, which requires more upgrades than most levels do in order to access it.
Like imagine if Queen's Gardens had a boss on the level of Carmelita. I feel like that zone deserved a boss like that, and it just doesn't. Even Traitor Lord today, I don't think it functions like that. I think that would have been a really good placement for a boss like that, this level would have really suited that sort of thing.
Making things far, far worse, this is the only real boss in this whole level. I don't think Traitor Lord should count for reasons I just went into. It's just a regular mantis with a big health bar. This isn't the only area in the game that suffers from this problem. However, you may be thinking, Joe, you're not even a real dragon. Not every area needs to have a boss.
And that's meant to be the you're not a real dragon. This is what you are in the background.
It might come across as forced, and maybe for the Abyss you have a point. But for other areas, the issue isn't a lack.
Were there fewer kind of like weird characters to find in Silksong like that too? I feel like that's true, isn't it? There weren't just hanging out. Some big guys to find and talk to? Maybe? I think there were more. Were there? I don't remember talking to very many people like that. I remember going into doors and talking to people in their homes, but I don't remember stumbling upon someone like that. So sometimes more weird dudes. It has more NPCs to talk to. I'm talking about like finding someone unexpectedly just chilling in the world doing their own thing. Treadmill guy, yeah, there's treadmill guy. Treadmill guy was pretty good. There are many hidden you haven't found. Oh, okay, fair enough. If I haven't found some of them, okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Lack of content or the expectation that every area should automatically have a big fight at the end. It's that the game itself leads you to believe that it's building to one. Take the Hive. This is a secret level below the Kingdom's Edge. I found this during one of my escape attempts out of the deep nest on my first run when I got stuck. I accidentally blasted off a chunk of the hive's wall and then ran away scared from it when I saw the giant bees. If anything was an area to go near the end of the game, it had to be this one. This level has many large chambers full of dangerous enemies, and what is more common knowledge than a hive having a giant queen bee that the smaller workers and drones serve? And sure enough, there is one. You enter a room at the end which reeks of an incoming boss. There's a ghost and this huge giant bee thing in the background, and you don't get to fight it.
Oh, is that the bee that taught Hornet? That's not Hive Knight, that's a ghost. I think that's the one that taught Hornet, right?
You just walk past and grab some treasure and leave. Unbelievable. Deep Nest is the same way.
Hot take, Hive Knight's a good boss, but I still feel like there should have been a big bee boss in that hive. I think Hive Knight should be like the mid-area boss for that one, yeah.
Once you know the game is about a desecrated kingdom of beetles and bugs, insects and arachnids, what could be a better fit than a super... extremely dangerous spider boss. Deep Nest is where the spiders weave their homes, and there's a similar dreadful build-up here. You get closer to the heart of the nest. There's a warning you receive from some dead bugs. There's a trap you're forced to trigger, and yeah, here we go. Time to break out of this webbed prison and fight some big-ass spider. Nope, nothing happens. There's no boss here. You invade the mine.
Yeah, there should be a boss here. I still think that. There must be some narrative lore reason why there isn't a boss here, like all the weavers are gone or something. There are no more ones to fight. I don't know. Or just like, if that's the case, then have it be a ghost one. Or maybe weavers aren't allowed to be ghosts. Like, I don't know. I feel like there could have been a way to do it.
Of one of the big three dreamers that is keeping the previous Hollow Knight in its prison, and even that isn't a fight. Finding and killing these three dreamers is the main goal of the game, and the other two have bosses before them. The one in the City of Tears is pretty good. It's an endurance fight against an army of knights. Meanwhile, the boss before the Dreamer in Fog Canyon only has two mechanics involving lightning, and a gimmick that requires you to wait around for another NPC to make the boss vulnerable for you. It's not awful, but it's not great either. I want to remind you all quickly of what I said at the beginning of this video. As a product, Hollow Knight is as close to flawless as I've ever seen.
Pastor, no one is listening to this. They've already paused it and they're typing out their essay about how you're a fucking idiot. Just don't. Why are you even bothering?
It has enough bosses. It has enough enemies. But in terms of pacing, these dreamers should have been challenging fights instead of dreaming pinatas. I think most people are going to have the impression they'll end up fighting them too, since they appear 2 times earlier in the game like they're posing for their indie band's album cover. It's a real letdown that you don't fight them.
No one thinks that, because after they were done with the game, they watched Mossbag's videos and they understand the lore, and now they've retroactively decided that no, they knew all along and they didn't expect to fight these guys whatsoever. No, you're stupid, you're dumb.
Considering that these are ghosts in the dream realm, just like the ones you fight in the world, it may have been an easy solution to simply transfer some of those fights to here instead of have them in the levels. Or some amalgamation of existing ones, since just one mechanic wouldn't feel right, since these are big moments in progression and story. White Palace also feels like it's missing a boss as a big wow moment at the end of its play.
They kind of did that in Silksong, because the way you enter the boss fights with the hearts are similar to entering the places with the dreamers, and they are fights that time. Interesting. Okay.
Platforming gauntlet. Although this may be weak criticism, since White Palace is one of the ways Hollow Knight tests you on a specific part of its gameplay. There are 4 that I can see. White Palace is the endgame platforming challenge, the third Colosseum trial is the enemy combat challenge, the Radiance is the endgame boss challenge, and
Silksong doesn't have that. I think Silksong's endgame combat challenge is probably the Colosseum kind of area before you fight Khan. I don't think there is one after that, or depending on where you go, like you might do someone else before that, or Crustlord, sorry. What's his name? Is it Khan? What's his name? The Crustlord guy. I really miss the Colosseum in Silksong, and I wish they had one. I do know that there are arenas before that, but there's nothing as long as the Colosseum arena in Hollow Knight. And the Colosseum, like it's not just like the combat. I love the vibes of the Colosseum. I love that they're all like watching you and they're cheering you, and then the drums like slowly increasing as you do the fight, and like how it kicks in with the different moments and everything. And like I was looking forward to finding the Colosseum for the whole entire time, and then there wasn't one, and I was like, oh, okay. Like, I hope that they add something like that to that later, but like I would have really enjoyed that sort of thing, even though there were more arenas throughout the game, don't get me wrong. So it did have that kind of gameplay, but I was looking forward to the Colosseum. Yeah.
And finding all of the grubs in jars would be the endgame exploration challenge. Those grubs are linked to one of many big moments in the story, although story may not be the right word. Lore isn't really either. It is a narrative moment, but a subplot compared to the main journey around Hollow Nest. I don't think very highly of the story in Hollow Knight for 2 reasons. The first is that I don't think it's finished. DLC and I hope an expansion have a lot left to add. There are currently areas in the game that lead to nothing, and are mysteries waiting to be developed on later.
On YouTube.
One that I question the inclusion of right now is the Weaver's Room in Deep Nest. I can imagine many players spending a lot of time here trying to work out some secret to the place, or some hidden piece of treasure that should be here, when it's just a tease for upcoming content, probably involving Hornet.
Wait, don't you get something in there? Did I miss it? Or did they add it? Just the charm? Maybe I didn't get the charm. Huh.
The second reason I didn't pay attention to the story much is that it has that vague, up to your interpretation issue that's really popular at the moment. Although I will say, in the game's defense, this could be something that's resolved with future content that clarifies some things. We may only be seeing half of the story through one character's perspective at the moment.
So I don't know if that's true. That's how it felt to me when I was playing it. And so I kind of checked out about midway through. I was like, okay, whatever. This is more of a gameplay game. I don't know if this is right or not. Doesn't really bother me though, because I don't really give a shit. But it could be that there was enough there that you could piece together a proper story, and maybe the YouTube bards did a good job at piecing it all together and creating a coherent thing that you can enjoy. But I think it's almost certain that most people will have to go and have supplementary storytelling done for them, or like research and piecing things together at the end of it, instead of just having something delivered to them like traditionally in the game. Yeah, I think that's probably fair for most people. Yeah.
That doesn't mean that I did not enjoy some of the narrative and experience moments while playing.
Do you feel the same about Silksong's story? No, Silksong has more of a directly told narrative to you about what's going on, but toward the end, I feel like it does slip back into what it's like with Hollow Knight again, with some of the stuff you have to piece together. But there was a lot more successful environmental storytelling in Silksong, especially your first time you get into like the underworks and stuff. It was really good.
Arriving at City of Tears for the first time, with the music cutting out and then slowly coming back with the sound of rain on the glass, was marvelous, as was the conversation with Quirrell at the first bench here. He wonders...
Took me so many attempts to do that line, and it's still, the delivery is not that great there. Marvelous. Don't know why it was so hard for me to say.
...loud where the rain is coming from, and that he hopes to see the source of it one day. A wish that comes true when you meet him later at the Blue Lake. It's a small, unimportant area that didn't need to be in the game, yet it still is, and stands out in my memory, perhaps partly for that reason. Two other strong moments were at either end of the map. The biggest strength of Hollow Knight's world is that it continues to sprawl out long after you expect it to be finished. Then, when it did finish, I wish it hadn't. Not many games have made me want so strongly to break out of bounds and to continue exploring. What's beyond the edge of the Howling Cliffs? What's the wasteland really like?
Oh, there was that platform like on the left part of Silksong's map in Blasted Steps. I didn't go up with double jump. I didn't go up there. What's up there? I need to go back and check that out. Shit.
Out there. What's outside of this tent at the Kingdom's Edge? They may just be more clever versions of invisible walls and an arbitrary limit, but they still manage to capture my imagination while also being a firm boundary. For something that I didn't enjoy as much, we have to go back to the crossroads at the beginning of the game. There are two important NPCs here. The first is the Grub Father, who showers you with geo and occasionally higher rewards for every grub you free from captivity. The other is Mila, one of the friendliest bugs in the game. Mila's story is very contained. She's cheerfully mining and singing near Crystal Peak. She's pleased to have some company when you're around, and she'll sing for you if you talk to her. Since this is a game
the Sharma of Hollow Knight,
where you regularly explore prior areas with new upgrades, you speak to NPCs more than once. So when I was passing through, I would speak to this character. Over the course of the game, her dialogue changed. I don't know when the exact trigger point is. It seems to be when the corruption begins to leak from the black egg nearby, but at some point Mila goes hollow, for lack of a better term, and attacks you on sight, just like any other enemy. This small story is fine. It's on the bitter side since she was so nice, but it's a clear demonstration of what the corrupting force can do in the game, and what it has already done to many of the bugs you've been killing since the start. This may be the first point that you realize what the corruption even does, and raises the stakes by showing you how important it is that you succeed. The Grub Father, on the other hand, feels shocking just for the sake of it. There's no foreshadowing or anything that is being shown to you by this reveal. It's just the revelation that this character is a monster, and that you can't do anything about it.
Is he though? I don't know. A lot of people pushed back against this and said no, this is their reproduction cycle. And then someone that came in and said, actually, maybe not. I don't know. Is it up to interpretation or what? It's up in the air. Nobody knows. The Dream Nail dialogue implies metamorphosis. Okay. but they seem to, like, they all seem to have individual, like, sentience or whatever. So I don't know, like, but it's hard to understand how that works. Because, like, a lot of them operate, they're like people that are bugs, but then sometimes they still are bugs. Does that make sense? Like, and they just accept it. I don't know.
Probable that this is something many people are going to really like about this twist. Maybe if I'd been in a different mood, I would have felt that way too. It's unexpected, and I usually like that sort of thing. But to me, the game was already grim and dark enough without this. It's also something I didn't know about until someone on my Discord server pointed it out, because I simply never came back to this room after receiving the reward for all the grubs. I didn't have a reason to. There are a ton of things like that in this game. Secrets are crammed all over the place. You can use the dream nail on almost every NPC and enemy to hear some of their thoughts and insights on what's happening, or the history of some locations. It's dense in a really good way that's never forced on you, and it's another example of how the game is so packed with content. The false hero Zote, for example, proclaims that he has 57 precepts to an adoring fan, and if you sit here and talk to him enough, he really does go through all 57 of them. He talks more than I do. The best moment of all like this for me was my return to the Abyss after finding the two halves of the Secret King Soul from the White Palace and the Queen's Gardens. The heap of masks which represented discarded corpses of failed vessels to me was already an enthralling choice for the setting of this big story moment. But it was what happened next that really stuck with me. The corpses are blasted apart and rained down. You have to climb up the abyss not knowing that this is a vision of something that happened in the past. Messages flash as you do this, but it was the gradually building music that sealed the sequence for me.
We're doing a little bit of recapping, too much recapping here. I think if I was to make this video now, I would cut this section out and just allude to what happened here instead of showing it.
This is the same music that plays during the Hollow Knight boss at the end of the game, only this time it's a lot more somber. Instruments are added to it as you climb higher through the abyss before it's all cut away and you're sent tumbling down. Of course, things like this are going to be very subjective. It's why I try to avoid speaking about them in my videos.
Ooh.
However, this was powerful enough that it didn't feel right to not mention at least a little, as was the incredible introduction to the secret final boss, the Radiance. I think most people aren't going to expect that.
Okay, that didn't take too long, actually, and it's a nice thing to link the Abyss to being up here in the sun. Okay.
As you jump up these platforms to the challenge prompt, that the sun in the background is what you're going to end up fighting.
Well, that's a good inversion, too. In Silksong, you climb high, but the last boss is down below, and in the Hollow Knight, you go really far down, but the last boss is high above. That's cool.
It's also the only boss in the game that has this grand full-page announcement timed to its music.
This is fucking cinema, man. Cinema.
Boss fights are one of my favorite things in video games. Hollow Knight delivers with at least 10 really solid fights, with the top two for me being the rematch against Lost Kin and the Radiance. That's not strictly true, however, because I enjoyed some fights more than others on different runs, which is where I have to call the game's balance of progression into question. The core principle of many action games is this: you avoid enemy damage while dealing enough damage back to kill them. Pretty simple.
Yep.
The higher the damage output you have, the sooner the fight is over. Your health can be seen as an allotted mistakes meter that depletes after so many errors are made on your part.
All right, so some people disagree with this. I see why, but like when I make this statement, I'm not saying that is the only reason that those exist, right? You can also use your health as a way to go on offensive. I think I mentioned this in Dark Souls 1 video, that if you want, you can see like your health as like a resource that you can burn in order to do as much damage as you possibly can. I think I even do it in this game when I'm fighting False Knight or Failed Champion, I'm not sure. But like in terms of how game design works, this is just objectively true. Like, this is the amount of mistakes that you can make, and you need to replenish it. If you make that too many mistakes, you're over. You have been found. You failed. Come back again. That's just how it works. I don't know why there's pushback against this sometimes. When that's just how it is.
The higher your damage, the lower the duration of the fight, and the fewer chances you have to make mistakes and therefore die.
Yep.
This is why damage dealt to the player when it isn't strictly their fault and therefore not a mistake at all can be so frustrating. For charms, you can extend yourself to be more durable or go for a higher damage output, or both in the case of upgrades you can find in the world. Sometimes you can break this principle by becoming so durable or achieve such high damage that you can ignore what the boss is doing.
Yeah,
this is fine and even a welcome feature in some games because it can become an alternative method of progressing for some players who struggle with pattern.
Yeah, I even do it in this video. Okay, I spoke too soon.
Recognition, or somewhere in the middle for players who want a bit of a boost or don't like a certain boss. The issue arises when it ceases to be a choice, when you upgrade yourself without understanding what you've just done, that you've broken fights for yourself in your favor, and have no way of
It's not true in most turn-based games. Well, turn-based games aren't skill-based, right? So the mistakes there aren't the same way. Sometimes in those games, it's randomness that can get you, right? And that can be fun. Randomness is really interesting. Like you can, I don't know, some games like Slay the Spire and Balatro, you can get so good at that it becomes skill-based in a different way, but for most people playing those games, you can lose a run just from randomness. Oh, that's kind of out my area though, because I've never fully mastered one of those games. But definitely early on, like when you don't know all the possibilities and rules and outcomes, you can lose from bad luck. Whereas I guess a similar thing would be in a skill-based game like this is that you die from a move that you haven't seen yet, so you don't know what they can do. Is there a through line there that we can draw? Yeah, I think that's fair enough, right? So it can present like bad luck, but really you're just learning.
Reverting back to a lower amount of health or damage so that the encounter once again adheres to this principle. Hollow Knight crosses this line with sword upgrades in my opinion. I don't know where I'd nail down this exact point, but I know for certain that the final weapon upgrade is too much. At this level, you are able to whack away through phases of bosses and the Colosseum of Fools without much effort. The Radiance tries to prevent this by dealing 2 units of health whenever you take damage. Even this endgame boss was something I found shockingly flimsy with a fully upgraded weapon, especially in Phase 2. The solutions here could be a hard mode, a new game plus mode, the removal of the last weapon upgrade, or tying the upgraded nail to an option you can toggle. This may sound elitist of me, and I do apologize for that. Even that apology may sound elitist, but I feel strongly about this after beating the game without magic, without weapon upgrades, and without any health or soul boosts. This is definitely not the ideal way to play, as it turned many of these fights into very long struggles. The last challenge in the Colosseum became a 30-minute fight with this low damage number.
Holy shit.
But I also learned how well designed these bosses were by having to fully commit to the time and effort of beating them in such a weakened state. More than anything, it gave me a deeper appreciation for the Radiance battle, how all of the moves it has available weave and follow each other, and when to exploit openings for a lot of hits since every hit that I did land dealt so little damage. I had to maximize that uptime. This ties closely to the healing system and why the health upgrades don't break the game's...
That's probably why I'm very aggressive when I play these games, is because I have to go through an ordeal of being like, my damage is so low, I have to hit it as much as I possibly can, and it was really fun to do that, but sometimes the fights did become kind of a slog, yeah.
Balance nearly as much as the weapon ones do. Attacks come quick in Hollow Knight, especially from bosses and groups of enemies. I love so much about the healing system in this game because it requires you to be active in a fight to use it, and has
That looks like Long Nail and Mark of Pride there, damn.
the trade-off with your magic spells if you decide to use them. You can spend the same resource you have for healing on extra damage, sometimes a lot of extra damage, to the point that I'm really hoping there's a new game plus mode that encourages it since magic is so powerful.
Nope.
The only way to get soul in the middle of a fight is to land a hit on an enemy. You can bank this ahead of time for when things go wrong, or find yourself in a clutch moment trying to sneak in some hits without dying so you can scurry away and heal up from one hit from death. But things aren't that simple. This is another trade-off moment.
Does it matter how much damage you do against False Knight when you knock him down? Is it just to get soul back? Because after 3 he's done, right? Can you do so little damage to him that it takes 4 rounds to kill him? Oh no. Nobody knows. Thank you, Enavert Moose, for the resub too. 37 minutes ago. Sorry, we're busy doing this. I didn't see it. Got lost in the plot. Thank you very much. With a hi, Joe. Hey, how's it going?
Let's look at the Radiance, who has some gaps between certain attacks that you can slip in free hits on her. You can also use these to heal, trading the opportunity for damage with recovery instead. But the more you see this fight, the more you learn that there are moments within other attacks that you can begin to heal too. When the line of daggers comes in a specific pattern and provides a few seconds of downtime, or when the third and final laser volley is telegraphed, you can heal at least once if you're prepared for this and know what you're doing. For fights against regular enemies, this is a lot simpler. You just run away and heal.
I don't know if Silksong is better or worse than that. I haven't fought did the fights enough to know. But I know you need more of a commitment, I think, than sneaking in one heal than in Hollow Knight.
During locked rooms in the Colosseum that you need to be smarter and know when it's a good time to heal. This is a skill that you need to develop as you play, not...
Yeah, you do. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to develop this skill. Someone's saying they want a mode in Silksong for when they start with different crests. I also would like that. Yeah, I think that's something they should definitely do. And when they do their God Home, there should be like a different crest version of all the fights too, so you can prove that you did them on with each crest. I think that would add a lot of replayability. Yeah, it sucks that you might that you might have a favorite crest that you don't get until much later in the game when you've already beaten like a quarter, a third, maybe in a half of the bosses, right? So I think that you definitely want that. Yeah, mods could do it though.
Just a button you press to heal, and when you run out, tough luck, you have no more healing. It allows players who are struggling to play a bit smarter to give them more time to learn, or players who take risks and are aggressive to have potentially unlimited sustain if they don't get too greedy and take the time to heal. Having so much damage meant I didn't have to do any of this, which is a shame because it was a really satisfying part of combat for me, and I think it's a core system in Hollow Knight that you can just ignore. Instead, I could tank hits and burn enemies down. I highly recommend playing the game with only the first 2 or 3 weapon upgrades to get a much more rewarding combat experience.
See, he's not insane. He's not saying don't use any nailing upgrades at all. Like, he's, just hold 1 or 2 back. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
I think you'll be surprised.
Witch crest being locked in Act 2 and the Shaman crest only being Act 3 is so ass. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
To discover how much there is to learn about some fights, moments that you can attack when the enemy is also being aggressive, or when you can heal when you didn't think you had time before. Many bosses also have this really cool feature early in their encounters. They become periodically stunned after you hit them enough times. This means that, for the first half of the fight, you get more structured, guaranteed moments of reprieve in order to heal before continuing. Or if you know the fight already, you can slip in some free hits and knock them out of the stun early.
Also used very well in
Silksong. As the fight goes on,
Silksong.
these stuns stop happening, which I take to mean that they were deliberately included.
Does Hornet let the Knight win here? Is it like a test of skill, or is the Knight stronger than she is? I wonder.
To smooth out the learning curve that struggling players will go through for each attempt of the fight. Bosses actually get more difficult as they go on because of this, while still being accessible at the beginning without sacrificing that difficulty for the whole fight. I adore this feature and I would love to see it in other games. Swinging this to the negative side of things though, we have the death system in Hollow Knight. This isn't a good fit at all except for the setback to the checkpoint. That's a decent enough punishment for death. The potential loss of all of your Geo if you don't kill your Ghostain would also be a good inclusion, except that it's only truly punishing in the early game. In fact, in the early game it can be tremendous.
And Teen Cherry took that personally.
Tremendously punishing, since there are a few big items to buy with Geo at that stage. Geo isn't that easy to get in the first few areas, yet by the end of the game, Geo is so common and has so few things to purchase that the death mechanic loses its bite. This seems backwards to me. It should be easier at the start and harder toward the end. The safety net for Geo are the relics you find throughout the world. You do not lose these upon death, and they sell for a high amount of Geo to a trader in the City of Tears. I strongly dislike how long it takes to sell each relic to this guy, and I'm hoping that this is something that I just missed, some quick sell menu or something.
No.
Otherwise, it takes way too much time to sell each individual piece that you have. This death system would work much better if Geo was something you always wanted to have to upgrade your stats, tying it to a level system, for example. I am not saying that Hollow Knight should have a leveling system, only that it would be a better fit with the ever-present fear of losing your Geo.
Yeah, people don't understand that nuance, Joe. They just heard that you want a level system in Hollow Knight, and they'll just,
And also incentivize finding more of it after the mid-game. Some charms and the extra slots to use them are expensive, but even after buying everything available in the game, I was left with a mountain of Geo by the end.
There was a bug with one of the charms that I saw. I think Blue SR's video, Blue SR did a video on this, that you could have a charm that would trigger the death of the enemy that hit it more than once because it happened so fast. So speedrunners would come in here and they would trigger it on this enemy, and it would kill it multiple times, and it would just fill the whole room up with Geo because it's like it would happen so fast it would trigger that explosion more than once. That's neat.
And this includes hours spent playing the game long after I stopped caring about collecting much of it. Charms are interesting because they're like a talent tree that you find via exploration.
This is so... Look at them, man. Even it looks better than Silksong. This is a huge miss for me. I'm sorry, bros. It's a huge miss for me in Silksong. This was better than Silksong system. I think the charm system and the notches and everything were better in Hollow Knight than Silksong. I like the idea of the crests. I do, but this was better.
And then get to assign within a limit of how many notches you have. You can compare it to the chipset system in Prey, only Hollow Knight's augments are a lot more substantial. It also works as a secret hard mode, since you can overcharm yourself by forcing a charm to equip that requires more free notches than you have.
Wait, what?
This makes you take double damage.
Yeah, it puts you on normal Silksong damage mode. Yeah, now we take 2 masks from everywhere. Holy shit, who could live at that speed?
And while welcome, it's not quite the hard mode I'd like. Something else about charms is that some of them are about utility instead of combat, magic, or defense. Some can tweak your healing as well, so you can pick a part of the game that you'd like to make easier for yourself. I'm unsure about how successful this is, however, as some charms felt mandatory to me. The one that shows your position on the map, and for the early game, the one that draws in all Geo that enemies drop, are essential as far as I'm concerned. As is the Dash Master charm that lets you zip around much quicker. This can be twisted.
I could see people complaining that, come on, not everyone needs the Dash Master charm. Although Silksong kind of has the Dash Master charm built in, but come on, the compass and the fucking magnetic, the Geo, come on, it's quality of life. You shouldn't have to give up utility for quality of life. Just let me find a way to make it just built in all the time. Come on.
Come on, we need the compass sword because I'm lazy and I don't want to have to like constantly look at the map, be like, okay, where did I come from? I went down here. Where am I going? Cotton Eye Joe. Okay, like, and most people who play these games like they normies don't want to do this shit. They just want to see where they are on the map. Like, kids play these games. You know how hard it is for kids to read a map?
Into a positive sense, if you get to a boss that you're struggling on with these charms equipped, then you can think of taking them off and putting stronger charms on temporarily for a power boost to get through that fight.
Yeah,
that's a cool trick to realize for yourself.
Yeah, it's cool.
However, I do wonder if a good way to sync extra geo in the mid game would be some sort of
hungry.
special vendor that can make one-notch charms permanent and separate from the system, just like the Void Soul becomes after you climb out of the abyss. The charm that I was most surprised to discover was the one that removed the recoil from sword strikes. This is an integral part of the combat system right from the start, and because of that, this was a charm that I decided to never use. Just like how the absence of the dash can be heavily felt when you start the game fresh, I think losing this charm after getting used to the lack of recoil would be very off-putting. It also takes away a good bit of how impactful your attacks feel while smacking around enemies.
That's the bigger one to do. I think that being this little guy that attacks so strongly that he gives himself recoil is like chef's kiss fucking game feel. So it's an option. You can toggle it off. That's great. But for me, I think that's the real reason to not use it rather than like getting used to it. Yeah.
Having spoken so much about the bosses, it's only right to also go into some detail on the wide variety of enemies throughout the rest of the game. Or at least, the illusion of variety. Hollow Knight definitely has enough different enemies, and not just for the price either. However, many of them recycle ideas from earlier levels. The worst offender of this are the bugs that blast out poison gas in the green path, and their cousins in the fungal wastes shortly after this. Both of them even explode in the same way upon death. There are also many variations on the same basic beetle bug that will run and jump at you.
Yeah, Silksong does this better, I think. Enemy variety better? Probably better. I think better.
And that's all they do. The same for stronger knight enemies with swords and shields. Their size are the only real thing that changes. There are some good enemies amongst these though, with the standard method being a ranged attack that can trigger if you're out of range of the melee one. The mace wielders in the crossroads, the moss knights in the green path, and some of the fighters that are unique to the Colosseum. There are also a range of larger flying enemies that show repeated ideas, but by and large I think the game does a good job with its enemy variety. It's not quite as impressively unique as this list may appear though. Fighting in that Colosseum was my favorite part of the game overall, the third trial especially. Just like the rest of the game and my videos, it goes on for far longer than you expect. It's here that the combat system gets its chance to fully shine and shows how much potential the rest of the game could have if this level of complexity was reached sooner.
So again, this is the base game, so it was my favorite part of the game in the base game, but now that the DLC is out, I prefer the boss fights and going through Godhome versus the Colosseum. But when it was here, it was the base game. Yeah, the Colosseum was the best part.
Something I am clearly hoping is achieved in an expansion considering how many times I brought it up now. Despite my gripes I brought up earlier, it was the teleporting enemies that I enjoyed most of all. When they don't materialize right on top of you, it makes fighting so frantic. The game is at its best when you have to combine all of your movement options to both attack and evade at the same time. There are some stumbles and questionable decisions here and there. The rematch against Soul Tyrant, for example, is something I think really requires the double jump in order to be fair. He can cancel his dive bomb at the very last second, right before he hits the floor when his nose is touching it even, and teleport into a second one, which was the only attack in the entire game that I felt could be a regular unavoidable hit without the double jump. The Radiance also has an issue of spawning projectiles.
If you hold your dash in the air, maybe you can play around it, but it's a pretty hard skill check.
Projectiles and telegraphs that are the same color as the background, making them hard to see. Now, this is meant to be some sort of shimmering embodiment of light, like look at its...
Sorry, do you think if those mages were in Silksong, they'd spawn right in your face? No, I think the enemy spawning in your face like that in Silksong is a glitch. I don't think they're meant to do it. Sometimes some enemies do weaponize their contact damage in Silksong for sure, but when you get telefragged in Silksong, there's no fucking way that's on purpose. There's no fucking way.
Name. So hey, maybe that's intentional, but since it depends on what part of the background she's on, I doubt it.
Yeah,
the preceding Hollow Knight fight is also
these
overshadowed by this one in more ways than one. It couldn't be that challenging or complex because it would be frustrating to get through it over and over in order to get more attempts on the Radiance. It's a weird thing to think about really. A checkpoint between Hollow Knight and the Radiance would of course make the latter of the two much easier, but it would also allow the freedom to make Hollow Knight harder. On my no upgrade run, I enjoyed this fight a lot more since I didn't burst my way through it so quickly. It was also the one I used the Shade Cloak the most on to dodge through attacks, which makes me think it's another part of the game that has untapped potential. Actually, thinking about it now, even
your vessel uses really well. Yeah,
platforming and challenges in the environment, this could be used in really creative ways in other areas. I've said it too many times throughout this video because I really am hopeful that Team Cherry is nowhere near finished with this game. If I had done a video shortly after release, then I would have laid some heavy criticism on it for having a huge chunk of the map so extremely divorced from the rest. Getting anywhere below the sewers was a huge chore on my first playthrough, and this is something they addressed and changed with the first free update before I even started writing this script.
Oh, okay. So it was updated while I was making the video. Okay, what was that then that added the extra station down in the bottom?
They added a teleport rune and an extra stag station, which I think was enough to fix the problem. The teleport might even be a bit too much, but you can only place one of them. I can't comment too much on it because I kept forgetting it existed since I was used to the base game.
Okay, so I did play the game before the update, and then they updated it while I was making the video. Okay, so Hidden Dreams. Okay.
The stag station was a really good addition, though. 2 bosses were also added, a rematch against the Dung Beetle Defender, and another fight that fits a subplot in the game so well that I don't want to spoil it. These bosses were not added to any of the areas that I felt needed more attention, which makes me wonder if they're reluctant to change anything.
Who the fuck is that in the background? Is that like False Knight? Who are those dudes? Mossbag, explain!
In the major points of the story. This makes sense knowing that people are used to the current way progression works in the game now, but I'm not sure if I'm sold on that idea. It's new areas that use all of the upgraded moves and abilities that are more likely, or maybe I'm just wishing so because that's what I want to see.
No, that doesn't
The base
happen,
game is
Joe.
already
Sorry.
here as the foundation, and more challenges like the White Palace, the Radiance, and the Colosseum should be built upon it. Hollow Knight is a fantastic experience and a contender to be my favorite game of the year. If you watch this video without playing it, then I still think you'd enjoy it a lot if this is your type of game. I cannot think of another title that comes close to the shockingly high amount of value it provides for the price. That's where it stands as a product. As a work of art, well, that'll be up for you to decide.
Ooh, with the mask falling in front of him at the end that you can unveil. Yay! Why do you mention how hot the bugs are in the video, or even real quick? I'm sorry.
So as the credits roll, as a small thank you to some of the patrons that
Oh,
made this video
yeah,
possible,
Patreon.
there are a few scattered thoughts that I couldn't fit into the rest of the script that I'd
Anybody know what this background is from?
like to say. The game soundtrack is wonderful and generally understated. I didn't notice how good it was until my second time through, especially the alternative versions during tricky parts of levels when an extra layer of the music kicks in. The Markoth fight in Kingdom's Edge was the most challenging of the spirit bosses for me, and I think a good example of what the Dreamer fights could have been.
You have a Patreon? I used to have a Patreon, yeah. No one knows. Damn. This is a close-up of empty space that is full of oxygen and oxygen not included.
I think a hard mode with a set nail upgrade and health amount with remixed enemy types in all areas would be a great idea, like a Master Quest version with charms still being there for player customization. The rematch against the Crystal Guardian had a warning on its lasers that I was never comfortable dodging. Maybe I just need to get good, but this felt off compared to other fights in the game.
Yeah, probably.
Similarly, as much as I love the enemies, having the Primal Aspid shoot orange projectiles when they also gush orange blood when you hit them probably wasn't the best idea.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
The second phase of the Mantis Lords is
That's a interesting thing, a problem with these games that have hit markers that flash the enemy sprite. I was thinking about this when I was fighting the last judge. Because you're being aggressive and you're attacking them, sometimes that flash and the contact of your weapon hitting them can mask that the telegraph has started. I don't know how to do that. Like, what's the fucking what's the solution there? I felt them lost. I did too. Yeah, some of the attacks are lost because I was hitting her. Some telegraphs just didn't come out properly. Like delay the telegraph maybe. Like when you hit it, it makes the boss kind of like hold a couple frames for the duration of the flash or something. I don't know.
one of the simplest yet effective ways to increase challenge and complexity in a fight that I've seen in a game. I hope they add a rematch to this one later that has all 3 of them assault you together in a new phase at the end.
Yeah, they did do that. It was good too.
The Nosk fight was really disappointing after its cool introduction. In general, any boss that primarily attacks by recklessly running in your direction feels lame. The Brooding Malek was far better, and that was in the first level.
Yeah, that's a good
The
fight.
Hunter's transformation and intentional boss fake-out after completing the bestiary was a massive tease. It was funny, but looking back at some of the other pacing issues in the game, I wish this had been a fight after all. He looks really intimidating too, and I think he would make a fun boss.
Kind of looks like a Weaver a little bit.
Knocking the falling debris into the failed champion to damage him is a really cool touch and something I didn't realize you could do until my second time through. It's also a really neat way of combining defense and offense since you can knock them away from dealing damage to you at the same time. And I think that's everything. Thanks for watching. I might do something on Hellblade or Cuphead next before Nier Automata.
Oh, that didn't happen.
Automata. Wow, that's going to be a real fun video to do, having to say that name over and over again.
That was hard to do. Oh, the Witcher's there! Yay! Liar. You can blame Twitch for that. Twitch chat for that.
8 years and no boss replay? What do you mean? You have a boss replay in Hollow Knight? Or are you talking about something else? Liza P video is almost at 900,000 views. Ah, damn. Did that get like an uptick with the DLC that came out? I don't know it was that high.
Knight Trader.
Okay. That video actually held up quite well. Okay. Sometimes the older videos don't hold up that well. Okay, so this one is called Hollow Knight DLC Swan Song for Silksong, which was just obvious algorithm baiting by having Silksong in the title of the video, because everyone was pretty sure back 6 years ago that the video was just that the game was going to come out any second now. And we were right. Yeah, we were right. Oh, hold on. The music. We're going to put it back on 1 speed for the music. I had fun making this cheesy intro.
Hollow Knight was my favorite game that released in 2017.
Whoa, how is the audio worse, Joe? What the fuck? What is this echo? Oh no. Okay, 1 point tied into
17. Returning to it now with all the shiny updates and polish has reminded me that it stood out in a similar way to the new God of War. Hollow Knight does not have the best combat, boss battles, or exploration that I've played in a game, but it does everything so well that it stands out by hitting such a high level across its major features. And the game's presentation is a contender for the best of its type. I still listen to the soundtrack now and then, and I can't believe how good the game looks from a team this small. Yet despite it being 2 years since the game was first released and 19 months since my first critique, I find myself in the same predicament I was in the opening to that video. Back then, it was how to differentiate judging something as a product versus judging it as art.
with some Geo in the background to pick up because it's all about money.
In the case of Hollow Knight's updates, I'm wondering what's the best way to judge something that's outright free opposed to the original game that was merely ridiculously underpriced. The 4 listed updates for Hollow Knight, as conveniently supplied by the game's main menu, are as follows: Hidden Dreams, The Grim Troop, Lifeblood, and Godmaster. One of these has far more content than the others, even after some teased features were cut from the eventual release. But even the smaller expansions bring new areas, charms, and enemies. By my count, there are 12 boss battles added to the game in these content packs, as long as you're okay with counting some of the remixed updated ones. When something is free, obviously whether it's worth your money isn't applicable, so all we're left with is time. But how much is the monetary cost worth for a standard score that's just your translated estimation of a satisfying experience? If the product is free, does it gain the first 5 points on an out of 10 scale as a base, and that's where you start? Or does it change how people view the product? My concern is
it's the second one. It changes how people view the product.
When something is free or close to it, that you forget that fact and judge it like it did cost money, somehow. It gets unfairly delegated to the same area as every other game you play, or you switch over to judging it as art without realizing that you've done so. The 2 reasons why I'm bringing this up is that these expansion packs did have some disappointing parts to them, some from inclusions of what I consider to be poor content when compared to the best of what Hollow Knight previously offered.
Yeah, this straight up sucks. I don't like doing this.
But also from a large part of the game being ignored in these updates that we'll discuss shortly. The other reason is that I've seen some people discussing that they were so disappointed by these updates that it ruined the game for them. This is something that I spent some time trying to understand. The knee-jerk reaction I have is that it's free. If it's so bad, then just don't play it. It's bonus content, not part of the main game, and can easily...
Oh, this is the one with the black square in the bottom right corner because Shadowplay decided to record its own fucking green circle icon. Yeah, all right. Enjoy looking at that black square in the bottom right corner for this. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, okay.
Be ignored since it's starkly separate from the experience. But as I've thought about it and tried to make some comparisons, I think I understand it more. What finally made it click for me was imagining a TV series that ended with a proper, fulfilling conclusion, and then another season comes out years later that spoils that ending. I still think that Hollow Knight's DLC can more easily be ignored than this, but I find myself at least understanding this rejection now. If anyone's curious as to why some people are upset, it's because the new endings and tidbits of Hollow Knight's ongoing lore were locked behind the completion of its most brutally difficult content. Many players were unable to reach it and had to resort to viewing it online instead of experiencing it in-game themselves. Again, sorry for doing this so much, but we'll get to that a little later.
Why doesn't Hornet immediately just like do nothing personal, kid, and hit the knight 15 times after she does a parry? Is she stupid?
Let's be positive, and also have a spoiler warning just in case the video title wasn't
Spoiler warning for all of Hollow Knight and the 4 DLC packs.
enough. I'll be showing most of the base
Anything
game of Hollow
else?
Knight and all of its DLC, so if
Oh, it was good placement of the text there, so you can still see the fight going on in the bottom.
you haven't played it yet, you should probably go do that before you watch this video.
Yeah, they won't, though.
Returning to the game was surreal because many of the updates address things I criticized in the first video. I want to be clear that I do not think these changes are in response to that video. It instead confirms what I've long said about most of the criticism that is contained in videos like mine being
Shut the fuck up, dude.
things that the developers are already aware of. These aren't things they never realized, but are instead problems caused by running out of funding or hitting a deadline. Still, it was affirming to see that at least some of the points I brought up were valid and that the game is better off having fixed them. Namely, a boss has been added to the Hive area, Traitor King and Nosk have updated movesets, there's a new rematch fight against the Mantis Lords where you fight all three of them together, a new platforming gauntlet that demands you use all of Hollow Knight's upgrades, and a boss select mode with options to revert your upgrades, or the option to make the fight harder so you can enjoy it with your full moveset that you couldn't have unlocked yet for most fights in the base game. What hasn't been changed are the Dreamer encounters. This makes me think there's a deliberate purpose for these moments to be passive, a purpose that's lost on me, and that's okay. The one thing I do still wish had been added was a boss to the end of the Deep Nest, similar to the Watcher Knights that guard the Dreamer in City of Tears. However, considering how deeply linked Hornet is to that area, and with the recently announced sequel Silksong, there may be another reason why that last stretch of Hollow Nest is being kept boss-free. Bosses are the focus of this video because they were the focus of the DLC, especially when we're speaking about the best parts of these updates. The one exception is the Path of Pain, which is a new secret location in the White Palace. The way I see it, Hollow Knight has 4 main facets of gameplay: exploration, platforming, combat against regular enemies, and then boss combat. Path of Pain is how the DLC adds something new to the platforming facet. It is much more difficult than anything else in the game, including the rest of the White Palace. Frequent checkpoints are included to alleviate this difficulty, and from what I remember, these are the only ones in the game that allow you to hit for infinite soul, meaning that you can always heal to full after messing up.
But if hard content, why frequent checkpoint? Why not make run back every single time?
In my first Hollow Knight video, I said that the game is too easy. I'm not going to repeat that here for the DLC because it wouldn't be true, but Path of Pain was not the excruciating experience for me that I've seen others share. I don't think this is an issue with Path of Pain's design, but rather it's pushed against the limits of Hollow Knight's moveset. There's only so much you can do with pogo bounces resetting your dash and air jump. This may be seen as cheating to some of you, but I think you only need to look at the trailer for Silksong to see how much more potential there is in what looks to be
where's that area?
Hornet's broader moveset. That's not to say
Oh, the harpoon used to have like a little bit of an up angle to it. You see that? It wasn't straight across. Oh, that's interesting.
that Path of Pain wasn't enjoyable. It reaches some great moments while pushing Hollow Knight's platforming to its extreme. It achieves something close to Celeste's level of strings of actions feeling like notes of music being arranged into an executed order, and more of them keep getting added together for longer levels.
Yeah, I love thinking of platforming and stuff like that in that sort of way, and a lot of games seem to be designed that way too. Like you have different these are different like packages you can put down, and it's like how do you arrange them, and you have to string them together. Like there's only so many ways that you can do it in certain arrangements. It's really fun to think about things like that. And I feel like Silksong might have used all of them. A question I would have is that did Silksong did they what did they get tired of when they were making Silksong's platforming? Did they run out of ways to arrange all the different ways that you can do double jump, dash, hook shot into all those things? Harpoons? Did they run out of ways to do that? Did they run out of good rewards in order to incentivize you to do them? Or did they run out of just inspiration, like they didn't care anymore, they didn't want to add anymore? Or did they think that the player wouldn't want to do anymore? Or is it a mix of those four? Like which is it? I'm not sure.
Celeste could also be why Path of Pain felt a little disappointing since it was over so quickly and didn't have as much to work with as Celeste did, but
Celeste is so fucking good. Celeste is such a goddamn great game. Oh my god, Celeste is so fucking good. This is the first time I've seen good gameplay on the stream. Whose YouTube channel? So what the fuck are you talking?
that brings us back to the potential of Silksong. What Path of Pain does excel at is evoking a feeling of desperation. Even if you are comfortable making most of the jumps, they still feel like you're climbing somewhere you're not supposed to be.
Yeah.
Lightly breaking the rules, which starts when you break a wall that acts differently than most other breakable boundaries in the game. The layout of danger zones and buzzsaws feels claustrophobic, and then right before the end you can feel like you've swam too far out to sea and are stranded bouncing along these pikes and saws with no safe place to land. And then when you finally do break through, when you should feel a rush of relief, you have to fight 2 enemies after landing instead of reaching a checkpoint like the other parts of the White Palace and Path of Pain.
Man, if Team Cherry made this, you would have had to fight a pure vessel here, and you would have to do the whole entire Path of Pain to do the run back. Man, we're so lucky that they didn't.
These enemies are not difficult, but the shock and panic can make the fight a memorable experience since it comes out of nowhere and you're afraid of being pushed back to the checkpoint if you fail. This is one of 3 times that the DLC flirts with another facet of Hollow Knight's gameplay, combat against regular
shit,
enemies.
I almost died here.
The other 2 are similarly minor moments. You may not even want to count them as you journey through the rest of the DLC. A fight against a jumping ninja bug through a newly breakable wall at the Colosseum of Fools, and collecting flames by killing Spectre-type enemies for the Grim Troop. For the sake of being thorough, I also want to mention the new giant pipe enemies on your way to Godhome's entrance and a special ordeal event hidden in the boss select area. I think it's fair to say that this is more like a facet of Hollow Knight's gameplay that wasn't being explored. Unfortunately, there's another that was similarly neglected, but let's instead link these Spectre enemies to the DLC's boss content. Grim and his harder version Nightmare King Grim are not the first bosses added to the game via DLC. Those go to Zote's incredibly presented Dream
Good music transition there. Good job.
fight, and a rematch against a more difficult version of the Dung Beetle Defender. Grim is, however, the first wholly new boss fight and was also one of the most exciting parts of the DLC, so we'll be starting with him. The clever trick the Grim Troop pulls is that you fight Grim before you fight Grim. His Spectres have similar moves and the exact same sort of flow to their battles. They appear, unload whatever attack they have selected to use, and then you get a chance to get in some counterattacks before they vanish and reappear to go through the cycle again. This is how every enemy you fight for the quest works. It's also how Grim works, much to the fight's detriment. Grim could be seen as setting the stage for the
There's a jump cut there with a shade dash ahead into the next clip. I feel like a lot of this is lost on people. It doesn't really add as much as I thought it was. It is fun to make it to assemble it in the video editor though.
proper fight against Nightmare King. That's also the only other fight in the game that gets a full title card introduction, as long as you don't count the rematch against the Radiance as a different fight. And at first this battle was worthy of that same grandiose introduction. For most players, I'd wager that feeling will never go away, but after seeing this fight so many times in the boss rush
There was another cut there. That one worked better.
land of Godhome, Nightmare King is now one of my least favorite fights in the game
This is the best track in both games, I think. Grim's fucking song is so fucking good.
because it's so boring. This reaction is not from a lack of challenge. In fact, I think I made a mistake in my first Hollow Knight video and that I could have made it more clear that I wanted difficulty options and not for the entire game to be retuned to my preferences. I think I didn't communicate well enough that
Nah, you're an elitist fuck and you want it to be tuned to your preferences, just like how you're going to enjoy Silk Song when it's too hard for most people later on.
I wanted the nail upgrade to be something you could
Shut the fuck
undo
up.
for a higher challenge, something that the DLC has sort of done in
Drink your
Godhome.
orange juice.
Nightmare King is definitely a challenging fight. He has 6 highly damaging moves that he cycles through with brief telegraphs, and when you are first learning the fight, you can easily be knocked off rhythm and start taking multiple 2-mask hits in succession. But when you get past that, the fight becomes a monotonous game of tennis. Nightmare King takes his turn, you take yours. There's little room for expressing yourself by being aggressive during and between attacks.
Does hitting him when he's in bat mode even do damage to him, or is it just about or is it just about getting soul back? Yeah, he does 2 masks of damage. Whoa, who could live at that speed? Have not finished Silk Song, but it was worth the hype. Top 3 best games you've played this year, Mr. Streams. Yep, it's probably gonna be my game of the year. Yep, it's gonna be that or Expedition 33. Blueprints. It's gonna be that or Blueprints.
The best you can do is slip in some sneaky hits as you're avoiding some of his moves. I view this as an intentional decision on the part of Team Cherry. I guess it's to make the fight a long endurance dance, one that you are partnered for with Nightmare King as he leads you through each step to the music, and are responding in the only way that is allowed, going along with the theme of the fight being on a stage in front of an audience. The best evidence I can point to in order to support this is that Grim will remain when he summons his cloak spikes from below the stage. You can either get next to him during this, or shade dash through a spike after they've emerged to get in some damage as a reward for truly understanding how this attack works. Nightmare King does not remain
Yeah, why did they change that?
for this move, and you simply stick around and wait. Couple this with how quick Nightmare King is to teleport away if you get close to him for some attacks, and how quickly he vanishes after finishing each move, and I think the intent for this being a drawn-out fight is plain to see. And I do understand that this is criticism that isn't applicable for when you fight this boss in its natural location. It's only when you're trying to
Why are you watching your own video? Oh, this is just my regular Friday night. It's just I'm sorry. We're doing. We're reviewing the Hollow Knight videos. I haven't watched them in a long time. We're reviewing the Hollow Knight videos because we're done with Silk Song. We finished Silk Song last week, so we're gonna see like what holds up and what comparisons. We've been talking about it as we go.
finish a boss rush that these problems begin to show, so maybe this should be something aimed at Godhome rather than Nightmare King himself, but I find myself fixated on bosses designed like this since almost half of the boss fights in Hollow Knight use this structure, although none of them as much as Nightmare King, and not all of them suffer for it. Other fights like the Mantis Lords also share this type of battle flow, but they rarely feel monotonous like this fight does. I think they avoid the problem by cycling through attacks much faster and leaving more opportunities for counterattacks. A solution for fights like Nightmare King, which can't be that fast at first because then it would be unfair when you're still learning each move, would be a way to indicate that you would like him to dance faster since you are comfortable with the fight, perhaps by not returning his bow at the beginning and instead hitting him to make him angry.
Whoa, how did I do that?
Did I match all the soul and everything for that in order to make it so there was those are 2 attempts spliced together there with one being an attack. That's some pretty good good editing there from me from 6 years ago. Good job. Nice. Yeah, I think that would be fun to make him attack faster by not returning his bow.
What this boss does expertly provide is another fight that demands your full attention and focus to learn several attack patterns on the same level as the Radiants. This is something I felt the base game was missing. It's also arguably the best presented boss fight in the entire game, with his music blasting to life when the fight unexpectedly starts and rising with a chaotic chorus whenever he switches to his bullet hell move. Curiously, this quality is absent in the Godhome version, and I wonder why that is. As I said, the quest to unlock the fights with Grim involve fighting some enemies that match his fighting style. What I didn't say was that
Oh, there you go, Sarah. The best track and the best track. Now we're in City of Tears after the drums.
finding these enemies involves traveling around Hallow Nest to quest markers before you can kill them to collect their flames. The minor criticism I have here is that this part of the
I think I might like Hollow Knight's OST better than Silk Songs. Oh no. Oh no. I really like Bellheart's song. I love Bellheart's song music in Silksong. I really like Bilewater's theme too. I don't think there's a boss track in Silksong that I like better than Nightmare King Grimm's or Dung Defenders. I'm not sure. I'd have to listen to some of them back again. The music's really good, but I think that the music is better in Hollow Knight. Coral Chambers also has really good music. Yeah. Silksong's OST bangs. It slaps. Don't get me wrong. It's really, really good, but I think I prefer Hollow Knight's a bit more.
DLC is boring filler. At best, it can be seen as a way to entice players into taking another world tour of Hollow Knight, since this was DLC added after release, and can serve as a great excuse to remind yourself of the journey you took through this world. I think that's a valid way of looking at it, and it's not offensively boring, but this is far from my favorite new content that's been added.
It is
replaying the game
boring.
From the beginning with this DLC included allows you to kill 2 bugs with 1 magnifying glass if you know how to get...
What a horrible line.
...to the Howling Cliffs and trigger the Green Troop's arrival early. It still involves some back and forth, but the previous DLC also added a teleport you can place to help smooth out backtracking. I've played...
It reminds me of the fucking like cutting through a hot knife through a monster made of butter in the fucking Witcher 3 video. Horrible fucking line.
All the way through 6 times now, and it's surprising to me how I'm still not sick of it. Of course, nothing matches my first playthrough, and the game does start to wear a bit thin after you're familiar with it, since it's best to prioritize getting all the upgrades as quickly as possible before fully exploring it, but I still had a good time. The major criticism I have about this Grim Troop quest is that it could have been tied to a new area, and this is where all of the DLC has to be
viewed. That one's live on YouTube. That's in the first part of a Witcher 3 video. That's on the channel. Yeah, you can hear that one right now.
...viewed against another facet of Hollow Knight's gameplay: exploration. Before I get into this, I also want to remind you of what I said at the beginning of the video. The DLC was free. It's impossible to appraise as a product. As an expanded work of art, however, there were 2 parts of the DLC that broke my heart. One is linked to what I said in my first video on the game, that I wanted so desperately to go out of bounds and see what was beyond the edges of the map. Almost as if my wish was granted, you can break through a wall in the...
Oh yeah, this was such a tease. This being like, oh look, you're gonna be able to get to that area and explore something, and it was just a simple key arena. Man.
Coliseum of Fools right above this area with the tents. It opens to a drop in somewhere new, and it's just a simple fighting arena with a new enemy, so there's a simple key to open a new lock that was added to the game. If we follow the trail of that lock, you reach a new area off the sewers and far below the City of Tears, a place that has a new backdrop that teases this huge, expansive underground. You can see the fungal wastes in the distance. This introduction is practically screaming that there will be another large open area like the Abyss or the Kingdom's Edge, and it's instead where you find a mysterious creature that you dream nail to teleport to Godhome, where you go through a series of boss rushes. I was not expecting...
Thoughts on, I can't leave this kingdom until I slay its source that blasts his steps, but then you can't leave even after killing the final boss. I hoped you'd be able to leave Farloom after that, given that Act 1 was called Farloom. Well, I mean, she has another reason to stay after that, right? She's done some damage and she feels guilty and she doesn't want to go. Like, it's like, I think it makes sense, yeah. I think it makes sense. 50-50, 69 votes for each. 50, nice. Wow, the most blessed of nice.
...the DLC to expand Hollow Knight's world. I think that would be too much even for Team Cherry's absurd levels of generosity when it comes to pricing its content. But the way these areas are introduced still raised my hopes, then promptly slashed them, and it's undeniable that a core facet of the game wasn't used in this DLC. The announcement of Silksong dulls this criticism significantly, and I think it speaks more to how much I enjoyed this game, but yeah, I was heartbroken by these 2 moments regardless. Godhome, in my experience, is something unique. It is a boss rush mode that is contextualized within the game's world.
Anyone got another example of that? Like a boss rush mode that isn't just like a location that exists in the world, but is actually like lore appropriate, an entity has collected the bosses you killed so you can refight them. I guess some of the ones again at the end of Mega Man, are those the droids? They've been remade for you to fight them, or is it just like a challenge that doesn't really quite make sense? Sekiro? How does Sekiro's boss rush mode work? Sekiro kind of not really. Okay. Path of Exile? Ooh. Does Path of Exile have a boss rush mode? Limbus Company.
To put it simply, it's canon. To explain in more detail, this is an actual place that the knight is visiting, and your actions here have repercussions, which, as you might recall from earlier, is one of the reasons why some people were put off by it. There's a building series of challenges that keep upping the ante until you get to the final one and the ending that it protects. I know that games like Fury are nothing but a series of bosses, but I am unaware of another game that has a separate area for a rematch with all bosses that isn't just a fun pretend arena. In Hollow Knight, you have tuned slain bosses or gods to this area with the God Tuner, and are fighting a different version of them for reasons that weren't clear to me. Fortunately, they don't have to be something I understand for me to appreciate the effort that went into the content.
Fun little tidbit, when my kids got the God Tuner, they all thought that it was like because it has the same screen as when you get the double jump or something, they thought it was a new move. And when I told them what it was, they looked at me like so disappointed, and they were like, oh, okay. And then they just continued on with their day.
Text of this area. You have two options in Godhome. You fight bosses in a series of continuous fights in the Pantheons, or you fight individual bosses with difficulty options. Curiously, there are also options when fighting through the Pantheons, and these are more significant changes. In the Hall of Bosses, you can choose normal mode, a hard mode where the boss deals double damage, and then radiant mode where one hit will kill you. Whereas in the Pantheons, you can
also known as Silksong base mode,
reduce your health to 4 masks, reduce your soul to 1 use, set your nail to its base damage rate, prevent the usage of any charms or any combination of the 4, including all 4 at the same time. I think it's easier to understand the system if you view the Pantheons as the real challenge and the Hall of Bosses being your way to practice specific fights as much as you want. There are new boss fights in these Pantheons, but each of them already existed within the game in some form or another, which I wonder about. Is that an intentional choice to be within the theme of Godhome, that you have to have encountered the god in some form in order to tune it, or was it just a clever way to use content that may not have been finished in time in the base game? Either way, the new fights generally cap off their respective Pantheons and are as follows. Nailmasters Oro and Mado in the Pantheon of the Master, Paintmaster Shio in the Pantheon of the Artist, Yoda in the Pantheon of the Sage, Nail Sage Sly, Pure Vessel in the Pantheon of the Knight, and 3 other fights that we'll get to in just a moment. Pantheons have 10 bosses each. There is 1 intermission area in each Pantheon where you can heal to full and refill all of your soul, but it does not act as a checkpoint. If you die on any boss, even after this intermission area, you have to start the Pantheon over from the beginning to smooth out the difficulty of hitting a new boss after.
This is where Team Cherry learned to do it. Yep. They loved Hollow Knight, got home so much, they're like, okay, no checkpoints, the run back is part of it. Okay.
Fighting 9 other bosses. The fights are unlocked as statues in the hall so you can practice after seeing them, which is something I needed to do in order to beat Pure Vessel at the end of the Knight Pantheon. I'm of 2 minds of this feature.
Hard.
First off, I have to acknowledge that if you dislike the boss fights in Hollow Knight, that this DLC will do little to change your mind, but then I'd also question if the base game is something intended for you since it has such a focus on these big battles. I love that I was able to fight all of these bosses as much as I wanted with a variety of different difficulty options, and there being an actual in-game.
See, I think that Lost Lace is a better fight than Pure Vessel, but I can fight Pure Vessel like you're seeing right now, and I wonder how I'm going to feel about Lost Lace if I can get Lost Lace down where I can be as aggressive on Lost Lace as much as I am on Pure Vessel. I'm constantly dealing damage to Pure Vessel. I'm just like, in his face, get back, let's go. I'm not that comfortable with Lost Lace yet. If you can't be that comfortable, then okay, that's not the end of the world, but if I'm being like evasive and defensive, like as I'm trying to work my way back to the boss, it'll probably be fine. But if there's like blockages that I can't exactly stay as aggressive as I want to be, then I wonder if I'm going to like the fight less and less as it goes on. But right now I think it's a lot more complicated, a lot more in depth of a fight than Pure Vessel is. I look forward to practicing on Lost Lace in the Godhome of Silksong and getting that good at it, but maybe it's not going to work out that way.
Game reward for doing so. However, there's an issue with some of the fights being awkward when transplanted into this new area, and of course the elephant in the room that is the 5th Pantheon that we haven't spoken about yet.
Ooh.
The Pantheon of Hallownest has you fight every boss in the game in a row with multiple resting spots but no checkpoints. It also throws 3 new fights at you throughout this ordeal. The first is the Sisters of Battle, which is the new version of the Mantis Lords, which has all 3 of them attack you together. The second is the new worst boss in the game, Flying Nosk. And the third is a harder version of the Radiance, now appropriately named Absolute Radiance, which is an incredible fight with a few glaring flaws. The biggest problem I have with the 5th Pantheon is that it becomes boring, for more than one reason. The first is that you just went through all of this content in the previous Pantheons in order to unlock this big one. An attempt was made to spice up some bosses with new arenas, but this solution fell flat for me when compounded with the other issues. Fights have downtime between them as the screen fades to white, you teleport to the next area, and have to sit through the boss's
Oh man, did I do them all?
introduction that plays no matter how many times you've seen it. This may seem petty, but this is meant to be a capstone challenge that you try multiple times. It is astounding to me that these introductions weren't removed for the Hall of Bosses versions of these fights, with the option to automatically restart if you die instead of having to open the statues menu again, never mind seeing them over and over in the Pantheon.
I wonder how many speedrunners this created, because speedrunning is a test of patience in a lot of ways, but a lot of it is like, especially if you have like some sort of seeded RNG in your run, that you need to, like in Dark Souls, a lot of runs are dependent on getting the Ultra Black Knight Greatsword in Undeadburg, and if you don't get it, then okay, runs over, start again. And it always seems like just hell to me to have to do that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Another one is the Mario 64 speedrun, which doesn't have that long of an intro, but sitting through Princess Peach's fucking letter with the Lakitu camera, the going through the jump out the pipe, just like fucking hell. Like, just imagine fucking up one of the first jumps and being like, whoop, have to sit through that again. I do not have the patience for that. But here we go. You have the patience here that is being locked in and being like, hey, you have to sit through all these fights, you have to get through it for another attempt. I wonder if a lot of people learn to acclimate to that and learn and put up with it, and then started speedrunning or something like that, or got into it, because it's in that kind of challenge, optional challenge that you don't have to do.
Pantheon rushes. But the thing that contributed the most to this Pantheon being boring was that it takes too long to get to the proper fights.
Yeah.
Anyone who has gotten this far, especially beating Pure Vessel at the end of the Pantheon of the Night, has demonstrated enough mastery of Hollow Knight's combat that they are above most of the fights in this Pantheon.
Yep.
This would probably still be true if half of the fights were removed. Not to mention that both versions of many fights are included. You will fight Soul Master and Soul Tyrant in this Pantheon, False Knight and Failed Champion, both Hornet fights. The way I see this Pantheon, having all of these fights only succeeds in the following two ways: to have a building of tension through the staggering idea of every boss in the game to an epic conclusion, and to up the
Ocarina of Time 100% has a 10% RNG heart piece, 2 hours in store. I know, I fucking hell. I know this goes against the sanctity, and speedrunners really want it to be like legitimate, but my god, there's a part of me that's like, just fucking play on an edited ROM of the game that just makes it like 100% or something. Like if you did everything perfectly, them just give it to them. Like fucking hell. But at the same time, then you're opening the window of like, okay, but what about a 1% chance skip? You know, if you're gonna give us tools to do it, then I want to do the 1% chance skip. So can we make that 100%? Now everyone's doing it. So like I understand why you can't do it, but like it just, my heart breaks for just how many people have to go through this shit, or sorry, how much time is wasted from someone doing this shit, like and they lose it just on a 10% chance after playing perfectly. It's just like, yeah, it's irritating. Some games actually do have communities that agree to those sorts of things, very from game to game. I think it's probably easier to do at the beginning of a run, right? Like so you can just get set up better. Yeah, I don't know.
Difficulty by potentially exhausting the player. However, I think this Pantheon would have been more successful overall if it was just the harder versions of every fight, the new bosses added in the DLC, and then the final trio that is Nightmare Grim, Pure Vessel, and Absolute Radiance. My guess is that the concept of this being a showdown against every boss in the game was what Team Cherry wanted so much that it was worth these potential issues for them. The rematch against all three...
Why, though? Why? Why would you do that? Is there a lore reason? Why? Who is this for? Huh.
Mantis Lords is a work of art as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
it's not perfect. There are the rare moments where a mantis can spawn on top of you, or their attack patterns get so out of sync that there's some awkward downtime, but when they hit a sequence that flows naturally together for what feels like a full minute, it's incredible. Each attack prompts a quick flash of decision making while you also counterattack. I have never fought a boss in a game before that made me feel like I was perfectly weaving through an actual onslaught from multiple enemies instead of responding to the same patterns over and over. Of course, the reality is that this fight is exactly that, but it hides it by being so well paced. The only significant issue I have with it is that I wish the three lords shared a health pool, so that there wasn't this release intention before the fight is over. Occasionally the remaining two Mantis Lords wouldn't attack properly after.
Allbind's no-hit speedrun for Pantheon 5 took a speedrun or something like 54 minutes of non-stop fighting. It was done for the first time after 4 years of DLC's release. Damn, that's impressive. Holy shit. I did a lot of Allbind's runs, but I couldn't do the collector. I couldn't do it. And I didn't want to learn how to do it. The collector was too frustrating for me. I just couldn't fucking do it. Skill issue.
For that either. Like they were still acting as if all three were still alive and using their moves together.
You think it would be Nightmare King Grim or Pure Vessel or Absolute Radiance or one of the harder bosses that would kill it, but no, it was the fucking Collector. I couldn't do it.
We can use the Sisters of Battle as an example of the tennis match boss structure done in a good way. They have a turn where they use a move and then you react to that. It works because the attacks come so quickly and have a wide variety of possible responses. Pure Vessel and Absolute Radiance are my other favorite fights in the game for the same reason.
I think that Silksong did this really, really well. I think Silksong has this tennis match structure, but has a lot of it's very fast. I feel like there wasn't many fights, at least there's not sticking in my head right now, that had a fight like that was like Nightmare King Grim, that you have to wait around for your turn to attack. Although some of the fights, if you want to not take damage properly, you might have to do that. I watched Onball, it was linked on, I hope I'm saying his name right. I watched Onball, a video that was linked in the Silksong chat on Discord, and he had a no-hit win against Carmelita, and I'm really surprised how passive he played that, and I wonder if there are some strings or some moves that she can do that if you're too close to her, too risky, or you can take unavoidable damage. So I'm not sure if maybe he was just playing a different style, he wanted to do some parries, but like he's usually like hyper aggressive like I am in a lot of fights. He's way better than me, don't get me wrong, sorry to compare myself to Onball, I shouldn't do that, but like our playstyles are similar in respect that we wanted to be always doing something in the fights, and the fact that he wasn't doing that in that fight makes me think that maybe there's a reason, maybe there are some unsafe moments that look like safe moments that you have to respect for that fight.
In the space of a few seconds, you may have to dash, jump, sidestep, counterattack, and possibly pogo bounce depending on how comfortable you are with the fight. In the same amount of time, a lesser fight will only ask you to do one type of response and have little room for creative play. In the worst cases of all, it may ask for the same response again and again.
So I kind of got sidetracked with one point there, but in general, that fight's really good. By the way, Carmelita's like probably the second best boss in the game in Silksong. But in my experience, from my memory, I feel like the Nightmare King Grim problem that I have, where it takes too long to respond to some attacks sometimes, I feel like that is mostly absent in Silksong. Or if you can't get to the boss, at least you're given something to do when it comes to avoidance or pogoing off of certain things, like with the Crust Lord or whatever. So I think they did a better job with it overall.
Which brings us to Flying Nosk and the rest of the boss fights that I feel bring the Pantheons down.
Which favorite fight? Sorry, I keep interrupting. My favorite fight is probably Lost Lace, then Carmelita, then First Sinner, then probably Phantom Widow. Last Judge is pretty good. I just don't like the run back with a boss that can kill you that quickly. What are the other good ones? I like the boss where you can't touch the floor. That was a pretty fun boss. Crust Lord was pretty fun too. Phantom Widow. Sorry, Phantoms or Widow. I just said the boss name's really, really close back to back. The Last Judge run back is super quick. Takes about 20 to 30 seconds, and it's 23 seconds you have to stay engaged, and that's only if you find the shortcut. And then Last Judge can kill you in about 5 seconds. So I don't like the run back because of that. Not really fun. Not really fond of that. I still really love Fourth Course. Fourth Course is pretty fun. I think there's going to be a faster version of him in a DLC somewhere, I think.
Flying Nosk feels like a super version of the Vengeflies. It will stay out of your reach, and you will potentially be punished for trying to slip in extra attacks, or have to deal with the awkwardness of pogo bouncing above the screen. The fight instead is waiting for Flying Nosk to take jousting swoops at you. You jump, attack once or twice in return, and then wait. Sometimes it will drop or spray some goo at you, and you step into a safe position before continuing to wait. I understand that
yeah, there's nothing in Silksong that's as bad as this. This fight fucking sucks. At least nothing in my memory that's as bad as this. Yeah, I didn't like Seth very much. I think Seth probably does have more openings. I just couldn't find, by the way. But Seth felt like fighting Nosk to me. But even then, Seth was nowhere near as bad as Flying Nosk. So that's good to see and good to realize, yeah.
Not every fight in the game should be as intense as the Sisters of Battle or Pure Vessel, but it's still incredible to me that...
Oh, Savage Beastfly. I really liked the rematch against Savage Beastfly. I thought that was a good fight. So that might be up there too, maybe in the top 15 or so. Savage Beastfly round 2 was really good. Savage Beastfly number 1 was, I could probably leave that fight, but Savage Beastfly 2 was really good.
The same team made both of these fights when it would have been better if Flying Nosk didn't exist. Period. It's like negative content. The shame is that the introduction to it in the Pantheon is excellent, since it's Hornet, not the Knight, and you may expect it to be another fight against her before it's suddenly a new Nosk. Even so,
lucky. I did beat it on my first try, so maybe I got lucky. Yeah, I also beat Grohl on my first try, so again, maybe I got lucky. I like both of those fights, so maybe that's why.
I wish this had been a much better fight or wasn't a part of the Pantheon. Some other fights that are guilty of this sort of structure are Umu, Elder Hu, and both versions of the Soul Master. Not every fight built like this is necessarily bad for the reasons we went into for how Sisters of Battle succeeds, but I think a good sign for something being off is if the boss vanishes for significant stretches or has attack patterns that punish any attempt at being aggressive instead of waiting for counterattacks. There's also a spectrum here between this.
So what I just said, quite a few people disagree with that. And that's fair enough. That's what I like. I like to be able to always be attacking and having something to do. I think we can probably all agree that if the boss disappears and the thing that you're evading is too simple, then that's a flaw of the boss, right? We can all agree that's a bad thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the boss should be active so you can attack. They could just make the attack that you're avoiding be more difficult, right? Like it doesn't have to be what I want, where I want to be able to be aggressive. It could just be that the defensive test is more involved, right? So like that sort of thing. Yeah. And I think that some bosses in Hollow Knight are you can't attack the boss, and also the defensive requirement that they're asking you to do is not very fun. So I would say that there's probably exceptions where if the defensive test is hard enough for me or fun enough for me, if I can't be aggressive, I can accept it. Like pogoing off of the pillars that Crust Lord would make appear. That was pretty fun for me. I don't know if it would be fun over multiple attempts in a God Home situation, but it was pretty fun for me. So that sort of thing. Yeah.
Extreme in the other. Fights like False Knight, Traitor Lord.
Oh, sorry to interrupt again, but also I feel like if the evasive defensive thing is summoning ads, I don't like that. Cleaning up ads real quick when like Sister Splinter and Savage Beastfly does that, cleaning up the ads real quick can be fun. But if the boss disappears and is like, hey, fight my minions for a little bit and then I can come back, I don't know about that, Chief. I don't think there is a boss in Silksong that does that, but not really a big fan of having like arena fight some ads while the boss fucks off for a little bit. Not sure about that.
And Lost can allow you to be relentlessly aggressive.
Sister Splinter is good. Yeah, Sister Splinter is probably my top 10 fights too. I really like Sister Splinter. Yeah, really, really fun fight.
While responding to attacks as they come at you. While how you handle fights in the middle like the Nail Masters, Sly, Pure Vessel, and the Radiance will largely depend on how comfortable you are with all of your options and their attack patterns. I know that the same could be said of any boss. Player skill will always...
Man, it took me so many tries to get that clip of me doing that downward slash there in order to show off in the video. So many tries.
Determine how effectively you can play against them, but this is also the key to understanding why some of Hollow Knight's bosses are disappointing. No matter how good you are at the game and how good you are at the boss fight, Nightmare King will still vanish between attacks, and the Collector will still jump into the ceiling to rummage through his jars. I think that's all I can say about Hollow Knight's bosses without going through them one by one, which honestly I think I would enjoy, but I'm putting effort into making this current series of videos more focused.
No, why didn't he do that? No.
However, there is one fight that I think deserves it right now, Absolute Radiance at the end of the final Pantheon.
Ooh,
this is not my favorite boss in Hollow Knight. I think Pure Vessel is just a tiny bit better.
Different recording change there
than it because you have more freedom to play around his attacks, but Absolute Radiance is the perfect boss to summarize what Team Cherry did so well in this game and DLC, and also show where they fell a bit short. Absolute Radiance is a faster, much more difficult version of the Radiance from the base game. Fundamentally, it's the same fight, but attacks are strung together so quickly that it can feel unfair at first. In fact, I fought Absolute Radiance so many times because I was convinced that the fight had some unavoidable attacks and I wanted to criticize it in this video. While that turns out to be true, they're from glitches rather than a problem with its design. With one possible exception, I just needed to get good.
So yeah, sometimes that happens. Sometimes it happens on stream too, which is why it's frustrating when sometimes I say something on stream and people repeat it as it's like a gospel thing. This is criticism. The critic said, you know, gavel's been fucking pounded. Here we go. I hope you're enjoying it, Edgeworth. Like it's like sometimes I will say on stream like that doesn't feel fair to me. I feel like that was like checkmated there. I feel like that was unavoidable. And then later on I'll play it and I'll do a lot more rounds and I'll be like, oh, actually, no, there's this opening. There's this thing I didn't realize. Like, oh, I can do this instead. So like that's what happened here with this fight for sure. Yeah. Grandmother Silk feels like an approachable version of the Radiance fight. Is Grandmother Silk? Grandmother Silk is definitely, you can kill her faster than base mode Radiance. Is Grandmother Silk... Is it? Hold on. Sorry, not the base. Then Absolute Radiance. Is Grandmother Silk easier than normal Radiance? I feel like Grandmother Silk has some moves that are harder to read in a good way than normal Radiance. Really? Wait, do you think so? She's much easier than Radiance? Huh. I beat her first try. I did not beat Grandma first try, but I didn't have double jump, and I had, what was my nail upgrades at that point? Did I have 2 or 3? I think it was at 2. I can't remember. Maybe the double jump makes it easier. I thought it was a pretty good fight the first time I did it. It took me, I think, six or 7 tries.
I was disappointed by how she. Okay, fair enough. Then maybe I was getting caught out then, or I got unlucky, or maybe the jump is makes it better. Not sure. I also took a while to beat the rematch against Lace. Again, didn't have double jump for that one. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
The thing that every player needs to realize about Absolute Radiance is her attacks can sometimes overlap. This is where the feeling of there's no possible way I could have avoided that comes from, since these attacks can layer over each other in ways that make them hard to see and understand, never mind intentionally avoid. The solution that has to click with you is that you must play proactively when it comes to dodging. When the horizontal spikes or pillars of light sweep across the battle platform, you have to dodge through them and be safely ready for the next attack as soon as possible. Specifically, in the case of the pillars of light, you have to have dealt with them before they reach the halfway point across the platform.
I'm surprised that what I say right now in this video has resulted in quite a few people like contacting me and being like, once I heard you say that, I was able to beat the fight. I'm really surprised how much this helped people. Where they're like, oh, that was like the click moment that made it so I could beat Absolute Radiance. Thank you.
If you don't do this, then you are risking taking an unavoidable hit when you dodge through it at a bad time and into the path of the next attack.
Like, yeah, you can definitely have probably like banked right after this dodge, maybe, but maybe you would have banked into the pillar passing. I'm not sure, but that's maybe avoidable, but like a very hard skill test there.
Once I got this, Absolute Radiance became consistent with only one rare exception. I felt like the appearance of the floor spikes and a pillar of light at the same time could lead to situations where my only response was a risky one, and I had to hope the following attack missed me.
So apparently you can descending darkness, whatever the fuck it's called, to destroy the spikes. I didn't know that. I didn't learn that until recently, like when we streamed it the other week. Can you destroy the spikes before they even come out with descending darkness, or does it have to be they have to be out first?
This sort of thing can be acceptable for bosses that you can die to and retry, but it's terrible for a fight that is at the end of a long endurance boss rush pantheon that makes you do the whole thing again if you die. Fortunately, like I said, it was a rare problem. Tragically, this is far from the worst problem that Absolute Radiance has. I think a great way of testing the balance.
Ooh, the transition there with the music. Oh, a little spicy, a little dramatic. All right, here we go.
And quality of a combat system is to play it with damage cranked as high as possible. This is rarely the best way to play a game, but it's a fantastic method to see if fights have fair telegraphs.
This is very true. If you want to make gameplay videos, like gameplay critiques like I do on YouTube, and you're looking for some advice from me, first of all, don't. Second of all, do this. But please understand, and you have to make sure your audience understands it too, which sometimes my audience doesn't understand. You are not playing for fun at this point. Sometimes when you're playing a game to make criticism or critique on it, your enjoyment is secondary. You're trying to do like investigating thing. You know, you're almost playing like a playtester where sometimes you have to recreate a bug. You are playing to see if something is fair. And one of the ways to do it is to make it so you die in one hit. So if you die in one hit, you'll be damn sure. Like you might just gloss over and you might be like, oh, I just took some incidental damage there. Wonder what that was about. If you die in one hit, my God, if it's not fair, your brain will tell you. Your brain will go bullshit. You will understand. You'll look at it. You look at the frame data. You'll be like, okay, what the fuck happened here? Like you don't have to play with damage tuned so highly if you're very sensitive to it and you're making sure that you're looking you're like really keened in on seeing that damage is fair. But a cheat code for doing this is definitely being like, okay, like I died in one hit, that was bullshit, and you will like feel it and you'll be able to dig through and see. Do you think hitbox viewer are fair at that point? Like a mod sort of thing. So I think it's fair. My issue with third-party tools and doing that sort of thing is that I'm always worried, like, what if they're wrong, right? Because what if I take them as gospel and they know for sure that that's how it works, even if it's meant, like there's glitches and everything, right? I would be really worried about like using that sort of tool and thinking I can make conclusions on it, and then it turns out that there was a mistake in the tool itself. So I think that the tools are still useful to use, but you need to like recreate it on your own without the tool visible after that. You know what I mean? So I think that's a good way of doing it. So like if you stood in front of the boss's attack and you like walk into the attack to make sure that you're going to be like in the hitbox before the indicator shows up with the tool that you're using, I think that would be a good test. So like you just have to check your work and check the tools work as well. Yeah, I think then it's a good thing to do. But I personally have never used it, but maybe it would be good if I could.
Acceptable hitboxes, and so on. Because when you die in one hit and it's not fair, you see it, you remember it, and you go and check it. Whereas if you don't die in one hit, it doesn't really matter. I've beaten every fight on Radiant mode in the Hall of Bosses, and I've completed all of the Pantheon.
Ooh, dude thinks he's good at the game, huh?
A mix of the bindings active, and I am happy to report back that almost every boss in Hollow Knight is fair and has little for me to complain about. However, one of the exceptions that does have major issues is Absolute Radiance, in part because of a shared.
So this is a huge bug that cost me because it happened twice, I think, cost me like over an hour of my time. And that's not even with the attempts. And if I remember correctly, this still hasn't been fixed, and this is very frustrating that this bug is in the game. And it was really demoralizing when I was doing these.
Ability it has with some other bosses, summoning homing balls of light that can remain active for damage even after they vanished. And
so this is not the glitch.
Sometimes they even continue to move while invisible. Other bosses can spawn these with the telegraph being skipped over too, but I never saw Absolute Radiance do this. Unfortunately, this still is not the worst thing that Absolute Radiance can do.
Here we go. So if you pogo off the boss and you get too high, you will break the transition screen of the third phase happening. So the game thinks that you have broken up into the third phase part of the ceiling, so it makes the abyss grow higher up to you and will take away the platform because it thinks you're doing the platforming for phase 3, when in reality you haven't done it yet. So yeah, I don't know if this is fixed. This happened to me twice, and it happened on one of my Pantheon runs.
I saw this bug happen 4 times while fighting this.
Oh, I'm sorry, it happened more than twice.
Boss. It is an instant wipe even if you're not on Radiant mode. What I think is happening is that if you
Has this been fixed, really? Last time I asked, chat said it hasn't been fixed. Okay, it's been fixed, that's good.
Go bounce off the boss's head and then jump too high above the screen, the transition to the next phase of the fight begins, even though the boss isn't ready to go there yet. So the void from below goes up, you and the boss remain down, and you just take damage over and over again, and the fight is over. This can happen in the Pantheon version of this fight. In fact, it happened to me during one of my binding runs, and it cost me all of that time.
See, I didn't even go that high there. I didn't even go off the screen, and it still happened. This was a binding run, man. I was salty as fuck. I was a fucking hungry man dinner. I was so fucking salty. My God, I was mad.
I would be more on board with defending the decision to make this last Pantheon a kill every boss in the game concept if the fights were pristine enough to support it, but I think I've made my case here. It should have just been the toughest 10 or 15, or maybe some checkpoints could have been used since there's a second secret lore tidbit locked behind beating all of the Pantheons with bindings on that's separate from the Absolute Radiance ending. I hope you don't mind, but I also want to harp on about the boss's introductions playing each time you fight in the Pantheons and the Hall of Bosses. Challenging myself to beat Absolute Radiance on Radiant was doubly grueling because she shows up with her delayed teleport and shouting her full screen name announcement like she's Soldier Boy every goddamn attempt. It's
Joe, who's that joke for, man? Who's that joke for, man? What the
little things like this that always make me wonder how thoroughly features are tested. It makes sense that extreme difficulty modes may be included just for a small percentage of players, but quality of life improvements go a long way.
Soldier Boy,
to reiterate, not enough testing on these modes isn't a huge...
Wow, that was a fucking amazing dodge there. Holy shit, I see why that one made it in the video.
Problem, but I still wish it had been done. I think that Hollow Knight received enough testing to find and fix most problems, but it could have used just a little bit more to wring out the last bit of refinement. Here are some final examples. Pure Vessel can sometimes teleport on top of you for an unavoidable...
Holy shit, that is awful. Oh my God, that was terrible. What? How is that allowed? Damn, I forgot he did that. That's way worse than anything in Silksong. Rewind it? Okay, sure. I can show you. Oh, I'm gonna have to refresh now. Here we go.
Vessel can sometimes teleport on top of you.
Holy fuck!
For an unavoidable hit if you happen to be in the wrong place. The game does seem to have a check to make sure enemies don't teleport near you, but this sometimes fails. I believe the same check also fails in the Markoth fight, where his daggers can sometimes appear in your path or below you while you're still in midair.
Yeah, that's terrible.
So you fall into them or dash right on top of them with no way to avoid it. But you also have to keep moving here, so you're screwed either way. These daggers can also spawn off-screen, so you have no way of knowing where they're coming from. And by that I mean on the other side of the arena's wall, which you can never see. Markoth's shields can also change their rotation direction with no warning as you go in for an attack while dodging these daggers. This was the toughest fight for me on Radiant mode because of these problems, even more than Absolute Radiance. Conversely, on Ascended mode, it's one of my favorite fights, so I think that goes to show you that the really extreme balance modes aren't always the best way to play. The new fight against Nosk is...
That was an amazing downward dash there, holy shit, yeah. Like, that's a fun fight, just not when you're doing... Actually, you know what? That fight is so fun, and doing a Radiant mode was so bad that I think my brain has made it a bad fight in my memory. Like, no, that's a good fight, it's just that doing it hitless fucking sucks.
An improvement, but can still punish you for trying to be aggressive by stopping abruptly in place with no warning. If your game has contact damage, then that means the act of enemies simply changing their movement also counts as an attack, so it needs a telegraph. When I fight Nosk, I have to always remember that he can stop in the middle of the room with no warning, and I have to stop myself from fighting because of a coin flip instead of reading a telegraph.
So some people don't agree with that, and that's fair enough. I do think that one clarification I can make here is that if the movement is always the same thing, like let's say for example, I don't think this would make the fight better, but let's just say for an example that Nosk always stopped in the middle of the room when he was moving toward. It doesn't need a telegraph there for it to stop. Okay, that's fine. But the fact that he only sometimes does, I don't like that. The fact that I have to play around the potential of him sometimes without any telegraph or visual indicator of him stopping in the middle of the room, I don't like that at all.
Trader Lord has a similar issue with the ability to step forward with no warning whatsoever before he does one of his attacks. He does this so rarely that I think it's a glitch rather than an intentional part of the fight. Regardless, it's frustrating when it does happen.
Wow, that's bad. I don't think that should be... He shouldn't be able to do that. That's really bad. Last Judge can do that.
For what I'm not sure about, Zope the Mighty, despite being another of my favorite fights for its presentation and frantic feeling, has some moves that feel impossible to dodge under some circumstances. This may be similar to what I spoke about earlier with reacting to Absolute Radiance's attacks as quickly as possible, but I fought this boss many times and I haven't seen that solution yet. His mid-air corrected altered jumps and attacks made when his blimp bombs appear in some arrangements have had me feeling like there was nothing I could have done before I got hit. The collector spawning primal aspids is incredibly harsh. This isn't really the same as the other things I'm pointing out here, I just feel like venting. This boss is the reason why I refuse to grind out the 2 Pantheons that I'm missing full binding clears on. It's too frustrating to lose that much progress to. The fragile strength charm breaks the balance of many fights in Godhome. Dying in the boss rush area doesn't count as a death, and so the charm never breaks, nor do you need to farm all the geo required to make it unbreakable to...
So I don't agree with this anymore. I don't think that it breaks the balance. I think it does make it too easy, but I think I should make it clear that this is part of the difficulty selection that you can do, and you need to know that you are making it very easy for yourself if you do this. I think this is a good thing that games do, but for whatever reason, when I wrote the script, I think I went too hard on it here and made it like, a problem. It's not a problem. You could just not use the charm. So yeah, I don't really agree with this anymore.
Safely use either. I didn't realize how powerful it was until I had already cleared all of the Pantheons and most of the fights on Radiant mode. When I tried out this charm, I felt like bosses were dying so much faster that they were melting underneath the nail. If this is an intended easy mode for the fights, then I think that's great, but this felt like using
I played lip service to it here, but it sounds like elitism and it doesn't sound like I really mean it. Like, no, I don't agree with this anymore. I would change this now.
A soft cheat mode to me, or that I was taking off a secret binding that I never knew I had all along. I believe it ups your damage by 50%, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
Okay, never mind. That's a lot of damage. I agree with Pastor.
And related to that, my final gripe is that I think the charm binding, removing all of your charm slots instead of just the unlocked ones from new notches, was a mistake. Having lower damage and health and soul doesn't change how the game feels to play, while losing tweaks on your movement, dash, and nail arc are things that require something close to reprogramming your muscle memory. This isn't a challenge that made the game harder for me in a fun way, especially when losing the ability to do the downward dash with Shade Cloak in response to some attacks.
I really agree with this. I think that there should be a difference between utility charms and offensive charms, which Silksong tried to do, but it didn't work out all that well. At least when it comes to the charm binding. They should have made it so you couldn't use certain charms, not all charms, or they should have limited it to like 4 charms instead, the charms that you start with. So you still have some player expression. Like it's like man, like you really need those.
It removes options and made the gameplay feel worse in order to make it harder. Something different like a 3 charm limit would have been better in my opinion.
There we go.
On the other side, I'm stunned by how much work went into Godhome's presentation. Some fights have new arenas and altered backgrounds linked to their original settings. The super secret area for beating all the Pantheons with bindings, which, by the way, unlocks blue shield mask bugs in each of the intermission rooms during the Pantheons, has its own unique atmosphere and feel. I don't understand how Team Cherry justifies this amount of work on places that are barely used and rarely seen by most players. It's wonderful in how insane it is in its own way. Hollow Knight feels more complete with all of this new content, and the only part of it that I never look forward to when going through the game again is collecting the flames for Grim. But hey, when the drums kick in during the music for that fight, it can feel worth it, and I think this game has solidified its place as my favorite of 2017. The new ending has its own animation that hints at ties to...
That was a long time ago. I think I added this after I was done the video. This feels like a tacked on section of the video to me. Or maybe I just didn't piece it together quite well. What I just said feels like the ending, and then it just keeps going for another minute or so. I don't know what that's all about.
Hornet's campaign. The trailer has me excited, and I actively try not to get my hopes up for games anymore. It's always better to be pleasantly surprised than have your hype be dashed to pieces, and yet here I am, cautiously thrilled to explore some new Hollow Knight content with what looks to be a perfectly translated boss moveset into one a player can control. My one hope is...
Oh, that's true. Her boss moveset does come across. There's some moves that she doesn't have. Or she doesn't say Shaw. But I think they did a good job with that, yeah.
That at some point in the game you break a wall or fall through a floor or chase an enemy down a long corridor and suddenly find yourself back in Hallow Nest. Another return, with Hornet this time, and maybe a bit of teasing about what the night is up to. I hope
that-
you'll join me for that video too. Thank you for watching.
Oh no, I promised a video. No. Is there like a epilogue thing here too, or no?
This is not my favorite boss in Hollow Knight. I think Pure Vessel is just a tiny bit better than it because you have more freedom to play around his attacks, but Absolute Radiance is the perfect boss to summarize what Team Jerry... I'm picturing Jerry Seinfeld. What's the deal with Hollow Knight?
Team Jerry. Jerry, wake up. Do you ever do streams like this for The Witcher 3 when it comes out? That might be too long, but maybe. Okay, well, this was cool to revisit these and compare them to Silksong. Even though I just played Hollow Knight before, it's kind of overshadowed by Silksong because it was such a lengthy experience. Can we have the narrow videos? I'm not reacting to someone else's content unless they give me permission. Please do not go ask Neural for permission. I'm not gonna, in general, I don't think it would be a good time. But yeah, I'm not going to. Once we get into October, can we watch Why Horror Games Don't Scare Me? Suggest videos implied to get into spooky season. Yeah, this is the videos that scare people the most. So yeah, it definitely fits. Yeah. You went back and checked the 2019 Skong reveal trailer. It's wild how much of the final content was already there. No, I haven't. I saw a couple clips here. And yeah, it is kind of wild, yeah. Looks kind of washed out though. They made the game more vibrant, but all the pieces were there. I wonder if they made the game sequentially. I wonder if like Bone Bottom and whatever the fuck, the first two areas, I wonder if they've been like done for a long ass time. Are the marble races happening this year? I thought you said something about it earlier. Yep, the marble races are going to be happening around the same time as Jet Say. I need to talk to the people making Jet Say. Fuck. Oh my god, the fucking DMs. I'm sorry. There's a lot of things I have to do. I have so many DMs I need to answer. But anyway, I think that's it for me for now. This was cool. Thank you for watching Metal Gear 2 and these streams. Is Mouse live? I think Mouse is streaming tonight, right? Thank you to Zephyrix. Before we go, thank you Zephyrix for the resub. Nice poll. Nice. 69. Thank you very much. Thank you, Megabuns516 for the resub too. Start digging in yo butt, twin. What? What? Whoa. Lewd. Thank you. Thank you, Mythos000 for the resub too. Hey Joe, love the streams. Quick question. Will you play the Metal Gears up to Phantom Pain? If so, will you play Snake Eater original or the remake? I've been playing the remake as the first Snake Eater playthrough and it's pretty good. We might do both. We might have a comprehensive playthrough. We might try and do some of the remakes. We're definitely playing Metal Gear Solid 1 and Twin Snakes. And we're also doing Phantom Pain. We're doing Phantom Pain and Ground Zeroes. We're going to be doing that too. Yeah. Okay, I might be live tomorrow today's Friday, right? I might be live tomorrow for more Pentiment. We'll see. I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish Pentiment tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I might have to sleep. I woke up today to do the stream, so I might have to sleep instead. So we'll see how that goes. But I am live on Mouse to Stream on Sunday. We are going to be streaming 428 Shibuya Scramble, which is a VN. I think it's a mystery VN. It's a mystery VN that has a much lighthearted tone compared to some of the other ones that we've done. This is a VN that people have been trying to get me to read for years. So some people should be pretty excited about it. So that's happening on Sunday, and it'll be a Sunday feature until we're done. That's what we're going to be doing. If I don't stream tomorrow, I'll be back on Tuesday for Metal Gear Solid. I will not stream Pentiment on Tuesday. So if you're going to be here on Tuesday, we're going to do Metal Gear Solid. So I might be here tomorrow to do Pentiment. We'll see. Check Master's schedule for time. It'll start at 6 p.m. Eastern. No, 6 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. And the raid is going through. So see you later. Have a good rest of your weekend, or good weekend, rest of your night. Have a good weekend. And you Instagram. See you later. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good weekend.